Alrighty, it is the Wednesday show. I have gotten myself into a bit of a jam today. I'm gonna have a very long show today, because Stream Raiders PvP is today, but it doesn't start. It doesn't start until 2 o'clock Eastern. That's when my usual Wednesday show ends. So I'm going to end up going from normal show start time to end time, and then move on to the next piece of shenanigans. Spontaneous marathon stream. I know, right? I've been putting in the work the last week. You guys, my community did really well on the World of Warships campaign. We ended up getting 31 out of 90 captains, so little bit of pay to be had there. So that's good. I did tell my community if we had gotten to the 50 mark, I would buy sailor's hat and sailor's all that cosplay, and I would dress up like a sailor. But I don't think that they're gonna be able to hit that mark. To be honest, I don't think that mark's gonna get hit. That would mean 19 new people on the campaign, and I think the campaign ends tomorrow morning. So I think I'm safe. With that said, I did spend a good part of yesterday working on fixing OBS. As you guys know, I moved to, I'm always moving stuff around to try to see what's best. I moved in the bottom left hand screen, you can see my side monitors are now verticals, kind of clean up the real estate amount of space, not having to turn my head, over 100 inches to go from left to right, because I got that neck issue. This is helping because I can bring this one up in front. So I did work on OBS yesterday, try to clean that stuff up. So that should be good. Also had to think about the future, had to think about how games are going to lay in when I start streaming. And I think this is going to work because I can put OBS and Twitch on the top monitor, or I can put OBS over there. I can pull the chat box out. So this gives me options. Also, I got frustrated with OBS last night. I was trying to finish something, and I was like, I need to walk away from it, or I'm gonna get angry. And the last thing you ever want to do with your computer is get angry, because then you start making rash decisions, and you never want to make rash decisions unless you do in fact have a rash. So don't do that. Oh, with that said, I had an amazing time playing World of Warships. I'm gonna stick with World of Warships for the long term for a little bit. The campaign ends, but that doesn't mean I have to stop playing it. There's another game I'm gonna try out. I'm gonna look at the campaign first and see what they want. But I got my Cleveland last night, and I was all happy. That's like my boat. And then I realized I'm sad because they changed all the rules of World of Warships in the last couple of years. So, and there's like no MMOs coming out. I am gonna look at the Pathfinder MMO. That I might take a play at. It got good ratings, basically 8s and 9s out of 10. So Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous, I might take a look at that on stream. A combat player attacks a non-combatant player. If the non-combatant chooses not to fight back, the attacker gets corruption, and the attacker gets corruption. However, if the non-combatant player chooses to defend themselves and still not dies, the purple attacks green equals corruption. Green defends self. Green turns purple. Purple kills green. It's funny. we get people that come on the show all the time want to talk about how the flagging system is going to kill open world PvP, how nobody's going to fight back, the corruption penalty is too high, and yet you ask them to explain the corruption system to you a little bit. You ask them a couple of questions on the corruption system, and they always get it wrong. And I say, in 5 years, I have yet to run into one person, not one person, who has a serious complaint about the corruption system, who also fully understands the corruption system. I'm not understanding why so many people with a less than thorough understanding of a system want to jump in and why people want to come in and critique a system that they don't understand. I mean, if you want to come in and you don't fully understand the corruption system, walk in and say, I don't understand. Can you explain it to me? I mean, Lex at the wiki and myself at Ashes 101, we've done as much as we can do to try to make it easy to understand. What's up, Vintharian? We've done as much as we can do to make it easy to understand, and the problem is people just don't. They want to see one part of it and then stop learning because they want to go complain about that one part of it. It's like, be like getting a new job and finding out that there's mandatory overtime every week, and all you want to do is complain about the mandatory overtime, but then you didn't read 2 more lines down and say, oh, when we're on mandatory overtime, we get double time. Oh, well, then it's not so bad. I don't like rolling over and dying when getting granked, but the corruption system promotes it. No. See, Axel, that's where you're wrong. The corruption system doesn't promote it. The corruption system does not promote you to roll over and take it. The corruption system is a multi-step process because it allows both players to have decision making. So what happens here, this was fixed yesterday. There we go. So it's a multi-step decision-making process, right? Whoa, easy. This purple, right, attacks this green. Now this green has some choices to make. The green says, do I have anything worth any coin in my inventory? If yes, fight back, take 50% death penalty. If no, stick the other guy with corruption, right? And then the purple person has some choices to make. If person fights back, then keep killing. If not, stop attacking. This is not hard. This is not a hard decision. I don't understand why people continue to think this is the hard decision, right? Yeah, there we go. I don't know why people continue to think that this is the hard decision. If you, if fighting back reduces that debt. So if I have something worth saving, then I'm not going to fight back because, or if I don't have anything worth a damn in my backpack, I'm not going to fight back. Why would I let you get off without the corruption? So, happy that the corruption is set to have a visual appearance on the players in line with the lore and presumably be visually apparent. I like to imagine people will have an oh crap moment when coming across a corrupted player. XP debt doesn't bother you. XP debt should bother you. XP debt should absolutely bother you. And if you say XP debt doesn't bother you, so you're on your way to do a dungeon that you might die 3 or 4 times in, and you're okay starting off your dungeon run with negative XP, you're okay with that? I mean, you're okay with you already have 2 or 3 deaths worth of negative XP? Remember, the more negative XP you have, the more your combat proficiency falls. So you're never gonna be full XP. I mean, you might be full XP going into a dungeon, but if you die 5 times in the dungeon, you might get to that final boss and be like, oh crap, I lost 700, 800 hit points. I lost 600, 700 mana. I lost a couple of stat points. I'm not healing at full strength. I've said that to people and like, oh, well, we'll just grind in the dungeon. There is no mindless grinding in Ashes. If you're in a dungeon and you're grinding, there's a chance you'll die. There's also a chance you'll run into other players who will go in and kill that boss. So when people say negative XP doesn't bother me, I say, so you're okay with playing endgame content or max level content not being max level? I mean, if it truly doesn't bother you, great. I don't want to go into a dungeon and have my combat efficiency reduced because I got ganked 4 times on the way to the dungeon, or I got killed 7 times in the dungeon. I mean, it happens. My wife yesterday she was having some sort of issue. She couldn't see the colors of the overlay wasn't popping up clearly on her Final Fantasy 14. She was getting frustrated because she died about 9 times on a boss, but as I looked over, the indicator just wasn't rendering on her screen, so she was basically taking a 50-50 guess every time. And it happens. That's just the way it goes. It doesn't bother me because I can grind it back up easy. Again, no, you can't. Okay? This isn't every other game where the linear curve. Remember, it takes a very long time to grind off your negative XP. When you're talking percentages of max level, percentages of your max level, every time you die, it's a percentage of your max level, and it's slated to take 45 days to reach max level. Your end level, you don't want to be level 50 and be dying superfluously, just randomly for no good reason, because you're going to be taking chunks. You're going to be taking percentage chunks of negative XP. And I mean, you could be like, I can grind it up easy. Okay. I don't think people are going to want you in the party when you have a reduction in drop rates from monsters, which is one people always gloss over. I'm guessing you're not going to get dungeon invites with decreased combat efficiency. No one's going to be able to tell what your combat deficiency is. At least they haven't indicated that they're going to allow other people to know that. But skill and stat dampening, lower health and mana, lower gear proficiency, reduction in drops from monsters. You're not going to just let people kill you all the time. I do not worry that at level 50, if we die 4 times to the way to the boss, I'll be spending... Oh, I do worry that at level 50, if we die 4 times to the boss, I'll be spending the next 4 days grinding my XP back dead off to go back in. Yeah, I mean, that's no joke there. If you remember Death XP, if you remember Death XP from like Final Fantasy 11, you hated being level 75. 4 days of clearing XP debt? Yes. Remember, if each time you die, say it's 10% of the level. If you die 4 times, that's 40% that's 40% of 49 to 50. And in a game that takes 45 days of 4 to 6 hours a day of leveling, the curve, okay, the curve isn't going to be like this. We're not talking the curve is going to be nice and easy, right? The curve to max level is going to be, here's time, Here's level. It's going to be like that. So you're talking when you start losing a bunch of XP at max level, that's not designed to be a good experience. That's part of what people aren't understanding. This is an old school ideal MMO. It could take me several days in Final Fantasy 11 to grind back out all of 74 to, well, all of 70, whatever I fell into 74 to 75 and 75 to max, so I could go back into merits. Rip Ash is a creation that I guarantee most people won't have the willpower to grind 4 days of XP off at the max level, unless you mean 8 hours. Well, when you start talking about gameplay, let's say 8 hours. Even 8 hours, you're going to laugh at an 8-hour investment to grind off your negative XP. So, that's, when I tell people that make the flippant comment, I don't care about negative XP, then great. I encourage you to die. I encourage you to die often and turn around and say, oh yeah, I got killed today 10 times and I gave 10 people corruption. Sure, you screwed those 10 people. You absolutely did. But you also have 10 deaths worth of XP. Whereas if you had the opportunity or you thought that you would be able to fight back against at least some of them, if you fought back against some of them, you would, even if you lost, you'd only take 50% of that death penalty. That's what a lot of people don't get. The corruption system, the flagging system actually encourages you to fight back because your death penalty is halved. But it encourages the purple player to not kill greens or the red player to not kill greens, because if they get corruption, they get 400% of that death penalty. First time caller, I like the idea of all this. I think it's annoying when a bunch of full level people are running around owning everything. I think it makes it more realistic, make dying scary. I would rather this than somewhere like WoW where people just YOLO'd crap until it's done. I miss the old school EQ where death was the scariest thing. I agree with you. I 100% agree with you. I remember when dying, the number of wipes you had determined if you could even take another attempt. Guys, it's pointless now. We already have people that we've already have people that are on the cusp of de-leveling. I think it's pretty brutal for most casuals current player base to handle this well. Again, this is where it falls into the only reason why people are the way they are is, and I'm looking at you, World of Warcraft. World of Warcraft took out all of the harsh penalties. World of Warcraft made MMORPGing mainstream. The problem is it raised up a generation of gamers who are used to ultimate quality of life, ultimate convenience, ultimate no penalty. I mean, we're not talking, Steven's not making a game. Steven is not making a game to cater to the vocal majority, because the vocal majority, as we did on Monday's show, the vocal majority has 20 plus MMORPGs they can go play. But when I say that, people immediately turn around and they say, I don't have 20 MMORPGs I can go play because those MMORPGs are all crap. And I say the reason why they're crap is because everybody tried to copy WoW because WoW was the model. I know, but that piece of the pie is very large, isn't it? Except the problem is people play casual games because right now all there is to play is casual games. All there is to play right now is casual games. So why do people play casual games? Because that's all there is. If I ask a lot of people, and I'm not being funny, I'm not being glib here. I ask a lot of people I know, have you ever had Thai food? I love Thai food. I had Thai food once because I knew somebody that loved Thai food. And I fell in love with it. Absolutely love Thai food. I ask people all the time, have you ever had Thai food? They say no. I said, why not? They said, I've never had it. I don't know where a Thai place is. You're not going to have Thai food if there's no Thai food around you. A lot of people are saying casuals won't play Ashes. I think a lot of casuals will play Ashes because there's so much to do in Ashes of Creation. People are going to be able to find that thing that they're good at. Steven made it pretty clear that the game is for a specific audience. Indeed. Remember, this is very much a passion project, not just a business. He won't change the model a lot to cater to an audience that wants a game he doesn't want to make. Exactly. Do you think the narrative will remove open world PvP and hard penalties is any way tied to the fact that streamers have such an impact on how successful a game gets these days, and no streamer wants to play a game where griefing, stream sniping to them is easy? Okay, I want to address that in a couple of ways. Number one, I don't think streamers are entitled to any sort of special protection. As a fellow gamer, I don't think streamers are entitled to any sort of special protection. As a streamer and as a marketing person, streamers are absolutely entitled to special protection because of what you just said. If this streamer is here, let's Jahlon Ross this up. If we've got this streamer, right? This streamer up here is streaming the game to 100,000 people with a conversion rate of 10%. That means if this streamer plays the game at launch, you're going to get 10,000 players, right? If this streamer comes in with 50,000 players, but a 20% ratio, you're going to get another 10,000 players. So having these two streamers stream your game is 20,000 additional players times $15 a month. So having these two additional streamers results in 300,000 a year, or 300,000 a month, and $3.6 million a year. Now, as a fellow player, I don't think a streamer deserves any special protection. However, as a marketing person, as a business person, as the fact that I haven't paid these two streamers a penny, they're streaming the game because they make money streaming the game. They get subs, they get bits, they get donations, they get follows, they get merch sales, they get in their market builds up. They're happy to do it for free. Now, these are very low conversion rates. I just wanted to keep the numbers down. Intrepid or any other company would be fools to not have a GM shadow those people and deal with the stream sniping. At the same time, it's very difficult to prove stream sniping, because how do you prove the person was aware? How do you know for a fact the person was following me on stream in order to stream snipe me? Therein lies the problem, right? Therein lies the problem. Stream sniping is almost impossible to prove. However, I do think stream sniping is impossible to prove. However, there are times you can do it. And if you can do it, you should absolutely sanction the account that did it. First with a warning, hey, want to give you this form letter. You're stream sniping. You know you're stream sniping, and for all the reasons we just explained, player to player, if the person's not live, you don't like that streamer when they're not live, murder them 82,000 times. However, when they're streaming, don't try to tell me you love the game, you care about the game, you want to build a healthy community, because what you're doing is you're affecting the marketing. You're affecting the business. Okay? I don't understand why stream sniping is a bad thing. That's something streamers sign up for. It's a stupid excuse of screen hack. Okay, Top Frag, I guess you just missed the entire thing I just said. Stream sniping affects the marketing, because if this person gets stream sniped and in the duration of their show, they would have had a 10% conversion rate of 100,000 people and would have brought in 10,000 new customers. If this person gets stream sniped 3 times early in their show, they leave the show, you lose the access to this audience, you lose this conversion rate, you lose these customers. This is the company, the publisher, losing these customers. So now they only get 10,000 conversions. Now they only made 1.8 million. Now, is it possible that there are other ways that you're going to get those conversions? Absolutely. Is that why I kept it at 10%? Absolutely. Because my rationale is that the only way you were going to get that 10%, the only way you were going to get that 10% is through that streamer. If you don't get that 10% through that streamer, you don't get that 10% at all. Well, I mean, I guess it's okay that some people think, oh, this is a good decision for me to stream snipe this streamer because I don't like them. Not understanding you just cost the company $1.8 million annually. You just cost the company, you know, $150,000 monthly. That's why I said, as a gamer, I don't think streamers deserve any special protection. As a streamer, from a marketing perspective, absolutely I do, because they're free advertising. They are literally free advertising. What prompts someone to stream snipe in an MMO? Attention, hate, the dopamine rush, the fact that they're toxic and they want to just negatively impact the game. Ventharian said people will get the feeling it's a gank box. So not only did you lose those 10,000 people, but then the clip of that goes negative, and more people don't want to play the game because they see it as a gank box. The newer generation doesn't like a challenge. My son won't play anything that's difficult. He will just go back to playing Roblox or Gary's Mod, where there is no effort. They aren't like us old folk that had to keep an NES running all day just to try to beat Mario with one life. Yeah, exactly. Sorry, my voice is my voice is a little shot. Casuals will play Ashes and adapt Ashes to their playstyle, whether that is semi-hardcore or Ashes core. That is true. I wonder if they will implement an XP surplus. I thought that was answered. I'll have to look up the experience surplus answer. I'm so confused by Ashes of Creation, though. People keep saying they need a ton of people to play it to work, but they also say the game isn't for everyone and it doesn't need to be popular. Which way is it? Both, because those aren't contradictory. Those aren't contradictory statements, right? First of all, each server, well, Ashes, okay, so it depends on that. Both those answers are valid answers, but you have to give me the question. You have to give me the question you're trying to answer. It's like, does Ashes need X number of people in order for Ashes to work? Yes. Ashes of Creation needs 8,000 to 10,000 concurrent players per server, so you need about 15,000 active accounts per server, because not everybody plays every single day. Now, that's a per server. How does the game world function? In order for Intrepid Studios to be successful, and this is one of the things I'm really afraid of, and when people say you're so mean, you're so negative, I'm not mean, I'm not negative, I'm a realist. Steven originally was going to have 100 employees. Then he was going to have 150. Now he's aiming to have 175 per server. My concern there is Steven's got it in his head. He's Leonidas at the hot gates. He allows himself to believe for a moment the hype of his product, that he's really the person behind all the hype. When you keep saying our game's going to be one of the largest, our game's going to be one of the largest, our game's going to be one of the largest, that's great when you're the leader and you're doing morale and motivational building. The flip side of the coin is you had somewhere between 10 and 15,000 175 employees total for the company. You keep saying how massive Ashes is going to be, how successful Ashes is going to be, and then you struggle to get enough people in Alpha 1. You have 10 to 15,000 Alpha 1 testers, and you struggle to get enough people on the server to do sieges. It's hard. He struggled. It was no. again, man, you got a real negative attitude. You need to dump that negative attitude. They had 10,000 to 15,000 testers. They didn't struggle to get 10 to 15,000 testers. They had 10 to 15,000 testers. They already had them. It wasn't a matter of getting 10 to 15,000 testers in. They had 10 to 15,000 testers signed up. But then what they struggled with was getting those testers to come online during siege time. And they didn't listen to the feedback that their siege was horrible. Their siege was absolutely a horrible mess. But then they kept driving people to the siege. And it's like, well, why are you driving people here? We're telling you there's no need to test this any further. The siege is bad. Take the dragons out. How is it horrible, like registering netcode reasons? No, the gameplay. The siege model is horrible. The castle is poorly designed. The castle is poorly laid out. There's no full wall destruction. There's no siege ladders. The siege equipment was horrible with aiming, with range. At one point, the defensive ballistas on the castle had a further range than the offensive trebuchets. And you're like, okay, you've built a horrible, horrible, horrible system here. A significant portion of them were in a time zone that wasn't conductive. EU players weren't able to test much. Yes, they were. What do you mean EU players weren't able to test much? What do you mean by that? The servers were up 24/7. I didn't know 24/7 means EU is different. The sieges were at 2, 4, 5, and 6. Well, 2 is 8 o'clock at night. 3 is 6 o'clock at night. Or sorry, 3 is 9 o'clock at night. Those aren't non-conducive. Aren't non-conducive times for the EU players. Ashes of Creation will attract enough people as MMORPGs are quite established. This isn't some niche, unrealized business model. True. Attracting a lot of people can be a double-edged sword. You end up with 65k viewers watching a streamer rubber band like crazy and complaining. Shroud, New World. Well, yes. So that is again another problem with the marketing. If you can't deliver a good experience, you should tell your top-end streamers. You should tell your top-end streamers, we're not ready for you yet. Again, Steven catered to Asmongold, which is exactly what a CEO should do during an alpha event if the alpha event is a marketing alpha. I don't know why they didn't say to Asmongold, we're not ready for you. You bring too many people to the yard. What do you think the A1 month was successful? Do I think the Alpha 1 month was successful from a testing perspective? No, I don't. I don't think their Alpha 1 was successful at all. I think their Alpha 1 was the only thing successful about their Alpha 1 was they got the millstone off their neck. They delivered Alpha 1. They delivered Alpha 1. At this point in time, the things that Steven said in the most recent interview with MMORPG don't line up with number 1, good sense, or number 2, previous statements. I don't know why. I don't know why Steven made the comment that the Alpha 2 map is only going to be 220 kilometers square. Because now there's like 6 more questions, and I've sent the 6 more questions into him for request for information, didn't get an answer. So, meanwhile, people are running around with this new statement, and it's the newest statement, but the previous statement was that the Alpha 2 map was going to be the full map. Because the beta tests were going to be spot tests for the dress rehearsal. So right now there's too much hype around Ashes without enough meat on the table. There's not enough meat on the table. How you break bad habits by incentivizing players to get used to ashes. We can't just cater to all types of people because you can't please everyone. Just let them follow their identity and have players adapt. Who knows, later their playstyle will become the norm. True, but the problem is you have to develop your game for enough people. When you put your game together, you have to have enough target audience, right? So, there has to be enough target audience that you can meet your requirements. And if your requirements are 8 to 10,000 concurrent players with about 15,000 players per server, then you need to be able to hit that combination. Because remember, if if North America has 30,000 players, that doesn't mean North America has 3 servers. If North America has 30,000 players, it means North America has 2 servers. So, I'm still unsure whether I should jump off the hype train and stop satisfying my curiosity. Quite torn on this. For some people, I would suggest you wait. I would suggest you circle back around in 6 months. Because we're not going to be anywhere much further ahead in 6 months. I agree the first few months of AOC will have a huge player base, but will it keep enough is the real question. I think it fits into the more hardcore side of things. That will the hype, I just don't know what will happen. I don't think Intrepid will have any problem getting people to try Ashes of Creation. I think Intrepid will have a hard time. I don't think Intrepid will have a hard time with player acquisition. I think Intrepid is going to have a hard time with player acquisition. A different philosophy of things is, I like to think that the products I build, what spreadsheet, report, fuel, location, whatever I'm building, is bare minimum. I like to think that what I deliver is the bare minimum. And then but I always strive to make it as good as I can. But what I strive to do and what I self-actualize it as are 2 different things. I 100%. Oh, player acquisition and player retention. Yeah. Player acquisition and player retention. I think Ashes of Creation will have a very high player acquisition. I think Ashes of Creation will struggle with player retention. Because, and you guys gotta, I hope everybody realizes this. When you have an MMO, right? A lot of people beat up on New World, and I'm one of them. I beat up on New World because here's time, here's population, right? And we're gonna start at 900K, right? So there's 900K. And here is 1, 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, 5 months, and 6 months. And they know whatever we plan on retaining, whatever we plan on retaining. Maybe it's 50% at the 4 month mark. So this is 450K. And then maybe it's 300,000. Maybe they want to retain 1/3. Maybe they want to retain 1/3 at the 6 month mark. Well, then you want your curve to look something like this. And you come over here and you're like, at the 6 month mark, we want north of 300,000, and we got it. Right? So, New World, on the other hand, New World did this. Right? New World did that. If you're not staying above your number curve, those numbers are all decided on. And New World is weird because New World, being a buy to play game, they don't really care. They don't really care what their player retention is. Remember, they make their money on you at the point of purchase. So, How far does the retention need to go? The months to max level, significant max level content, permanency. Well, here we'll do a timeline for Intrepid, right? Your chat widget. Is it? Okay, hold on. Fix that. All the little things in the world you gotta tweak. Okay, so for Intrepid has a different type of curve. Why does it? Intrepid has a different type of curve because Intrepid needs to have a certain fixed income. So Intrepid needs and we need to make that just one step bigger. So Intrepid needs, let's say, 100,000 accounts per month, or Dead in Water. Intrepid needs 250,000 accounts to continue aggressive development, right? So Intrepid sets up their curve differently than New World does. So Intrepid has, right? Here is time, and here is subs. Now, Intrepid, with no box price, doesn't get that infusion of cash with every new character. So for them, they set two lines here. And this line is 100,000 accounts. And this line goes across, and this is their point of no return. If they cross underneath this, they're screwed. And then up here at 250K, right? This is the danger zone. And this is the dead zone. Because a company like Intrepid doesn't have hundreds of millions of dollars, right? They don't have hundreds of millions of dollars. So when Intrepid starts, and let's go crazy. Let's say Intrepid has 75% conversion of their accounts to their pre-registered accounts to actual players. So we're gonna give them 3 million. So while they're up here in the millions, right? Everything's good. But then as accounts fall off, if they start plummeting like this, somebody is going to look at these data points and say, we need to right the ship. We need to start doing server merges. We need to start doing whatever. Once they cross this line, if they can't turn this with player acquisition and player reacquisition or player retention, they pierce that number. That's when they're like, well, shit, we're just out of money. We're just broke. Right about here, they start doing layoffs of non-essential personnel. So keep that in mind. Each company has a different business strategy. What you said, there is reasons why even with bad expansions still made large profits, because everyone bought the expansion and hoped they're fixing the game. So that's because Blizzard players are like everybody else. Blizzard players like to bitch, they like to whine, they like to complain. Sorry, there was trash on the floor and I could see it out the corner of my eye. And it was gonna drive me nuts all show. Blizzard players like to bitch, they like to complain, they like to whine, but as soon as WoW does another expansion, they all go back to it. Because they know the history is one bad expansion, one good expansion. But when people say Shadowlands is horrible, Shadowlands is crap, Shadowlands is this and Shadowlands is that, I said, then please explain to me why Shadowlands holds the highest pre-order sales record for any Blizzard expansion at 3.7 million pre-orders in a single day. So, All hardcore MMOs lose player base like crazy. It happened with every single one in the past, and current player base has been spoiled. So that's you're saying that they lost their player base because they're hardcore. Don't do that. Don't do that. Yeah, not because they're hardcore. Usually a foreign developer or publisher goes pay to win, or they started off as pay to win. People have to be really, 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 really careful. Most people have logical fallacies. Every single one I played, my guild slowly goes away because of penalties. Really? List me out every single game. I don't want anecdotal evidence. Give me empirical data. Give me the name of the game. Say, we played this game, we played this game. Because for every game you're going to list, because unless you've been playing games that I don't know about, in the last 20 years, I've been in the MMO RPG world, I've played most. Unless you have exit survey data on every single person who left the game, I'm going to Darkfall. Okay, none of those are MMORPGs, just so we're clear. Darkfall, UO, Legends of... Well, UO is a MMORPG. Those aren't even mainstream games. Mortal Online 2, how the fuck can you even say people have left Mortal Online 2? You never even gave Mortal Online 2 a chance to launch. So why is Mortal Online 2 on that list? See, this is why I'm just going to dismiss your argument out of hand. You literally put a game that hasn't officially launched yet on your list of games that people have left. And I'm sure you want to be treated seriously, but I want you to think about that for a second. Mortal Online 2 is on your list. And my understanding is it officially launches it next month. Because I played the beta for the year, had 60 plus guild members leave because they kept getting ganked in towns. Okay, are you sure they left because... Are you sure they left because of that? Can I see all the exit data? Are you sure that some people didn't leave simply because it's a game in beta? I had people in I had people in Fractured leave because they got ganked. I had people in Fractured leave. The whole guild left because we were done. We got to the point where we had enough beta testing or alpha testing knowledge. We gave Prometheus several pages of comprehensive report, and we said, you know what? We're done. We stopped testing Fractured because we had nothing else to do. People leave betas, right? People leave betas because they get tired of them. They don't want to burn out. Sure. Did some of them leave because they got murdered in town? Sure. The question is did they give feedback to the developers? I left Fractured because there was nothing to do. Yeah, we had nothing left to do. What are your thoughts on Microsoft's acquisition of... Okay, I'll get the Microsoft one in a second. It may be anecdotal evidence, but what can I say when I sit in voice comms, listen to them complain a bunch about these things and don't come back? How am I to assume it's not why they left? Because you listened to them bitch, but you didn't follow up and actually ask them. Case in point, people in my guild that were running leather or armor gear in Fractured, they did not leave because they got ganked. They were mad that they got ganked, but they left because of the amount of time it took to replace their gear. They said they were frustrated, they were angry, their initial, fuck this, I just got killed again, I lost all my gear. Well, then when you let them walk away, get a soda, come back, talk rationally, I said, so I want to put in a report to Prometheus. What is it about your death that irritated you? And when the person's calm and they say, it's not the fact that I died, man. It's the fact that I spent the last day remaking my gear because it takes 16 hours to resmelt all the ore, make all the items. They said, it wasn't the fact that I died. It was the fact that I died 10 minutes after leaving town in my new gear. I'm not mad I died. I'm mad it's going to take me another day to make all my gear. That's why you have to be careful. What is the root cause? What is the 5 whys? Because if you tell the developer, and unfortunately, what I'm saying to you is exactly what happened. The majority of the fractured player base was complaining on Discord about the death penalties. So what did Prometheus and the Dynamite team do? They turned around and they changed the PvP rules. The PvP rules weren't the problem. The drop rules were the problem, and the reacquisition of gear rules were the problem. So now Fractured is running around, not doing a 5Y, not investigating, and they're making changes. That's the problem with this. People are mad when they die, but that's not the reason why they quit. Some of them, it's why they quit, but the majority of them have another reason why they quit. People in Arcade dying when they had a hauler full of larders got pissed because that was several hundred gold in 3 days worth of energy taken away. I suggested to Tryon to suggest to XL many times, make it so that larders share the split ratio, but also make it so that trade packs, turning in stolen trade packs, and I wasn't sure how easy this would be, would give you more crime points. So, Arcade, from what I did hardcore correct. Issues was their monetization and company priorities. Yeah, Arcade did hardcore correct, but people left Arcade because of the pay to win, not because of the hardcore. Dying for sure isn't the reason why people leave. It's the consequence of dying that usually does it. Exactly. So, what do I feel about the Microsoft acquisition of Activision Blizzard? Okay. Gonna grab this one for a hot minute. Number 1. I think Microsoft buying Activision Blizzard is amazing. Because Activision Blizzard has been under really bad leadership for years and years and years and years and years. I got completely jumped by somebody on the Reddit because I said Jeff Kaplan isn't a good leader. And somebody said, well, Jeff Kaplan protected the Overwatch team. He kept all of that stuff out of the Overwatch department. I said, that doesn't make him a good leader. That makes him a competent manager. These are the things in life that you have to realize. I don't give cookies for you doing your job. You kept racism, sexism, bigotry out of your department. Congratulations. You are bare minimum Bobby on what is considered a competent manager. I said Jeff Kaplan is an amazing game designer. I said he's a good human being because he protected the people in the Overwatch division. But he also carried the title of vice president, and vice president is a leader. And if he's... Hold on a second. They are replacing the leadership. You gotta dig deep for actual journalistic sources. Right, so back to the Jeff Kaplan thing. I think Jeff Kaplan's a great game designer. I think he's a good human being. I think he's a competent manager. But when I say I think he's a bad leader, and I list the reasons why I think he's a bad leader, and somebody says, well, what did you expect a leader to do? Stand up to the president of the company and get fired? Yes. One thing to note is that companies throw the vice president title around to justify pay grades, but not being a true vice president. Bullshit. 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 That's a bullshit excusism, and I don't accept it. If your fucking business card says vice president, and you took a fucking reach around, jerk me off fucking job title, then you had no interest in being a leader, and you should have just had them fucking put on your goddamn door, fucking Overwatch team monkey. Bullshit. That is the part of excusism in modern society that I think is absolute bullshit. If your job is vice president, that is the fucking job title you got. That is the job title you have. You rise to the occasion. You fucking step up to the plate. And then you make them regret every minute of every day they made you vice president. Because then the moment, it may be bullshit, but it's true. No, it's bullshit. It's people getting into their head. Oh, they gave me a job title and I'm not supposed to rise to the occasion. Bullshit. Absolute bullshit. If they made you a vice president, by God, you act like a vice president. You make them regret giving you that job decision, because then the only way they get you to sit down and shut up in color is to take that title. I know it's true all the time, but it's bullshit. I'm not gonna fucking accept it. That I know it's true, but if you get fucking, if my job title is operations officer, guess what I go do? I go manage all the operations. I go lead all the other leaders. I oversee operations. If you give me a job title that you literally want me to be the vice president of getting shit done, what's the scope of my ability? I go get shit done. You give me the fucking title vice president, my job is to make sure the boss's signature is protected and the company runs well. You're telling me, right? You're telling me that a vice president is gonna be like, my team's protected, all those other, no, bullshit. Bullshit. Do not try to sell me on, you have a job title of vice president. It's an honorary title. And and then in that case, if you have an honorary title that you took to go sit on your hands, you absolutely are a shit leader. So you just proved my point for me. Your title is vice president. You took a title of vice president to justify a pay raise. So you're going to sit in your office? Fine. Now turn around and tell me you're a good leader. No, you're not going to be able to do it. So if that's the case, thank you for making an even better argument about why Jeff Kaplan is a shit leader. He had an honorary title of vice president, but it was thrown around for him to have a pay raise. Oh, so just another example of upper management and corporations screwing over the lowest tier working man, and you having a job title that gives you a lot of money? Oh, shit. Thanks. Sounds like a bad leader to me. That's an even more compelling argument than my bad leader argument. Now, with that said, Bobby Kotick's future at Activision remains unconfirmed. The current leadership will be staying in place through the transaction approval deal. The deal will not be complete until next May or July. Okay, so let me say this. Bobby has a golden parachute. He has a golden parachute. He's under criminal investigation. He's under SEC investigation. So remember, actions portray guilt. Bobby's not going to bail because Activision Blizzard is being bought, because he's still up to his neck in a bunch of problems. Number two, he has a bunch of clauses in his contract of what happens if they get rid of him. Number three, Microsoft isn't going to make us. There is no gain for Microsoft to say, "Oh yeah, when we buy the company, we're going to be getting rid of the upper leadership." Because remember, there's still a lot of things that can go wrong with this deal. I'm actually surprised this deal was even announced. It probably got to the point where it was leaking like a sieve, and according to the Wall Street Journal, sources familiar with the deal say Activision CEO Bobby Kotick is set to leave after the deal closes. Despite contradictory statements saying Kotick will continue to serve as CEO of Activision Blizzard, the two companies agreed that Kotick will depart once Microsoft acquires Activision Blizzard. So first of all, let me just say this. Bobby's chance of staying the CEO of Activision Blizzard is about zero, right? About zero. They're not going to make a big deal about putting him on the block and replacing him before the deal is done. Once the deal is done, I'm going to tell you guys, here's my prediction. Activision Blizzard won't even be Activision Blizzard after the deal is done. After the deal is done, Activision will become Activision, Blizzard will become Blizzard, and Microsoft will separate them, much like Sony Online Entertainment turned into Daybreak Games, and then Daybreak Games turned into 3 different studios. Is the purchasing company bound by pre-existing contracts? It all depends on the contract. It all depends on the contract. For example, when Disney bought Marvel, Disney wanted to completely revamp part of one of its parks. However, Universal Studios already had an existing deal with Marvel, and it said Universal Studios is the only amusement park that may use the Marvel superheroes east of the Mississippi River. So Disney is allowed to use Marvel at Disneyland. Disney is not allowed to use Marvel at Disney World. Now, part of that has been Disney happens to own a lot of things that Universal Studios uses, but Disney can't do anything about it because of the way the contracts are written. Most of those contracts are written for 99 years, which is generally, I know a lot of people say it's a lifetime contract, but 99 years is considered to be the natural lifetime of most things. Most agreements with the government can only be for 99 years due to some bullshit and some just 100-year-old document. When you lease a military installation, you lease it for 99 years. You can't lease it forever. I don't know why they just don't buy them, but it is what it is. Because 99, because of something in a document somewhere where it says the federal government will not enter into any agreements that exceed a period of 100 years. And that is just, it is what it is. Why it is that way? It's because some low-level bureaucrat wrote it that way and didn't want loans to be going over the span of 2 natural lifetimes. Remember, at one point in time, folks, 50 years old was considered, like, you getting to 50 was considered you being like an ancient Methuselah. You know, 50 used to be like you were dead. Like, I'm 42. Not too long in our distant past, I would be like setting my affairs in order. Now 42 is the new 70, or I guess 70 is the new 42. People living forever. People in the government doing pension work. Oh my God, these people are living forever. Like, I will conceivably receive my pension from the government for more than 70 years. I'm sure the government's like, well, screw him. Screw him too, man. So, I saw somebody ask about the Riot MMO. You think Riot's MMO is gonna... How do I think Riot's MMO is gonna do? Compared to most MMOs in the market and Ashes of Creation. So, number one, I think Riot's MMO is going to crush the shit out of the market. I think Riot's MMO is going to be a very large problem for pretty much everybody. And here's why. Because what does Riot need its MMO to do? What does Riot need? Who's going to publish it? Them. Why would Riot use anybody else to publish? Riot's a publisher. Generally, companies that are already publishers don't have somebody else publish. What do we know of Riot's MMO? We don't. But here's the thing: we don't need to know anything about it. And here's why we don't need to know anything about it. And I'm being very serious when I say this. How much money does Riot make? How much money does Riot make a year? $1.25 billion. How much money can they put into their MMO? $100 million a year for 7 years, 8 years, and they don't need to worry about. They don't need to worry about anything. They don't need to deal with anything. What is, hold on, I'm looking for something real quick. Oh, okay, that's there we go. That's what I wanted to see. I want to see Sprocket up in a box. I wouldn't be surprised if their MMO is only or start with a mobile platform. Why would they do that? Why? What is Riot known for? League of Legends? You know, that silly ass game that redefined the MOBA genre? All Riot would need to do is boost its MMO numbers, would put in quests for exclusive skins for their MOBA. They're known for League of Legends, they're known for Valorant, they're known for having a Netflix series. Legends of Runeterra. Here's the thing about Riot. Here's the thing about Riot. They also made Monster Hunter game and that robot fighting game that died. Yeah, and that's fine. It's fine that they make games that die. If they have $1.25 billion a year, they can make projects that die. They have known devs in charge of that too. Ghostcrawler, Cadence Thomas, yeah. Yeah, we're talking about that upcoming Riot MMO. Their MMO will be esports driven. Who cares? Who cares if it's esports driven? Remember, Riot isn't inventing the wheel of cross-game development. Blizzard did it. But what did Blizzard do? Blizzard had this expectation that their MMO players would be Overwatch players, would be Heroes of the Storm players, would be Hearthstone players, and they started making it so obnoxious. You know, the amount Activision Blizzard has purchased for exceeds the total amount of consumer spending last year in video games by nearly 10 billion. Correct? And that's a great factoid. Wait. I don't think you're right. No, you're not right. The US, in the US alone, in 2020, because that's the fourth quarter, the 2021 numbers aren't done. In the US alone, 57 billion in 2020. So, yeah, in only the US, yeah, but can I get that number for 2021? I don't think that number's ready yet because it's yeah, it's 60 billion in the US alone for 2021. 60 billion in the US alone. So that's not global, that's just the US. Yeah, I don't think those fourth quarter numbers are finalized, but but they might have finalized earlier this week. 60 billion in the US alone. So yeah, keep that in mind. Buying Activision and Blizzard, and then look at all the things that Microsoft can now suddenly put on the Game Pass. Look at all those products that are just going to go up there. Speaking of all that, don't you think apart from the contradiction between the latest interview with Steven and everyone yanking him for more and more information to fuel their hype train, he also provides more details for some bigger fish with more resources to come in and steal his ideal and beat him to the final line? Yes. Yes, I do. I think that, and this is one of the reasons why I think Intrepid has stopped showing off as many details. It's also why I think Intrepid should go dark. I think Intrepid should go dark for a while. Because Intrepid still, what you just said, what you detailed out is the problem with talking about an idea, because Intrepid can't even overcome some base challenges they have, as we all know. And I mean, I know it sucks to bash on Intrepid, but it's been 3 years. They've done a number of different attempts at a launcher, and for God's sake, during Alpha 1, the launcher was still jacked up. And I'm not trying to be a dickhead here, right? I'm not trying to be a dick, but there was a one-man studio that was a one-person studio that was developing a game, and his patcher worked right the first time, every time, installed the game exactly as needed. When you did uninstall, it removed the game and didn't leave any residues. I mean, in Alpha 1, you were better off going into the Alpha 1 patcher and then hitting repair. There's a problem. Intrepid hasn't even decided on combat yet. Intrepid is currently still messing around in Agile. If they're gonna do, why is that there now? Oh, because some of these need to go over base overlay. So Intrepid is still messing around on the first circle, the first iteration of combat again, because if they've gone back to design and prototyping, then all the data they got on combat gets scrubbed. They got to get rid of it. If you're doing changes at a prototyping design level for anything, then you have to get rid of all the data, because it's all garbage, because it's data based on a previous iteration. Intrepid absolutely definitely is at the point where somebody could come in and do it like New World tried to do. New World tried to come in and do nodes essentially on the cheap. Are you gonna play, or have I thought about Lost Ark? No, if I'm gonna play a crappy Diablo, I'll just go play Diablo. I mean, I'll go play, if I'm gonna play a crappy Diablo 3, I'll just go play Diablo 3. I've played Lost Ark in both the betas, and there is nothing impressive. You wouldn't say New World copied Ashes of Creation, well, you'd be wrong. And it's amazing. Nothing you've said has been right. Yes, New World copied Ashes of Creation. I assumed and still assume Riot's MMO will just be another mainstream MMO, but they recently made a statement which people weren't happy about, and I find it hilarious. This will be vague, but our philosophy is that if you want to play a single player game, there are great ones out there. Yeah. Oh, didn't copy them well. You didn't copy them well. Well's in the wrong spot there. I wouldn't say New World copied Ashes of Creation well. Gotcha. If you want to play a single player game, there are great ones out there. Yeah, exactly. Other than the 2 dungeons and the 1 raid I've had to do for Final Fantasy Endwalker, you guys know I'm a huge Final Fantasy fan for the story, and I feel Endwalker completely missed the mark. It's starting to pick up now. It's starting to get better. But one of the things about finalizing a story is you already know that people hated the Go See Do, the Prey Return. Final Fantasy, A Realm Reborn, the stuff between 50 and Heavensward is commonly referred to as the Prey Return to the Walking Sands expansion, because all you do is go out and do something and then teleport back. One thing Square Enix learned was make sure you have a teleport wherever you're going to base the people out of. Make sure you have a teleport there. Because it got annoying having to spend 4 minutes What? Okay. But they learned that lesson, and then it seems like in Endwalker they've moved back to the have people run around and like cutscenes, man, cutscenes. But I understand they put together the majority of that expansion pack during COVID, and getting a lot of the, they said a lot of the cutscenes we wanted to get done, we couldn't get done because we can't get the voice actors into the studio. We can't get, like, I don't think people realize we've been struggling with COVID now for 2 years. We've been struggling with COVID now for 25 months. That's pretty insane. The amount of impact it's had on the world is pretty insane. So yeah, intern left out working on the launcher, exactly. With that said, I do think that Blizzard is going to come back into relevancy with a vengeance. One of the problems that people don't see is being first for years and years and years and years and years. Being first means you stop trying. Being first means you no longer see the need to put forth the effort. Because if you can get the $100,000 a year bonus by doing this much effort, and everybody else is down here, well, why are you putting in that much double effort? You want to be far enough ahead of everybody that nobody can catch you, but you don't want to be so far ahead of everybody that then suddenly your boss says, well, for you to get another bonus, you need to do better than you did last year. Well, a lot of places do that. In order to qualify for your bonus, you have to continuously get better. So, right? If I'm here and the rest of the pack is here, and this is more than 200%, I'm overworking myself, because I need to come right about down here to that 110% mark. And then I got to keep an eye on all these people as who's coming up, right? And I got to be like, oh, somebody's getting close to my bar. All right, then I need to bring this up just a little bit more. But if I'm all the way up here at 200%, and then the next year I got to exceed that, well, that's not a good plan. Well, it's like Nvidia. Everybody says AMD is finally catching Nvidia. AMD is finally catching Nvidia. And I said, sure. AMD is finally catching Intel. Yes, they did. The current generation of chips, well, not the current gen, I apologize. The one generation back. When I went to buy my PC, I had access to both the top-end Intel chip and the top-end AMD chip. Went with the 5950. Why? Because it was far superior than the Intel chip. The highest priced chip in both categories, AMD was better. Intel slept for too long. Yes, they did. Intel figured their hold on market share was so big that they didn't need to innovate. Look at Nvidia and look at AMD graphics cards. AMD graphics cards are not better, and we're not doing this again, but AMD graphics cards are not better across the board than the 30 series cards. The best AMD card is not better than a 3090. Now, are there going to be one or two games where the top graphics card for AMD is better than the 3090? For playing, yes. For streaming, no. For playing at 1080, yes. For playing at 4K, no. It's just, like, you can find exceptions here, there, and everywhere, but overall, you're better off with the 3090. If you want to go pure power for pure power. You're technically better off with the 3070, but some people want to compare the far right cards. Yeah, complacency. Intel was just milking the monopoly market as a business. Exactly. That's exactly what they were doing. Did you guys ever notice? Who's the #1 fast food restaurant in the world? The number one fast food restaurant in the world is McDonald's. Number 3080 is not the flagship. 3090 is the flagship. I mean, you can think the 3080 is all you need to compare it to, but the 3080 isn't the flagship. The 3090 is the flagship because that's what the flagship product is. You are correct that the 3080, you're not even the 3080. The 3070 is the top end for gaming, but McDonald's is, yeah, every time you're at McDonald's, you have a bad time. You know, I say, yeah, 3090 Titan is now the flagship. That is true. You guys know that I'm a big fan of treating people equally. I'm really proud of my buddy. My buddy owns a restaurant. Been talking to my buddy for months about the problem he's having with his restaurant. I said to him, if you want to get over the problem you're having with your restaurant, put all your servers on $15 an hour. All tips come to the house. Once the day's payroll is covered by tips, everything else gets paid out prorated 50-50. The house takes 50% to bank for payroll in the future, and the servers prorate out equally based on the number of hours they put in. He switched over to this new pay model on Sunday, right? He switched over to this new pay model on Sunday. He set out new rules and new expectations for all of his employees, and he said, if I'm going to be paying you $15 an hour, I want $15 an hour employees. So, gentlemen, no more coming in with 5 o'clock shadows. No more coming in scruffy looking, right? You're either going to be, tell me you're going to be growing a beard or a goatee before you decide to start growing it, and then make sure if you're growing a goatee, I expect everything else cleaned. Ladies, I expect, hair to be done better. I expect he issued them all new work shirts. He issued them all new work shirts. He said, I expect all your stuff to be cleaned, bleached. If it gets stained, let me know. We'll send it out for professional cleaning if it doesn't. So he upped the ante at his business. He said since Sunday, his business has been completely exploding. His business has been completely exploding. Servers know that because they're hourly employees now, there's no such thing as you have to stay until your side work is done. He can't legally do that. He has to pay them. So if they stay after the restaurant closes, he has to pay them $15 an hour. The flagship product is your major product. It doesn't have to be your first. It's typically what was founded on, but when you're talking about graphics cards, it's your best. It's your flagship. It's the best product you have. So anyway, yeah, my buddy on Sunday he switched them over. He said it's been amazing. Nobody comes in late. Nobody isn't doing side work because he told him, he said, when we close at midnight or we close at 2, depending on the night, you guys leave and I have to stay because I have to do all the side work. So when it comes to splitting tips, he said, he sat down with me, he said, when it comes to splitting tips, if I have to stay and do side work, I'm doing server work at that point. He said his place has been ready to go, ready to close every night on time. The workers all come in early. They look better. They look nicer. They look cleaner. And the funny part is they're making a little bit more than they were making when they were just fighting on tips. They're making a little bit more because I'm sorry, let me back that up. On their best days, they're making a little bit more than they were making when they were just on tips and the base salary. On their bad days, on the slow hours where, a server might get one table, he said they're not standing around, they're not on their phones. With that said, McDonald's employees want $15 an hour. I'm not against McDonald's employees getting $15 an hour. What I am against is the McDonald's employees at my McDonald's getting $15 an hour. Because if you want $15 an hour, then act like you deserve $15 an hour. But when my Egg McMuffin this morning was this, instead of being like this, it was like this. Like, my Egg McMuffin was literally slid off like this. Well, you don't deserve $15 an hour. I'm sorry. You can't even make an Egg McMuffin. And they're like, oh, well, something happens every now and then. No. The McDonald's in town jacks up, I'd say, 1 out of every 3 orders. They think $15 an hour is not worth the extra effort. Yeah. I don't know if you talked about it, but what are your thoughts on Microsoft buying Activision Blizzard? I think Microsoft buying Activision Blizzard is great. You know. So. I think getting rid of... I think splitting Activision and Blizzard into 2 companies and then putting all of those games up on the Game Pass is going to make Xbox a serious competitor to... a serious competitor now. I don't think Microsoft can buy anything else video game related, otherwise the government's going to step in and start talking monopolies. So... I saw this really funny picture of someone who asks for sour cream on the side and the employee put it on the side of the taco. Yeah, seen that. Your McDonald's is giving you restaurant style service. I have seen some of them moving to that. There's a lot of McDonald's that will bring your food out to your table. That already existed. So. This sounds like Zelda music. This is actually... I want to see if... Does this command work? I don't know if I programmed this command properly. No. Let me see what the... I don't think this is tied in yet. This is one of the things I'm working on. Yeah, I don't think these are working yet because I'm still I'm still trying to get these tied in with Spotify. No, hold on. Let me try this one. There you go. Current song works. Current song is Reflections of the Master Bard's World Travels by PGN Music. Who I happen to be PGN Music. So yeah, a little bit of Zelda music. Somebody tried to use my my work. Someone tried to use my work in their video game, and I was like, I don't really see the value to me in that. If you were doing like a demo product, that would be one thing, but you want to use my music without licensing it? No, I don't think that's going to. I don't think that's going to happen. So, when my order is messed up 9 times out of 10, they definitely don't deserve $15 an hour. Yeah, and I agree. So. I think innovators, right? I think innovators in the restaurant industry, like, because right now, I can't even get a cup of coffee reliably during the week. Well, Tamir can't get me a cup of coffee reliably during the week because the Starbucks is closed, hit or miss, depending on the day, because they're short-staffed. Well, the manager of the one Starbucks I know says, well, I don't know what to do. I started paying people $15 an hour, and I'm still not getting the employees I need. But you can't just, okay, Dark Paladin, the answer to things isn't increase wages. And that's, to go economics for just a second, the answer isn't to increase wages. Because at some point, right, at some point, your wages will exceed your income. And if your wages exceed your income, then you're upside down and you're not making any money. Like, that is unfortunately a fact of business. As I've done many times on the show, when I do the example of rent, right? People always assume that you can just raise minimum wage and you're not gonna have problems with the rent. But as I've done, and I've shown on this example, I'm paying a handyman $12 an hour. and your rent is $500 a month. But when I have to pay my handyman, you know, when I have to start paying my handyman $15 an hour and his wages go up from $24,000 to $31,000, then at the end of the year I only have $28,000, but I have more than $28,000 in mortgages. Then what happens is your rent just went up. So if I'm going to increase the wages, that's fine, but then everybody has to be okay with every price of every item going up, because every individual business has to raise prices to cover costs. And now with inflation, because that is essentially what inflation is, then what you're going to have happen is nobody got a raise. I wasn't talking about for everyone, except the problem is if you make it slightly then higher than other stores to attract more people. And then what do the other stores do? See, what workers right now want is workers want a bidding war. Workers want the businesses to be like, well, I'm going to offer 15, so I'm going to offer 16, so I'm going to offer 17. Well, at some point the economy won't support that. And instead of there being 50 jobs available, one business will close. And now you had 50 jobs available in an area. The bidding war put a job out of business, a company out of business. So now you have 37 jobs available. So now instead of 15 people working at $15 an hour, you have 37 people working at $17 an hour, and you have 13 people working at $0 an hour. And I hope everybody can see what the problem with that is. That's why when I try to explain all the time to people on a political economic discussion, the same shit you didn't get in high school or in college, I say, you need to fix the problem. Moneyball, Brad Pitt, what's the problem? No, what's the problem? No, what's the problem? The problem is, and here's the problem. Oh, fantastic. You're doing a show. I was alone in my own mind while handling these papers, and it wasn't a good time. Not today. Not today. That's one of my daughter's favorite phrases. Not today, and she'll run away from me. I'm like, you're in a closed house. You ran upstairs. There's no door. There's no door to the exterior world up there. Like, where are you going? Increased wages means that the cost has come from the owners, the franchise, the business, or the customers. Sure. A lot of the better jobs in my state pay $15 an hour. Businesses here can't afford to pay that for entry-level jobs. Correct. And then a lot of people get mad because they want to get jobs with benefits. And they're like, well, you have to pay me benefits. And the company owner's like, yeah, about that. And then you find out why you're not going to be getting benefits. My company made 400% over budget last year. My wage doesn't reflect that. It's not about wage. It's about treating employees properly. I'm sorry, Jojo. But first of all, it's a bullshit argument that people start right off the bat and they don't understand how that works. First of all, I need to know your company. Is it a publicly traded company? Is it a publicly traded company, or is it a private company owned by somebody? That's the first question. We have to have that. We have to have that answer before we can even move forward. So, because people want to jump on my company made X percentage and they owe me. They don't owe you shit. Okay, you agreed to do that job at the rate of pay that you were offered. So that is the first line argument nobody ever wants to hear. You took a job at X rate of pay. If you know what you're worth, then go out and get what you're worth, like Rocky Balboa said. But if you take a job at $13 an hour, if you take a job at $13 an hour and then at the end of the year your company made 400% profit and you turn around, well, you owe me more, that the black and white answer is no, I don't owe you anything. You agreed to work for $13 an hour. Well, you should give me more. Okay, well, I need to know the exact business. How do you know the business? The business may have made 400% over budget, but do you work in accounting? Do you know what the budget? Do you know what the company's loans are? Do you know what the company's debts are? If it's a publicly traded company, then unfortunately the workers are not the concern of the company. The shareholders are, and that is by law. That is a legal requirement. A legal requirement. The responsibility of the company is to the shareholders, not to the employees. So that's why I said it's great that people want to make a big statement like that, but give me some more details and we can dive into it. What is this battle game? This little battle game is called Stream Raiders. It's just something we do for fun. In fact, this is my long show this week because at 2 o'clock Eastern, we have PvP to worry about. So, that's cheap rent here in New York. There's no regular rent lower than 1K unless you're getting government help. Okay, well, first of all, that's not true about New York. I want to stop you right there. I think you might be referring to New York City. That's absolutely not true about New York State, because I know people who live in New York State out in the rural area, and they don't pay $1,000 a month for rent. With that said, I know this is going to sound like a crazy, I need to be put in an institution. Jay's lost his mind. If you can't afford to live in New York City, then don't live there. Yeah, I wasn't trying to say they owe me more. It's a private company and I would appreciate more. I worked hard to do well for them. Why isn't that a two-way street? Like I told you then, that's really simple. It's not a two-way street. How much of the risk of the company did you absorb? How much of the risk is yours? If you're a wage employee, 0 of the risk of the company is yours. How much of your personal resources did you invest in that company to get that company off the ground? I'm gonna guess 0 because you're not a partner. So why does a wage employee feel they are entitled to profit sharing? Also, if you want profit sharing, are you willing to go to a startup company and work for 2 or 3 years for nothing, on the off chance that you might be able to develop a product that is lucrative and can be sold? See, that's my problem with wage employees thinking they're entitled to profit sharing. You didn't put any skin in the game. None of the risk is yours. I do currently earn profit sharing. Then what are you? Okay. Your story now is shifting all over the place that I'm having a hard time catching up. Your company made 400% over budget and my wage doesn't reflect that. But you're getting profit sharing. So how does your wage not reflect that? You get a wage and you're getting profit sharing. You're getting a percent. How is your wage not fitting? Walk me through here. What's the problem now? You want employees, increase your quality of work. Make people want to be employed for you because you're the best working conditions in town and you'll get manpower. No, I disagree with you. I disagree with that statement. That works for some people. That works for some people. Some people just want the money. They want to be Jerry Maguire. Show me the money. Put the money on the table. That's all I want. If you work for anyone at the end of the day, you're a number, maybe higher than some, but still just as expendable. Yes. Exactly. If you're working for somebody else, like somebody came into the show a while ago and they talked about how it's the boomers' fault that there's no workers. And I said, I said, no, this article that you gave me is completely ridiculous. You're telling me that it's the fault of the generation that's 58 to 67 that there's not workers? I said, that's not true because baby boomers, for the most part, have aged out of entry-level positions. A lot of them are choosing to stay at home and not work at McDonald's for extra money because that's usually the people of that age that are working at McDonald's. They're doing it for something to do. They're retired people who are doing it so that they don't die of boredom. But you're telling me that it's the generation that is 58 to 67 that is the reason why we have a worker shortage? No. Number two, the reason why we have a worker shortage is because a lot of people are entrepreneurs. They're starting. They're starting their own businesses. They're starting their own hustles. Or let me say this. There are people who have decided to work for Grubhub or Uber Eats because they make more money doing that than a bullshit job that has hours. Automation. I remember seeing a sushi bar that managed to somewhat reduce the number of waiters by using that kind of transport belt. Yeah. Those aren't uncommon. The sushi go rounds, usually though it's sushi go rounds, there are still servers because there's the people coming along. When you take the plate, they stack up the plates so they can give you your bill. Also, I hate sushi go rounds that allow children to sit, that families with children allow to sit anywhere near the sushi go round because parents don't pay attention to their kids. Their kids touch the sushi, a server takes it off and puts it on the parents' table and they say, oh, no, thank you, we don't want that. And the waiter's like, yeah, but your kid touched it. And then they get all mad. Well, you can't make me pay for that. Like, get out. Just get out. Oh, hey, call back to the other day. I didn't really panic stock, but you did make me take a look at my pantry. So empty, you wouldn't even know it was a pantry. So I fixed that. Yeah. I recommend everybody right now, based on my own personal experience. I'm not saying to go out and buy $600 worth of food and stock your house up. But if you're the kind of person who, when you go to your pantry, it's completely old Mother Hubbard's cupboard, I would definitely buy some rice, some ramen, some soup stock, some longer term, some spaghetti sauce. If you eat such things, I definitely would have a couple of weeks worth of food in my house. I say that because I'm finding it harder and harder to get specific things. Yeah, rice is always a good one. I'm finding it harder and harder to find specific things weekly. I live in an agricultural town, so if food becomes scarce again, I guess we're just going to go on like a beef diet again because local butcher shop, local cows, prices go up. But milk, eggs, and beef and chicken we have stocked daily in our market. But I'll tell you, the last time COVID got stupid and crazy, people were coming in from out of town to shop at our grocery store because we are an ag town. So then they did some dastardly dirty stuff to make sure the in-town people could get their stuff. But I think he meant it was the actions of the baby boomer generation that changed things so that today there are a lot of the problems the younger generation have to deal with didn't exist back then. Not that they're taking jobs. Well, no, honestly, if somebody actually feels that it's the baby boomers' fault of the problems, that's just stereotypical bullshit where the young generation blames their elders. The baby boomers didn't change the way the market works because the baby boomers all worked in factories. The baby boomers did not make it so that there weren't factory jobs to be had. The government did that. Don't blame an entire generation for what 435 people plus 3 plus 1 do. My wife started driving and she works about 10 hours a week when she decides to go out for 2/3 of her weekly wages at her previous position, and she decides what to take. And yes, I make her check her mileage, her equipment upkeep, her taxes, and she's still positive. 20 hours a week can net her about 2.2K a month. Yeah, exactly. I love eggs. Eggs are amazing. You can do about 50,000 things with eggs. And there's a mist. I forgot to mention a mist, the walking canvas. I think that should be your streamer tag. A mist, the walking canvas. You're just the walking canvas. I mean, we could call you, yeah, that's genius. I know. There you go. You can have that one for free, a mist. You can have that one for free. So, you know, man, there's nothing controversial today. We got no controversy. I'm gonna check my Discord, make sure there's. Oh, I think there were a couple of questions for the live stream. Where's it? I guess we're back to the only question I have. We're back to the cash shop, man. The cash shop continues to be a source of contention for Intrepid Studios. Not only do they have, there's so many things wrong with their cash shop, right? There's so many things wrong with their cash shop. Number one, it's a prohibitively high paywall. That paywall is high. That paywall is high. Number two, we don't even know what we're buying yet, right? I know a bug with the AOC website that is easily replicated if you want to know about it. I don't want to know about it. I hope you've reported it. If you want to send it to me on Discord, if you don't want to report it, send it to me on Discord privately. I'm Jahlon #0001 on Discord. Send it to me. I'll write up the report if I can replicate it. But yeah, I don't want public bugs known about their website. I want to know about it so that we can get it reported, so we can get it fixed. 0001, yeah. How long until Steven snaps on stream and says something like, will you just let me talk? Yeah. Fuck, this pizza is spicy. Nice. People would have bought way more skins if they weren't locked behind a tier and a paywall. I agree with you. I agree with you. I agree with you. I'll tell you right now, if the current prices are indicative of the cash shop, I'm not paying for anything beyond the subscription. Maybe I'm just not the target audience for their microtransaction model, but damn. Yeah, you know, I do have to say that as well. Right? And this is going to make me sound like a giant jerk. But I've picked apart Steven's interview with MMORPG, right? Now, at one point I thought that Steven's 30 million represented his disposable income. I thought the 30 million guys, I want to realize disposable income is literally the money that you can open up the window and throw out the window and get no return on investment. That's your disposable income. Disposable, as in you disposed of it. Now, I thought 30 million is hella impressive, right? I don't have 30 million in disposable income. And then Steven says he can go up as high as 45 million. And I'm like, okay, that's pretty baller. 45 million. Respect. Then Steven says in this interview that he did with MMORPG, he said something to me. Well, not to me. He said something. And I've been thinking about it ever since he said it. He said he and John have even more resources that they can dedicate towards the project. And I've said to myself, if you have that many resources, why in the blue fuck did you go to Kickstarter and ask for $800,000, $900,000? Why did you not just build the game that you wanted, right? Why did you just not build the game that you wanted, have a playable demo, and then launch the playable demo on Kickstarter? Why did you come to market in 2017? Now, part of that I understand had to do with them being able to recruit. Yeah, he said to gauge interest. What do you mean to gauge interest? Let me squash that one. We're putting together an MMORPG Kickstarter in order to gauge interest, but our key foundational party line is Ashes won't be for everyone, and that's okay. So if Ashes won't be for everyone and that's okay, then what is the gauging interest have to, oh, that's better. What is the interest that you're gauging if you're going to say, if you're going to say, but it's not going to be for everybody, then why aren't you just sure in the Field of Dreams, if you build it, they will come? Like, why are you hyping a game that you turn around and you say isn't for everybody? These are the things where I don't understand the actions they're taking. The actions they're taking leave me like just mollified. Like, what are you doing? I have so many questions why regarding the cash shop. It's like a huge dent in the hype. Yeah, I've asked those questions. I put those out on a YouTube video. People have responded. Intrepid hasn't. By the way, all the polls on the channel now all direct you over to YouTube. That is intentional. So the polls section underneath, I have different poll questions there. Though I'm going there for a reason. What's your opinion on CCP and their censorship of games and media? And do you think Ashes of Creation will be able to publish in China? So first of all, CCP, the Chinese Communist Party, because make sure that when you use acronyms, You know which ones you're talking about, because CCP is also crowd control products, or crowd control productions, which makes EVE Online. What do I think about the censorship of their games? They are the ruling body of a government. It is not my position to tell the ruling body of another government, of another country, that I am not a citizen of, that I don't have a vested interest in, how to run their country. It is not my place. It is not my country's place to tell China that they shouldn't censor games and censor media. So that's my statement. It is the responsibility of the Chinese people to say, are you happy or are you unhappy with your government? I live in a country that exists because of a revolution. So therefore, I'm not going to say that I'm not going to say how China should run. Chinese censors and this, that, and the other. I'm not a citizen of China. We don't live in a global government. So I think everybody in the world would be a whole lot less high-strung if every other country on the planet would stop telling other countries how they should do things. I also, on that point, I don't ever agree with America telling any country how to run its country for two major facts. Number one, in America, we have a military that's larger than the next 26 countries combined. And yet we have veterans die every day on the streets. So the audacity of my country to say you should run your country in such a way, I don't care if 6 more veterans died today. I'm in the middle of a press conference. Number two, America is supposedly the greatest country in the world, yet we have children living on the street with no food, losing toes due to frostbite. With that said, I don't think America has any business telling China, Russia, South America, Africa, anywhere, what they can and cannot do with their country. So, I'm less concerned with CCP censorship than I am with them abandoning humanity. Well, America's done the same thing. So, you know, I'm not going to criticize anybody on that one. I have no interest in the testing keys or embers. I don't even have a computer to run the game. I would still buy a belt or hat skin or two between now and launch. Not at the current entry price though. Soda, you're absolutely 100% correct. I think Intrepid is making a huge mistake with their paywall. I did a video. I've said many times, Mr. Sharif, tear down that wall. I'm old enough to be alive when the Berlin Wall got torn down. Mr. Sharif, tear down that wall. So, you played APOC. Can you go over how the different types of bows played out? Yeah, they had a hit scan bow, which was the short bow, and then a projectile bow, which was the long bow. They tested both. They tested both. They tested both styles. Personally, I thought the short bow was better for an MMO. I thought the projectile bow, I thought the long bow was better for a MOBA. 89. The Berlin Wall came down in 89. So. I agree. When A2 was live, the paywall comes down. Why wait till Alpha 2 to take down the paywall? I think that what should happen. This is what should happen. Ready? This is what we should have. 2022 should look something like this. 2022 marketing. Whoa. I put that too close to the edge. And why? I need bigger. Okay, 2022 marketing. Ready? Number 1, update people on cosmetics they already own. What this means is ship size and freehold buildings. Right? Now, number 2, don't sell any more cosmetics until you can answer number 1. Number 3, tear down the paywall. Let people buy individual cosmetics. Period. This is how I would do it. Freeholds can't be a harbor, yet they've sold the dock cosmetic. Yep. Serious question. Do you think subs alone will be enough to sustain the game? There's always the argument from the game companies they need to cash up to keep the game running. No, I actually did a I did a video over on my YouTube. Let me go grab it. Where I said that $15 may not be enough. And the reason why $15 won't be enough is people forget that the game companies have debt, right? Game companies have debt. So when Intrepid comes out, and wow, is that video that old already? Wow, I put out a lot of stuff. Here's the video that I did on the monetization, and people forget that whatever money Steven has put into Intrepid Studios, he's gonna want back. Like, well, not only is he gonna want back, but he has to take back. Remember, Intrepid Studios has shares of stock issued. I'm very confused about something, and it's a minor business thing for me. But it's a minor business thing for me. But Intrepid Studios Incorporated, if it's incorporated, it's a corporation. But then it said Intrepid Studios is a limited liability company, and I'm like, no, you're not. You're either a C corporation or you're a limited liability corporation. I'm very confused. Maybe California lets you do it differently. In my state, you cannot be a C corporation and a limited liability corporation, because a C corporation automatically, it's its own tax entity. There's no pass-through, so there's no liability, because my C corporation, the Paradox Gaming Network Incorporated, it holds its own liability. I'm not liable for its actions. It's not liable for my actions. I'm only liable for its actions if I'm breaking the law. But I saw some paperwork, and I'm like, Intrepid Studios Incorporated is a limited liability company, and I'm like, I'm confused. So, whatever money Steven puts into Intrepid has to pay him back eventually. Now, that eventually could be whenever, 50 years from now. The question referencing the Chinese Communist Party was in reference to the Ashes of Creation being able to release due to the censorship of the game, unlocking a vast market for the game. You asked for a more controversial topic. I didn't. So, publishing in China doesn't make Intrepid any more money. Publishing in China means Intrepid has to pay a publisher. Or, technically, publishing in China, is, meaning you get paid by a publisher buys the rights from you for a fixed amount of money and a percentage of maybe the cash shop, and then, or a percentage maybe of the overall sales. It depends on how you structure the deal. I don't want to speak out of turn. There's lots of ways to structure a publishing deal, but the majority of the money goes to the publisher because they've already paid they've already paid you, so you already got your cut. According to the California Texas, LLCs can file. Yes, LLCs can file as corporations, but I don't. Can an LLC have its Okay, so no state allows for an LLC to use the designation of Inc. So, can an LLC use Inc. in its official legal name? No. If you're an LLC, you need to place the LLC at the end of your business. If you have incorporated, then you can use corporation or corp or Inc. So no, I don't think Intrepid can be a limited liability corporation because they're Intrepid Studios Incorporated. But that's where I'm, you know, it's a minor thing for me, but I see it done both ways, and they need to know which words they can use. Players cannot get recolors of any cash shop item. That is correct. That is correct. The individual pieces are for NPCs. So when they pull that individual cosmetic, apart, if they pull that individual cosmetic apart, any individual pieces go to NPCs, which again, that's another thing. I don't know why, if Intrepid Studios is going through the issue of making those individual pieces, then why don't they let the players have the individual pieces? I think the big thing is they need to explain their cosmetic system from top to bottom so that everybody understands, because there's been so many iterations, and that's what I think Intrepid needs to do on a lot of their issues. What Intrepid needs to do is, it's been 5 years now. Think about that. It's been 5 years. I think they need to start with, and they don't need to do this directly, right? They could sit down with two outside people like Lex and me, and they could turn around and say, Lex, Jahlon, what is unclear about the systems? And I know some people would be like, well, why do Lex and Jahlon get to ask the questions? Well, Lex runs the wiki and I run Ashes 101. So, you know, Lex, Jahlon, give us a list. What things need to be clarified? I hope they take some inspiration from BDO. Just recently, BDO broke 80% of its cosmetics into smaller pieces so you can mix and match. Yeah. So I agree. When is my 2021 interview? I don't have one on the schedule right now. I may have fallen out of favor because I may be a little bit too critical and I may be hurting too many people in Intrepid's feelings, which is okay. I'm not worried about it because I'm not saying anything that doesn't need to be asked, but I'm not, yeah, my 2021 interview. I didn't do one in 2021. 2022 interview. Dude, it's only January. It's only January. I'm not ready. I'm not ready for 2022 yet. But I think some of the time I'm a detriment to my own success because what I say, people interpret as I'm being mean or I'm being toxic or I'm being harsh. I don't think asking the questions of, can I please know, since you decided to change how the monetization was going to work, after I already bought some stuff, could you please tell me? You told me a year ago. You told me a year ago you have the list, right? So, I don't think it's unfair of me to say you're selling cosmetics when you yourself say you don't need them and you don't even know what you're selling. Tear down the paywall. You say you don't need the money, so let more people buy. And like I did the math, I think more people would buy individual cosmetics than people buying packs. A lot of people find your paywall cost prohibitive. So why don't you do something about it? But all I'll say is if I had the access to the mailing list, the people, the forums, if I had access to all that stuff, I'd be getting a ton of data. I'd be making data-driven decisions all day long, right? I'd be making data-driven decisions all day long because it wouldn't be a matter of, I wonder what the people would think. It would be a matter of, I've already asked the question and here's the data. So, my personal preference is to remove full body cosmetics and go to all being individual, but let you buy the full individual pieces as a set. So the problem with that, Threather, is putting everything on a single cosmetic is faster for the development time. So, it's weird because if you want to earn some money for development, why do it with a less efficient model? I agree. I would love for them to do the individual pieces, but I don't think they're going to go that way. You're going to lose 1,000 people 25. Yeah, you're going to lose 1,000 people's $25 because they don't want to spend $375 to open up that tier. Yes. I am more likely to buy more cosmetics if they were broken down. Well, yeah, but the problem is they do want to maintain some level of graphic fidelity. I'm not against that. I am not against them maintaining graphic fidelity. So in that regard, I'm okay with them keeping full body cosmetics. Your cough sounds harsh and scares me. Yeah, my cough, you guys know that I've been ill. You guys know that I've been ill. I had to take 10 weeks off. It is what it is. I will try to live until the launch of Ashes. It might be faster, but they're doing it already. What they're doing is mixing and matching, so what's the difference? Yes, Faye. You're 100% correct. You're 100% correct. You're already doing all the heavy lifting. If you're already doing all the heavy lifting, then why not make it available to the players that way? Well, after the launch, you mean? Well, at this point, man, I'm just going to try to live till launch. I'm going to try to live till launch. That might be rough. Have they given an ETA on the next spot testing dates? No, they don't have any dates because I wouldn't believe them. I would not believe them even if they did say what the next testing dates were. And here's why I wouldn't believe them. So you know that you're prototyping combat and you have a definitive date for when the next testing is going to be. Now, spot testing, if they turned around and said that we we're gonna spot test combat in 3 months because we think we'll be there. But my concern is, you know, Intrepid says we're not in any rush, we're not in any hurry. We don't have to be in a rush, we don't have to be in a hurry. Well, you do. You do have to be in a rush and you do have to be in a hurry. Because moving with a sense of purpose doesn't mean you rush. But moving with a sense of purpose means you understand that on the horizon is ArcH 2. You understand that on the horizon is Project TL. You understand that on the horizon is the League of Legends MMO. You understand that on the horizon, your game is about to age out. Your game is about to age out. Your game is at 6 years, 5 years in hype. You are, as we move other games into the LOL 401k club, as we move other games into the LOL never gonna happen club, then Ashes starts to now move. Like, here, let me do it this way. Let me Jahlon Ross this up. So we're gonna go back to 2017, right? We're gonna go back to 2017, and we're gonna put the games that were already old in 2017. Camelot Unchained, Crowfall, already old or announced, right? Crowfall, Pantheon, Star Citizen, Chronicles of Valeria. Yeah. Did I get everybody? So, already old, already announced. In 2017, you had Camelot Unchained, Crowfall, Pantheon. So, this is what was already old, already announced. And then what you had here, right? You had Ashes of Creation get added to the list. Now, Crowfall's launched. Crowfall died. Camelot Unchained has gone into some sort of we don't know. Probably never going to happen. Chronicles of Valeria, probably never going to happen. This is the fat whale of the room. You know, oh, I don't have New World on there. You are right. I don't have New World on there. So Project Gorgon, I don't put Project Gorgon doesn't exist in my mind because I don't think it was ever known enough by people, right? So, Pantheon, I don't think Pantheon is a scam, but I think Brad McQuaid's death causes a big issue for them. And New World launched and New World tanked, right? So this is 2017 and it's After Effects. So let's look at 2020, right? Let's look at 2020 because it's 2022. Let's look at 2022. Already old. Announced. Camelot Unchained is still on the list. Pantheon's on the list. Ashes of Creation is on the list. Star Citizen remains on the list. COE remains on the list. We're going to have Arcade 2. We're going to have the Riot MMO. We're also going to have Project TL. And we're going to have whatever Microsoft family of everyone games is working on. Mortal Online 2, Glory, those aren't top end games. We're fuck all them games. Those Mortal Online 2 isn't an MMORPG, so that's not even relevant. Gloria Victus isn't even an MMORPG to my knowledge, so it's not even up there. Yeah, World of Microsoft, the Microsoft family of everyone that makes MMOs. Microsoft didn't buy ZeniMax just to support ESO. Microsoft bought ZeniMax to make a game. So let's look at this, right? So, with that said, already old and announced. Camelot Unchained at this point in 2022, I'm sorry, is a joke. Pantheon looking more like vaporware. Star Citizen looking like vaporware. Chronicles of Valyria looking like vaporware. These four are the new bloods. So now what's going on with Ashes of Creation? See, realize Ashes of Creation is now the old guy at the club. See, Ashes of Creation is that 30-year-old. Ashes of Creation is that 30-year-old who's hanging out in the club. 30's not too old to hang out. 30's too old to hang out at the club. Right? When you hit 30, you should be transitioning to a bar. And if you're still single at that point, then you transition to a particular style of bar. With that said, Ashes of Creation is the old guy. In 2022, Ashes of Creation is the old guy, and the what the fuck happened to you? Like, what the fuck happened to you, Ashes? Didn't you have a 2020, well, before 2020 launch date? So, I am a little concerned, right? Yeah, but Star Citizen was the old guy in 2017. That's why they were already old announced, but, you know, I'm not a fan of Star Citizen. I'm not a fanboy of Star Citizen. I'm not a white knight of Star Citizen. But I do have to say, what they're trying to do with Star Citizen for that niche, that genre, is so monumental that I'm willing to give them a few more years than I give other games. But now it's 2022. You're vaporware. Star Citizen over Elite Dangerous. I don't know why you'd put the tongue out face. Star Citizen is absolutely over Elite Dangerous. Elite Dangerous is a complete pile of trash. I disagree with this. You disagree with what Star Citizen is trying to do for the space genre is revolutionary. Then you can disagree with that all you want. You're going to be wrong. The funny joke to this is Star Citizen said by now EVE Online would be shut down. EVE Online is celebrating 17 years, and Star Citizen has a non-playable beta. I took another look at Pantheon this week, and they put some pretty substantial information about their game on the website. It's starting to look a little bit like Prognosis is improving. Right. But here's the thing. Pantheon is already an old idea. Pantheon isn't going to... Pantheon, I don't think, is going to come out in... revolutionize the world. By the way, I do have to share one thing before I forget. As you guys know, I am a huge... I'm an absolute huge... Resident Evil fan. I don't have it up right now because the monitors are up. I watched the new Resident Evil movie last night. Let me save you the $20. The new Resident Evil movie is not worth $20. It's not worth $18. It's not worth $15. It's not worth $13. It's not worth $7. It's not worth $4.50. It's not worth $3. The new Resident Evil movie isn't worth 99 cents. The new Resident Evil movie is so horrible. It's so horrible. It's so horrible. It is so horrible. It's so horrible. Don't even watch it, because that'll be 2 hours of your life you're never getting back. So, have I watched the CGI Resident Evil movies? Yes. Is it made by the same people? I can't answer that question. Is the new Resident Evil movie horrible? Yes. Except for you. You should spend the $20 and watch it. Nobody else should. Just you. So, Pantheon is very niche. They're shifting the combat system that's slowed down. It's going to be like more like an ARPG in terms of combat. I agree with that. When did it come out? I got the email yesterday that it was available for live streaming, and I'm a huge Resident Evil fan. I'm a huge Resident Evil fan. Just so we can talk about the level to which I'm a Resident Evil fan, let me do this real quick. So, my standing wallpaper, and you can only see a little bit of it, but my standing wallpaper on a daily basis, as you can see right there, that's the Umbrella Corp. It says Umbrella Corp. There's their icon right here because it's a widescreen. My standing wallpaper is Umbrella Corporation. I love Resident Evil. I love the Resident Evil movies. Somebody said, were any of them worth watching? I think that the original one, I think Apocalypse, I think the final chapter was worth watching. I think some of them did get a little silly. I'm not going to say that every one of those Umbrella movies was a masterpiece, but no, I definitely agree. Some of them were worth watching. So, what's my opinion of the new Resident Evil movie? You should watch it. You should buy the HD version. You, Phelan, you should personally watch. You should watch it right now. In fact, you should watch it instead of my show. Now everybody else should watch my show. So, I really enjoyed the first Resident Evil movie when it came out. Yeah, and I'm not going to give you guys any spoilers, but that's what they tried to do. They tried to recapture the violin jump scares. They tried to capture the violin jump scares parts of the first movie in this new movie, and some of them they did, some of them they got me, but the rest of it was like, I think The Walking Dead was an amazing series. I know not all of you are going to agree with me, but I think the first 5 seasons of The Walking Dead was an amazing series, right? First 5 seasons were good. I think the problem is that you can't keep doing gritty reality over and over and over again, because that wears on a person. I loved what they did with The Purge in the TV show for The Purge. I loved that. I loved the Purge TV shows. But the problem is that you can't keep bringing you can't keep bringing out something year after year for the sake of bringing it out. I think that if they had taken some time between the Purge series, they would have been better. I also would have loved to have seen the Purge TV show, like something like this. Blitz advertising. Absolutely blitz advertising. Like, put everybody under an NDA, get the whole season filmed, and then start running commercials on it was on TBS, or yeah, it was on TBS. Start running commercials that are literally commercials. These are the founding fathers. Like, I wouldn't even let people, like, literally I would just pay for the spot and run the Purge thing, and then in very small letters on the bottom it would be Wednesday at season premiere, Wednesday at 7 o'clock. I would do that. I would do that as an internet marketing campaign. I would do that as a Twitch campaign. Like the ads that roll, man. This is an announcement from the new founding fathers of America. Beginning on 19 January at midnight, the Purge will begin. Oh, you could just do so many things with it. The Walking Dead is great again in the last couple of seasons. Absolutely enjoying it. No, The Walking Dead sucks in the last couple of seasons compared to seasons 1 through 5. The problem with telling people, like, here's why this season of The Walking Dead sucks, right? Because you know it's the last one. They've told you. What do I think about Josh Strife Hayes' video on NFTs? I don't watch Josh Strife Hayes, to be honest. I don't need to look at somebody else's video on NFTs to basically to basically say this. Gamers don't even understand what NFTs are, yet they want to have games made with NFTs. So would that announcement cause War of the Worlds radio events? No, I don't think so. Because you would say the new founding fathers of America, and Purge fans would know what that is. But yeah, you might have to run that by the FCC. So does it suck as much as season 8 of Game of Thrones? Can I just say this about season 8 of Game of Thrones? I am glad that the Wonder Twins completely fucked their careers with season 8 of the Game of Thrones. Only those two idiots would be told that they had as much screen time as they wanted to tell the story right, and they decided to hurry up and just get to their Disney deal. And then everybody believes the shit that those two say. Well, we decided that we didn't want to do the Star Wars deal, so Disney let us out of our contract. And Disney's like, Disney doesn't let people out of contracts. Disney fires you. Let me make this quite clear. If you have a contract with Disney, you're either doing what Disney wanted, or you're fired and you owe them a lot of mouse. Yeah, the House of Mouse didn't let you out of shit. Jeremy Renner was supposed to be in whichever one it was, Mission Impossible 5, that he wasn't in, because he had to be on standby as Hawkeye for Disney in case they wanted to use him for shoots. And so he didn't get to be in one movie because he had a House of Mouse contract. Those are the contracts. Now, for anybody that's concerned, I can't believe Disney did him like that. He got paid and he gets compensated, but they were like, nope. See, because Disney doesn't have like the Zack Snyder, Josh Weldon, all the shitty DC, all that crap. They don't have that. If you're on a Disney contract, you're available. He got that Katie Bishop money. Haley Steinfeld, you mean? Gaming and streaming are the new, I'm going to play in the NBA for a living. All these kids think they'll be making millions, when in reality, 99% of them will be looking for jobs outside the gaming sphere after failing to break into the industry. You know, Karthos, this is what I like in I tell people, ready? Dwayne Johnson, better known as The Rock, is an absolutely successful entertainer. Absolutely successful entertainer. Failure as a football player. He represents the less than 0.1% of people make it to the NFL. Great football player. The reason why his production company is called $7 Marketing is, he failed in the Canadian Football League. He got cut with $7 in his pocket. Yeah, The Rock played football. But look at what that man did. Yeah, Canadian. Look at what that man did. That man came up with the catch line of the most electrifying man in sports entertainment. And then he decided to start doing movies, and he changed his tagline to the most electrifying man in sports and entertainment. For the first couple of movies, he was in the movies as The Rock. And then he started, because Vinnie Mac gets a cut of everything that The Rock uses The Rock on. So he went from The Rock to Dwayne The Rock Johnson to Dwayne Johnson, because he doesn't want to give Vince McMahon money. That's like John Cena. Guy's name is actually John Cena. No, the WWE still gets licensing. Yeah, Vinny does. Yeah, the WWE gets licensing on The Rock. John Cena, the guy's birth name. The brand John Cena makes the WWE money. Now, John Cena has spoken on that, and he says he's not against Vince McMahon making a royalty on his name, because without him, he would have been mowing lawns. Amazon gave him the name for the new Lord of the Rings series, Lord of the Rings, The Rings of Power. That's pretty good. That'd be for a pretty good story. For anybody not familiar with the Lord of the Rings TV show, going to Amazon has some really strict rules for what from the Tolkien estate. Amazon cannot, the new movies cannot change doctrine lore. So nothing in the new movies or nothing in the new TV show can cause ripple effects. To be honest, I'm really worried about them ruining Tolkien's legacy. Why? They can't. Nothing they do in the TV show can impact what should happen in The Hobbit or what should happen in The Lord of the Rings. Maybe that show can rekindle the Lord of the Rings MMO they were talking about. The problem is that Amazon doesn't have the distribution rights for the MMO. Layout Technologies has the licensing for the MMO. Layout Technologies was bought by Tencent. Tencent couldn't come to an agreement with Amazon. So, did you hear that Avatar 2 got a confirmed release date? Might finally see what Cameron's been doing for the last 10 years. Here's what James Cameron has been doing for the last 10 years. Doing 4 blockbuster movies. Because he has Avatar 2, 3, 4, and 5. James Cameron is doing a lot of what was done with Lord of the Rings 2 and 3. Filming it all together. Because if you do 4 blockbuster movies and you film it year after year, you run into the problems of actors being unavailable, actors aging, actors looking different. I mean, look at Harry Potter and the actors and the actresses look at Harry Potter and how the actors start to develop faster. Like, if you guys didn't know this, Daniel Radcliffe was drunk on the set of Harry Potter 6 and 7, both the 7s, right? He had an alcohol issue. Yeah, the original Dumbledore died, if you guys didn't know that. They did the aging in Harry Potter on purpose? No, they didn't. The actors aged faster than they should have, because the actors aged more than 1-for-1 yearing. It's if you listen, like, sure, the actors had to age. They couldn't film all of Harry Potter back to back to back, but the lengths of the breaks in Harry Potter, you see them make radical changes in their ages. Ginny Weasley was one that they talked about, Bonnie Wright, that they talked about specifically. She ages too quickly because of how kids go through. If you're not filming on a 1-for-1 basis, you're gonna see them age too quickly. That's one of the things they didn't want to have happen with Lord of the Rings, not necessarily the aging part. They wanted the ages to advance, just not as much as what you're saying. Yeah, they wanted the ages to Maisie Williams is another one in Game of Thrones. Because you need a girl of a certain age for season 1, she's going to age faster because she's going to age in Earth real time when you need her to stay small. Like Maisie Williams grew up, got really small. They said some of the in some of the scenes in the earlier seasons, because she got so tall and so skinny so fast, they had to deal with her endowment, and she had to wear basically like a pregnancy belly so that she looked like a kid, not like a young lady. I didn't want to go there. I'm trying not to go there. That's just like the shooting on set of certain movies. Like her, hate her, want to slap her so her lazy eye looks at you at the same time. Kristen Stewart couldn't film at night on Twilight. Like literally they were in Forks, Washington, and they had been told by the authorities, if she's on set prior to her 18th birthday, we will shut your filming down. So they had to film as much as they could, and then when she turned 18, they were able to film unrestricted. Maybe that's why they aged up the Wheel of Time characters. We're not going to talk about the Wheel of Time character. We're not going to talk about Wheel of Time. We are not going to talk about Wheel of Time. You never understood why Dumbledore allowed himself to be killed. Why are you spoiling? It's 20 years later. People should know by now. He was dying anyway. He needed to make sure that the Elder Wand, the ownership of the Elder Wand, could not get to Voldemort. That's why he allowed himself to be killed. It's why he allowed himself to be disarmed by Draco. And Draco would have been killed otherwise. I don't necessarily, that's like up there in the lists, but at the end of the day, it was all about making sure the ownership of the Elder Wand was convoluted. I don't think Dumbledore thought that through too well, though, because it would ultimately mean that, see, and what I don't get, what I don't get is that convoluted thing. I mean, didn't Snape just have to hold the wand and get disarmed for ownership? Because that's how it happened. He did the same thing to himself. He did to Harry. He kept himself alive so he could die at the right time. Yeah. So, what if Harry hadn't disarmed Draco later? True. Had he died, a curse put on something by Voldemort, technically Voldemort would have killed him, so ownership of the wand would have gone to Voldemort. Yes, that is also true. So there's a lot of plot there. Harry Potter, you can get into so many rabbit holes on Harry Potter. It's unbelievable. Oh. It's gonna be a long day, guys. It's gonna be a long day. But you know what I don't have to do? Karthos, your plan is defeated. We did not get we didn't hit the third marketing tier. So that you guys know, Karthos was When I started streaming World of Warships, Cartho said he was going to buy me a hat and rush it to me, so I had to wear it. I took it a step further. I said if we got the 3rd tier of sponsorship, 19 more captains, I would buy the Admiral Obvious outfit and I would stream like that, but it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. Are you going to try to get an interview with Steven sometime this year? Yes, as long as this year doesn't throw me any bricks to the face and I don't have to take a 10 week off. I didn't ask for an interview last year because I had to take 10 weeks off. I didn't think it was right that I even put in a request for an interview. I had originally planned on asking Steven to do a post Alpha 1 recap interview with me, but then literally testing ended on Sunday. Life hit me in the face on Tuesday. I streamed on Wednesday, and then I took 10 weeks off, so... No interview could be as pointless as the MMORPG one. No, the MMORPG interview is a good one. People have to remember that everybody's assuming, right? Everybody is assuming that every drop of information is meant to satisfy the existing community, right? The community is starving for information. And this is one thing I do say all the time. I say that Intrepid isn't managing their community very well. But this is that retention piece. What they're not doing is retention. What they're doing right now is they're requiring a lot of new people. They're requiring a lot of new people, and that's what the MMORPG interview is. The MMORPG interview is a player acquisition technique. It's not a player retention technique. So no, I think the interview was good. Overall, I think that interview was really good. Don't you love how the PI backers keep leaking NDA info, then deleting it quickly? I think that I think Steven should just outright get rid of the PI program because they do that. But apparently he's okay with it. So if he's okay with it, who am I to tell him what he can and cannot be okay with? While this battle is going on, I'm going to walk out of the room real quick, and then I'm going to grab that one real-life question, and we will get back to Ashes. Alrighty. That's why I said it was pointless. No one that goes to MMORPG is unaware of AOC, and those that aren't aware are getting bombarded by the MMORPG hive mind. Right, but the video itself will reach people. I do agree that I might not have done it with MMORPG, but I don't think the overall... The interview as a source isn't bad. The marketing of MMORPG is probably bad. Somebody asked me a real-life question. You guys know that I take real-life questions as often as I can. I think answering people's real-life questions is important. I see the question. Just moved into a new unit. Seen your neighbors extremely hostile to wife. Addressing this behavior with them but left a bad taste. Any coping philosophy advice for pushing through these living conditions? Well, first of all, let me just say this. I have neighbors, but I will never ever live in a multi-unit building. The only multi-unit building I will ever live in is if I end up in a retirement home, because I'm unable to care for myself and I've pissed off my kids and none of them want me. Truthfully, I'm not that guy. I'm not that guy because I'm not passive aggressive. I'm aggressively aggressive. I do love it when people make comments about me. This guy's so passive aggressive. And I'm like, the fuck do I have to do to prove I'm aggressive? Do I gotta start burning buildings down and shit? Like, what do you got? I'm not passive aggressive. Do I look passive aggressive? Do I look like what I'm saying is supposed to be a backhanded insult? If I'm insulting you, you know I'm insulting you. Like, I don't have subtlety. I just call you fucking stupid. So yeah, real life advice on how to deal with people. If they're extremely hostile, I don't know your country. I don't know where you're living. I don't know your county. I don't know your state. I don't know what the laws are. You know, we don't know if ashes will be good or bad, so technically everyone is right there. Wouldn't the more right be a neutral position if you don't have enough information to decide one way or another? So good or bad, they're both wrong. Yeah, so that's the problem, Axel, and you got caught up in that. If you, all the people over at MMORPG, and we've looked at the MMORPG thread, and the things people said. Unfortunately, a lot of the things people say over at MMORPG aren't wrong. A lot of the things that people say over at MMORPG aren't wrong. And I really do think that Intrepid and Margaret and Steven and their public relations team, they all need to sit down on a Saturday afternoon and they need to watch the movie The American President. They need to watch the movie The American President, because in the movie The American President, they talk about what happens when there's negative press and you're not responding to negative press. And when people, who do people listen to? Who do people listen to? Who's ever speaking? If there are people who are bringing up the same thing over and over and over and over and over again about Intrepid, some of them aren't worth fighting. You fight the fights you can win, but you fight the fights that are worth fighting. You can't win the argument about Steven having worked at Zango. It's not worth fighting that fight, because the average person is too ignorant to understand that multi-level marketing isn't criminal. Multi-level marketing in pyramid schemes are as different as your doctor giving you painkillers and a drug dealer giving you painkillers. One is a legitimate business, one is a criminal enterprise. Pyramid scheme, I mean, are they wrong though? No, they're not. And that's why, here, let's go over there real quick. We'll look at a couple of them. We're not going to look at all of them. Let me get over there real quick, because I do want to look at a couple of them that we looked at already, because they're not wrong. And if you're not wrong, just because you're not wrong, it doesn't make you right. It just means you're not wrong. Let me find. So we're just gonna look at a couple of them, right? We're not gonna look at all of them. We'll just look at a few. God, I'm still trying to get all the monitor decisions made. All right. You're not wrong doesn't mean you're right. Do you listen to the words that come out of your mouth sometimes? Just because you're not wrong doesn't mean you're right. There are situations where there's not a completely right and a completely wrong answer, right? So yes, I do listen to the words that come out of my. You're not wrong doesn't mean you're right. There could be a third option. There could be There can be a neutral position that nobody's right. So life isn't always black and white. As much as I want life to always be black and white, life is not always black and white. But these questions, this last person that posted, these are all great questions. Why did you set 1 year estimated delivery date for making a AAA MMO? It's a great question. Why is the game still not released? You estimated the delivery date of, so the December 2018 is from the Kickstarter. That's a Kickstarter issue, but that's one issue I've had with Kickstarter and how they require people to put the dates in. You have to put the date for one part of it, not the whole thing, but the game was supposed to be delivered before 2020. So we can dance around the whole, we can dance around the idea of the game didn't meet the Kickstarter deliverable for the alpha, but you missed your delivery date. Day Intrepid started making game till now. What kind of progress has Intrepid made? Asking this because they should already have 100% finished game. So what is it, 10%? Well, yeah. Why release the BR and try to monetize it? Yup. If Steven said there's no point of buying the game, why does he sell JPEGs? If Steven said he doesn't like the hype, why did he take the official content creators? Why hire a PR team? If the game had enough money without Kickstarter, why Kickstarter? What does the Kickstarter mean to him? Now, this one he has answered. Yeah, we went over these. What is special about opening Kickstarter when it's finished to open the website shop? See, these are all good questions. Not all of these questions are right? Not all these questions are right. Like, what happened to the original referral system? Nothing. It functioned. You're not wrong, but that doesn't mean you're right. Some of these you could research on your own. But some of these are good questions. Some of them have been answered. And that's the piece of that I don't think I don't think anybody at Intrepid is going after. I don't think anybody is going after the low-hanging fruit in saying, there's a lot of things out there that we have to clean up. There's a lot of things out there floating on the ether that we need to address, because there's a lot of things out there that we've done that have irritated potential customers. Because, yeah, there's a lot of low-hanging fruit on the internet. There's a lot. But as I said, the cosmetic thing is a huge one. And I don't know why. See, my question becomes, why is cleaning up one of the millstones? You're carrying this millstone around your neck, right? You're carrying this millstone around your neck. Why not just clean up the cosmetics? What? You literally, right? If we go back to our player acquisition or player retention, right? And then there is right here, this is what I'm going to call a player loss, right? This is a player loss drain, right? This is the loss drain. They're trying really, really hard. They're trying really, 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 really hard to acquire people. And then they're trying really hard to retain them. But there's a steady stream of people that are just leaving the project as fans because they're not being retained, and if they're not being actively retained, then they're being lost. Because it makes money. No, it doesn't. That's the thing. That is the one saving grace for Intrepid Studios. The methodology that they're using in order to make money is annoyingly aggressive to some people, but it's not mandatorily aggressive. I don't know what to do when my friends say they hate Ashes of Creation Combat, so they probably won't play it. Well, you don't say anything to them. You send them to me. Because they're your friend, so you have something to lose by explaining the combat to them. You have something to lose. currency, reputation, standing by trying to explain it to them. Let those people come to me and talk about the combat. Number one, if they give me the feedback, it gets rolled into a bigger stream of feedback that goes to Intrepid. Number two, a lot of them will probably talk themselves in circles because they'll try to have a complaint and they won't be able to articulate it. You just have to say the combat isn't set in stone. True. Not sure how much it matters, though. If the game is good, everyone will come back. No, they won't, and that's a fallacy. No, that and Val Miss Warden again, that's a fallacy. Look at how many people bought New World hoping it would be good. Look at how many people left New World inside 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, and look at where New World is now. Ashes of Creation and New World are completely different games because they're completely different monetization models. A game that is a buy to play is completely different than a game that is a monthly sub. You have to treat those completely different. Every game cannot be the Final Fantasy 14. Getting people to come back is the hardest thing ever, and Yoshi P pulled a miracle. Yes, I will agree with that. What Yoshi P has done with Final Fantasy 14, not only did he earn back the players that they lost from the failed launch, but they have continued to grow their product for expansion over expansion. So yes, you are correct. No box price, so Ashes can't rely on a huge 1 month player base. Absolutely. For those of you that haven't seen the Steam charts, right? If you're not, I don't know which, I gotta make some of these for Steam charts and stuff. Maybe this one will work. So here's the Steam charts for New World. Here's their launch average players. Here's their launch peak. 1 month in, 255,000 lost. Next month in, another 71,000 lost. Last 7, another 10% lost. They now have 83,854. New World Steam chart is hilariously bad, especially for a non-subscription based game. It's so rough. The New World Steam chart isn't hilariously bad. What are you talking about? The only way to play New World is to play via Steam. So in this regard, the Steam chart is accurate. Now, if you're talking about a game that has its own launcher, you're saying, no, I mean the numbers are hilariously bad. No, the numbers aren't hilariously bad. That's what I'm telling you. Steam charts numbers for New World aren't hilariously bad because the only way to play New World is through Steam chart. If you take Final Fantasy 14 and you try to use the Steam charts, then yes, I'm going to say you're using a hilariously bad tool. However, even that hilariously bad tool can still be used for trend data. I mean, so I don't know why you jumped in with Steam chart is hilariously bad when the numbers are bad. So you're saying New World's numbers are bad. The game is doing bad. Okay, then yes, the game is doing bad. The game is doing bad, and that is accurate. That is bad. You're looking at here 83,000. I don't even think they have critical mass on the player base now. What do you think the reason is we haven't seen the Ranger? Well, why would you want to see the Ranger if they put combat back into prototyping? So, what Intrepid is doing is Intrepid has taken their development for Ashes of Creation backwards, and they've gone back to the design block for combat. They're back to doing like basically vision, paper design, prototyping, what would work, what wouldn't work. Remember, a big part of Alpha 1 was getting data, and they had to make some data-driven decisions. I would not be surprised, and I know some of you are going to throw pencils at me. I would not be surprised to see Ashes of Creation go almost all tab. We are pausing character creation on all servers. We will update this thread with additional information. So, I mean, that makes sense if they're having some sort of issue. Did you see the New World? My money is on their solution of bot creation. Yeah, probably. So, but yeah, I think that Intrepid will go almost pure tab. Here's why I think Intrepid will go almost pure tab. Number one, the results from, you know, all the discussion is action players don't know what they want. Action players are in 3 camps. There's tab enhanced, not pure tab. Tab enhanced. Tab the way Steven explains it in
a tab targeted ability is something that you must have a target for. So in order to utilize the skill, you must have a target for the skill. That's I believe what a tab target definition is. An action-oriented skill is anything that can be utilized through placement of the player, whether that be placement on a reticle, placement on a ground, templated directional placement. Those I consider skill-based action skills.
A lot of the discussion has been, you know, revolving around how the camera perspective works from an action and non-action based, you know, perspective, tab target versus action, right? There's a lot of discussion about, you know, what unifying that approach might look like, or and continuing to offer, you know, 2 modes, how that's going to share across abilities. We've discussed in the past, giving players the opportunity to spec into more action-oriented skills versus tab targeting skills. There's some prototyping that actually I think is going to be explored here, and we'll see how it pans out, that allows for, you know, skills to have a dual purpose in that sense, potentially. But on the flip side of that coin, there's also the idea of keeping to what is, you know, having skills be specifically in one domain or the other, but making sure that they feel good between either mode that players might play with, right? That's going to be a big endeavor.
So, oh, I don't know why that popped up. So big part there is if Intrepid doesn't know what direction they're going yet, right? Then there's no way forward. Combat touches everything. Going back to design is rough. They just got to stick to what their vision is. If they decide what works best for them is tab or tab enhanced, then good. It's harder to design around combat. I agree. I think the biggest problem with action and tab is how they handle defensive stuff. Yes. The defensive stuff is a huge part of it. Yes, I've covered the Microsoft buys Activision Blizzard. The too long didn't read is that Ashes has underdelivered. Behind on original promises, and now one of the lead designers was linked to a questionable company and is selling NFTs. Wait, what? And is selling NFTs? No, Ashes isn't selling NFTs. Where the hell are we? There's no NFTs connected to Ashes of Creation. I wouldn't be mad if the combat is slightly more aligned to WoW's combat. I think WoW's combat works. Yes. I don't know if it's a good thing to be stuck on combat this late in. No, it's not a good thing to be stuck on combat this late in, because you can't be making any other design decisions until you're done with combat. Combat touches everything. Combat touches everything. So, you know. What about animal monster spawn? Is it better to spawn monsters in small groups like usual MMOs, or spawn them in designated areas like a New World, where you go through the world, you don't see small groups, you see animals who act like they live in the area? Are you talking about having just cosmetic animals in the scenery? I mean, I think that's a good thing. That's good for immersion. I don't think we need, I don't think every single thing in the world needs to be killable, just like every single tree doesn't need to have, every single tree, needs to be choppable. So, it's great that Asmongold, Lazy Peon, and Force Gaming have their back. Lots to live up for. I mean, I don't think it really matters, other than Asmongold and Lazy Peon. At the end of the day, Asmongold, Lazy Peon, Tim the Tatman, Summit, and Shroud are really your top streamers that you need to showcase your game. If they have a high turnover rate, or if they have a high conversion rate, then you'll be good, and then the trickle-down economics will go to your Ashes of Creation content creators. Did they say they were going to have the character creator showcased in this month's live stream? No. Systems need to be done this year. They're going to get wrecked by other games if they don't. Well, systems needed to be done 2 years ago. Ashes is going to get completely shreked if absolutely destroyed if Arc Age 2 comes out before Ashes launches. So if I were Intrepid, I wouldn't be worried about building hype until a year from release. No, if I were Intrepid, I would be worried about doing something with the hype I've already developed and not abandoning my community so that I have a player drain and I'm losing people that I've already worked hard to acquire, because player acquisition and player reacquisition are different ones. They said they will show the character creation this month or next month. And you believe them? Why would you believe that? Ranger was going to be an Alpha 1. More data was going to come on 3 of the archetypes by the end of the year. What are you, why are you holding Intrepid to things that may never happen? So Arcade is not broken. Watch YouTubers say economy was destroyed. They say that, I'm just saying that they was said. Yeah. I was always action combat player, but last week I tried Arcade and found out I like tab enhanced idea. That has nothing to do with the auction house. All the races were supposed to be in Alpha 1. This is true. We haven't even gotten a studio tour yet. Yeah, I mean, sorry, real life. Real life, man. RH2 is going to be pretty good. I think they know everything they did wrong. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. They should, in all honesty, scrap action and go full tab enhanced and get into Alpha 2 and test it. Will Alpha 2, will Arc H2 be action combat? No, very unlikely. Very, very, very unlikely Arc H2. Very unlikely that Arc H2 will be full action. Do you think Intrepid might split Alpha 2 and Alpha 2, 3, and 4 to cover downtime between major iterations? So, I would hope so. I would hope that every tester would understand that there's going to be a range and a gradient of Alpha, right? Because Steven's already said that the Alpha 2 map's going to come out at 220 square kilometers. Well, that's not the full map. That is not the full map. That is not what was said was going to come in Alpha 2. But Alpha 2, Alpha 2.5, Alpha 2.79. I mean, you don't, just because you move into Alpha 2 doesn't mean you can't say Alpha 3, Alpha 4, Alpha 5. Define downtime. Well, here's the thing. If they find... Okay, everybody is assuming that persistent means that the server is going to be up from launch of Alpha 2 to launch of game. But if they find a critical flaw, they're going to take the servers down. And if you don't think that they should take the servers down, then I don't know what's wrong with you. If there's a critical thing they need to fix, there is no point incurring time, energy, resources, money, and tester fatigue. Not only does your company use time, effort, energy. Mick, I need that screenshot of the 3070 thing. It's become an issue now, and now my reputation has been called into question because I trusted you. Can you send me the screenshot of that of Toast's clarification? Because now people are saying I'm the one spreading disinformation. So yeah, thanks, appreciate it. If we do get the full map at the beginning, but we'll have it by the end of Alpha 2, then they will have actually kept their word. Yes. And that would be fine. As long as they turn around, as long as they stop making these statements that are contradictory to their other statements. Now, I have no problem. I want people to realize this. I have absolutely no problem if they release part of the map and then the map grows to the full map. If they want to do if they want to do testing in certain parts of the world. Sorry, some of these need to get moved above that. I have no problem if they want to do testing in certain parts of the world to keep player density high and then release more of the map. But what I don't want them to do is I don't want them to come into testing without the clear roadmap. So, got to get into work. I'll be watching the rest of the stream later. Thanks for all you do. Thanks for your support. It means that every single person who supports this stream makes a difference. So thank you for that. Thank you for popping in before work. Fool me once. ArcH2 would have to be... Hold on. What'd you say? I didn't see what you said. Something ArcH2 would have to probably be like the best game in the world. I don't see. ArcH2 would have to be the most amazing thing ever for me to trust them again. Well, yes, and this is where Cacao completely screwed the pooch. Cacao screwed the pooch by dropping the ball on ArcH reboot. You had the product, you were relaunching the product, and you didn't follow the plan. Cacao just made ArcH2's job harder. Yes, absolutely. You had the you had the ability to rebuild goodwill and cheer, and you didn't. So you could have turned around and you could have made positive progress in community relations. And then not only that, right? Want to talk about another fuck up company. You guys know that I'm adamantly against, and this is over on my YouTube. A lot of the stuff that I talk about, guys, if you're not following my YouTube, I try to put out more videos where we talk about stuff, segment scenes. Didn't have a segment scene today, but we try to talk about some of this stuff. You guys know I'm adamantly against Gamigo Games being involved with Fractured, the MMO, which is now Fractured Online. These chuckle fucks over at Gamigo have no QA on what they do. Now, I'm not saying I don't make typos. I'm not saying I don't make typos. I typo all the time. But I'm a one-man show. I'm a one-man organization. I'm trying to I'm Papa John, the Cat Williams skit, Papa John. I want to make the pizza. I want to like eat the pizza, deliver the pizza, be in the commercials. Like the big part is that it's a one-person organization. If I had a public relations officer that was being paid, who made as many typos as Gamigo has made on the Fractured product, I tell you right now, their ass would be fired. Fractured, they didn't even know the name of the product. They called it Feature Online instead of Fractured Online, right? They gave a link to a Discord that went to Gamigo's dead Discord, not to Fractured's Discord. If I was Prometheus, I would be shaking my head and looking in the mirror and be like, what the fuck deal with the devil did I make? I expect you to treat a company's product better. Gamigo screwed it up. Cacao screwed it up. Tryon's out of business. My.Games sucks. You guys, do they not have QA? No, because you generally when your job is to be the community manager, one of the job requirements of a community manager is that you actually possess the ability to communicate in the English language or the language for which you are responsible. But no, they typo, wrong link, you know, feature online. Which feature is online though, right? I know. That's what I'm saying. Like, come on. Do better. Do mo better. Okay, here we go. Yep, need that. Need this. Documents. I'm gonna edit. Give me a second. I'm gonna get this and then I'm gonna edit it. All right, now let me go there. One more second. I have a question relative to Intrepid Team. Do you the proportion of developers and important other jobs? I do not have the proportion, but I will say that I wouldn't, as much as I want to say that I think they're hiring too many people of the wrong groupings. I don't know what Steven's capability need is. And what I mean by that is I don't know what Steven needs his people to be able to do. I don't know what he needs his people to be able to do or what his goals are. But I will tell you right now, I would not have his distribution of capabilities. But I would not have as big of a community marketing team, a community management team, but I don't know what their job, I don't know what their internal tasks are. I don't know what they are internally tasked to do. So that's why I can say I wouldn't have that big of a team, but I don't know what they're doing. I've had jobs where as a lieutenant I was doing a job I didn't think I should have been doing, right? But I was doing it. And then I've had other jobs where, like, I was in E5 doing an 04's job. So, you know, Cacao is going to push for ArcH2 before Ashes of Creation. They're going to try, but you're not. This is Jake Song's last game. Sorry. I was working on cutting and pasting on the other window. Let me now grab this for you guys, just so that you guys can see it. Because I know this has become contentious, and I will let you guys know, unlike other content creators, I try very, 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 very hard to never talk out of my ass. And unless, like, it's somebody I trust is feeding me information, I generally don't like sharing private messages. I think, yes, I was the acting CC. I don't like using private messages. However, because this has gotten so blown out of proportion, like, if you don't trust the fact that I say I have it from a reliable source, which is Toast, here's the number. I understand that typos are going to happen. I understand misspeaks are going to happen, especially a disproportionate number of them are going to happen when you're talking about on a 1080 and at 1080. But there it is. I checked with Clayton and he's currently running an RTX 3070. And that was the big thing about this video. The big thing about this video is that this was originally said, this was recorded on a, this was recorded on a 1080. And if this was recorded on a 1080, then their 12-to-1 draw call technology, bleeding edge technology, blah, 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 all the goodness sounds really great. 30 frames per second on a 1080 with 1,300 people on screen. That all sounds amazing. That's like lifting the desk 3 inches higher than it normally is. However, if it was recorded on a 3070 at 30 frames per second, I'm not impressed. Again, this is that whole when I start talking about hardware compared to hardware, like somebody posted, well, when I was running the Siege as an Alpha 1, I was getting between 30 and 60 frames per second on a 2080 Titan. And I wanted to say, well, you know what? Why don't you pipe down there for a second? Because you shouldn't be having 30 to 60 frames per second on anything. If you're getting between 30 to 60 frames a second, that means the optimization is hot garbo. I would rather have 44 frames per second consistently than 30 to 60. Yeah, a 2-generation gap is a bit of a fuck up. Now, this is where I say, this should be the point in time that Steven says, God damn it, and like literally gets everybody into the fucking conference room and says, God damn it, I am tired of looking like a fucking horse's ass on Jahlon's show, but I can't be mad at Jahlon because he's just speaking the truth. Can you fucking chuckle fucks finally stop fucking up and making me look bad? And then I would look at certain people around the room. There is never a reason for the owner of the company, because remember, this isn't Steven as the creative director making a mistake. When Steven speaks, he is the CEO of the company. When Steven speaks, he is the owner of the company. I do not expect the owner of the company to have this information. I also do not expect the owner of the company to speak out of turn. When Steven says that this bleeding edge, oh my God, what the fuck, barbecue chicken sauce thing that they're doing is so amazing, right? Turns out to be, the fuck are you talking about? The bet, it went from, oh my God, this is how it goes. Oh my God, this is amazing. 1,300 people on screen, 30 frames per second, Unreal Engine 5, Nanite, Lumen, on a 1080? I can get this on a 1080, 30 frames per second, and you're not even done building this, and you still got things to go? Oh yeah, I'm feeling confident about 500 versus 500. Versus, this is at 1080 on a 3070. Does anybody want to throw the wonderful question out so I don't have to do it? Does anybody want to ask the simple question about a 3070 and 1080? My question is, does anybody? Does anybody know the question that I want to ask? The 3070 card is designed to run on 4K or 2K. So on a 1080p, it's double fucking bad. Who the fuck buys a 30 series graphics card to be playing at 1080p? Who's playing on a 1080p on a 3070? So you guys all get it. You guys all get it. What does it look like at something other than 1080? On a 3070, yes, exactly. So guys, this is why, and I know I sound like an arrogant prick when I say this. If Steven wasn't briefed and the artifact wasn't built, right? It doesn't matter if it's a 1080 or a 3070, it's going to be CPU bound anyway. Not necessarily. You have to, in Unreal Engine 5, you can no longer make statements like this. Plus the fact that that entire thing, that entire segment is designed around their 12-to-1 draw call, which is actually going to work. I don't know how familiar you are with what that segment represented. That segment represented not having the CPU and the GPU having to do as much work. Instead of having whatever that is, let me do the math real quick. Instead of having that be 15,600 draw calls, it was designed to be 1,300 draw calls. That's where that connection works. It absolutely does make a difference. If you're trying to show off and say, yeah, we got 30 frames per second. Okay. Part of that 30 frames per second factors in Unreal Engine 5 using Nanite and Lumen in that scene. Sure, maybe the 12-to-1 draw call is all bottlenecked by the CPU. I don't know if it is. I don't know if it isn't. I don't sit in the meetings Steven goes to. However, with all of that and the fact that you're using Nanite and Lumen, how much, right? So how many frames per second would that be on a 1080? That is now the question. The next question is not that. The next question is, what would the frames per second be on a GTX 1060? Because that is currently your recommended system specification. So these are why I am tired of Steven being made to look like a fucking horse's ass. Please, for the love of God, make sure when the boss is going to talk, make sure the boss isn't being set up for failure. In the military, all my military people, you know, yeah, you protect the house. One of the things in the world is you protect the boss's signature. You protect the boss's signature because the more protected the boss is, the bigger the umbrella. So when shit's flying, the boss's umbrella is big enough to protect you too. There is a time and a place. There is a time and a place for a lieutenant, a captain, or a major in the military to take ownership of a problem, because a lieutenant fuck up is forgiven, but a lieutenant colonel fuck up is career ending. Because I respected my bosses, there were times where something was about to hit my boss, I'd step in front of him and be like, to his boss, you know what, sir, I have to accept responsibility for my part in this. I think I set my boss up for failure. I have to accept some responsibility in this. I think this is really a teaching, this is really a learning opportunity for me that I maybe was in over my head. The colonel walks away. The lieutenant colonel looks at me and fucking cheers. Thanks. I got you. Who's your number one officer of the quarter? Well, not you, because you're currently wearing a fuck up. But next quarter, we're setting you up for success, my son. Oh, well, that's how it works. Somebody at Intrepid needs to fall on their sword on this one, or Steven needs to take extreme ownership and he needs to step up and say, well, we fucked that up, didn't we? But then there are people who say it's not a big deal, it's not a big deal, it's not a big deal. We'll go over to MMORPG and the guy that has 14 questions, why doesn't question number 15 be, well, why doesn't the owner of the company not know what's being shown on his live streams? The question is, why did they mention the GPU like it's the relevant part? Well, it is the relevant part. For the 12-to-1 draw call solution, the GPU is the relevant part. I don't get that statement. Margaret said our minimum hardware won't change when it says on the Unreal Engine 5 website recommended hardware at 30 frames per second is a 3070. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know how you increase from Unreal Engine 4 to Unreal Engine 5 and then make the statement our minimum hardware won't change, and if it does in the future, we'll let you know. Why not just say the statement Well, they are trying to say they mentioned resolution, not the card. Why are you mentioning anything? If you don't have your idiot card in front of you, why are you mentioning anything? And in this, right? In this, you guys know that I'm a CPI expert, continuous process improvement. So let me just CPI this for you. Ready? I'm gonna just do a real quick CPI. Problem. Constant misspeaks on monthly live stream. Okay. Why? Go not scripted and prepped. 3 days. Oh, we'll do 2 days. No, 3 days. 3 days in advance. Why? Don't know. Internal problem. Why? Organizational issue. Constant misspeaks on the monthly live stream. Why? Show's not scripted or prepped 3 days in advance. Why? I don't know. It's an internal problem. Why? Because there's organizational issues. I don't need to be in the organization to say you have organizational issues. Steven should not be walking onto a live stream where because how many times have you seen, well, we're going to show some stuff. And Steven's like, well, what are we going to show? How the fuck do you not know what's going to be shown? Everything going to be shown should be checked off by Steven. No, I'm not ready to show that. And sometimes you'll hear Steven say, no, we're not ready to show that. Can I show that? No, we're not ready to do this. It's simple and another missed opportunity. Hey guys, we're using a new engine. We'll get you the hardware requirements when we know. Yes, exactly. Yet another PR failure. I think he knows. This is a multi-million dollar project. Yes, it is. It's probably just an act. No, I don't think it is. Because here's why I don't think it is. I think there's no way he wouldn't know. How the fuck do you know that? How? Steven knows that all the PCs he bought for all of his staff has 1080 Titans in them. If I was working on, not if I was working on something, bullshit, I'll tell you how this worked. My fucking government laptop had 4 gigs of RAM in it. My fucking laptop had 4 gigs of RAM in it. And I got sent a 800 slide PowerPoint presentation by higher headquarters. I literally looked at my boss and I said, this has been loading for like 45 minutes. I am never going to be able to work on this from here. Can I go home and work on this? And my boss said, sure. I literally drove 20 minutes, walked in the house, loaded my home computer. 800 slides opened in 10 seconds. Called my boss and I said, I need about an hour. I want to break this into PDFs so that I don't have to keep running home. And he's like, well, can you pull our slides and send them to me so I can start looking at them? Absolutely. But that's the nature of my home PC was better than my government issued computer. Steven knows that there's 1080 Titans in the studio machines, but Clayton has a 3070. Why would Clayton not be using his own personal setup if he's got one? Unless there's some requirement in your job contract, you only use the hardware as provided. Like, could you imagine me having to work and not have my 4 monitors, my desk, my machine, everything how I want it? I hate that. I'm actually genuinely concerned on the misspeak, if he's misspeak before or after getting caught. I don't hold Steven accountable, because I don't think Steven was even ready to show that clip. I think that clip kind of happened. If you don't mind the tinfoil for a second, could there be something intending malice towards Steven or the entire project? No, I think it's simply a fuck up. I think it's a fuck up because you don't have proper planning prevents poor performance. The 5 P's, and then there's 6 P's. proper planning prevents piss poor performance. But I think the problem is Intrepid doesn't know what their goals are, right? Yeah, never attribute to malice what can be attributed to incompetence. Absolutely. The problem is I don't think Intrepid knows what the goal of the what the fuck is the goal of the live stream anymore. You have 4 million people in your 4 million registered accounts, and you're struggling to hit over 4,000 viewers on your live stream. We go back to that whole player acquisition funnel, player retention funnel, and the player drain. You're not getting the views you should be getting. You're not getting the views you should be getting. You're not getting the engagement you should be getting. The goal of the live stream is to keep the hype going and sell more skins. If that is really their goal, then their goal and their company philosophy and their vision and their mission and their tactics aren't lining up. Your company vision, your company goal, your company mission statement, and then your tactics you're using aren't getting there. And then what pisses me off is, what absolutely pisses me off is when I'm busy fucking watching Resident Evil, the new one, which was horrible, so I was glad for the distraction. People start to impugn my integrity and my credibility that I'm spreading false information. Well, Margaret said, don't give a fuck what Margaret said, give a fuck what Sarah said, because Sarah, Lieutenant Toast, has the most up-to-date quote. She said, I checked with the guy. Apparently now I have to have the quote. When people come in here and they're like, again, you guys, I run my community like Sparta. You are responsible for the words of your voice. If you repeat something and you say, I checked with so-and-so and so-and-so said, then you own that and you put words in so-and-so's mouth. Because if I don't believe you're a credible source, then I mute you. So you can't speak in my community because I don't want false words being spoken in my community. Somebody said, I checked with Margaret and she said it's on a 1080. Okay. So that's what it's on. And we press with that. And then all of a sudden we find out it didn't. Oh, I'm so... Round of applause. Hearts in chat. My baby girl got her driver's license. I'm so proud. My 20-year-old had to pass a driver's test to get her new driver's license. She was freaking out. So I'm so happy for her. She has a driver's license. She has driven, but she was freaking out this morning. My 20-year-old has debilitating anxiety. And a lot of people, man, her service animal died, and getting a service animal is expensive. Her service animal passed away, and so now she's got her other service animal in training, but you're legally not allowed to ask somebody for paperwork. You're legally not allowed to ask somebody for paperwork on a service animal, but apparently not every state knows that. She hasn't had it for 10 years, so they made a retest for a new state? Yes. You don't look old enough for a 20-year-old? I have older than 20-year-olds. I have older, like significantly older than 20-year-olds. So, what's a service animal? Her service dog. Her lab. What character do you think they were making after the Ranger? It goes Fighter Rogue after Ranger. So. Would suck if you have to mute the official source because they aren't credible. Yeah, that would suck. There's something noticeable when someone says, what are we showing question versus what are we showing hype. Yeah, I agree with that. So Summoner and Bard are the last two. That is true. They can ask you what services the service animal is able to perform, but yeah, they can't ask for the paperwork. Yeah. But at the same time, it's like that whole, it's that whole, they can't ask you, but you can't lie. Like, for example, if a police officer says to you, do you have ID? You cannot say no if you actually do have ID on you. I want people, because I teach in America, not the rest of the world, in America, it doesn't matter, people are going to argue with me, but I don't have to show it. I said, remember, you can be right, you can be not wrong, but you can be not wrong, but that doesn't make you right. Do you have an ID on you? I'm not inclined to give it to you. Do you have an ID on you? Am I required to show it to you? Yes. Are you sure? Because this card I have right here says this isn't a stop and ID state. Do you have an ID on you? Can you articulate to me which crime you're accusing me of committing? In none of those statements have I said, no, I don't have an ID on me. I've just chosen to respond with a question. The trick is you can say yes, but I'm not going to show it to you. Well, can I get your name? No, I don't think so. You have to be ready to go to jail. So I always tell people who want to suddenly become First Amendment auditors or audit the auditors, you need to be ready to go to jail, but you need to know your rights. But don't lie. Same thing with your service animal. They can't ask you for the paperwork for your service animal, but you can't lie about your service animal's qualifications. So, yeah, the question is, how much of a scene are you willing to make over the question? It's just like, you guys know this one irritates the piss out of me. You're trying to get out of Walmart and they got the line of carts. All the people waiting to show their fucking receipt. I walk around them. Excuse me, sir. No, thank you. Just keep walking. Had the cops called on me. Do you have to submit to the search? No, I don't. What do you mean? I don't. I do not have to consent to a search. It's an illegal search. Well, they need to make sure you're not stealing. Well, then they need to figure out a better way to do their checkout. Because when do the items become mine? Well, what do you mean? When you leave the store? No. The items became mine at the point of sale. That's why it's called the point of sale. I can't help the fact that the way supermarkets and super Walmarts have grown, that the door is not directly in front of the registers, because you have the bank, the pharmacy, the haircut place, the optometry department, the Subway. Those items became... I can actually open up food while I'm in Walmart. If I'm really thirsty, I can reach into my cart. I can pop open a bottle of Gatorade and I can drink it. Watch them freak the fuck out when you do that too. Excuse me, you're gonna pay for that? I already did pay for it. Well, why are you drinking in the store? Because the moment you swiped my credit card at the point of sale, which you call a POS terminal, it became mine. You have to stop for security. No, I don't. You can walk out to my car and have a conversation with me. Well, other people stop. Other people are sheeple. What do you want me to say? Honestly, not surprised with the chaos. Yeah, I'm not going to go there, but you can go there. It's a good point. I'm just not going to go there. With that said, my kid, her anxiety. One more thing off the list, now to stress about everything else. So, happy for her though, because this was one of the problems. She couldn't get full coverage on her vehicle because she didn't. Okay, I love my kid. My kid fucked up. My kid moved, was in the state for over a year, didn't have a valid driver's license for the state, registered the car in the new state, and then the insurance audit popped it and it said, but you have a mismatch on your driver's license to your address. And she was like, yeah, well, you need to go get a new license. And she's like, okay. She went to the DMV. They're like, we're appointment only. So, with that said, can you catch Steven trolling us in the last one with the mount? man, at the end of the day, I have to remember that this is Steven's project. And if Steven, if it's like the people, it's like the rich people who, like, it's like Michael Jackson who build an amusement park in their backyard. You build an amusement park in your backyard and it's not profitable. It doesn't need to be profitable. I do think that some of the stuff Steven does, I don't think Steven's quite there yet. I don't think Steven's quite there where he doesn't understand how much he's irritating people. If he doesn't give a shit, he doesn't give a shit. It's just like years and years and years ago, I said Steven needs to stop shit talking other games. Well, 2017, 2018, 2019, you shit talk Arcade, you shit talk other games. Now, you shit talk New World. I don't think what he said about New World last year was bad. I do accept my part of the responsibility. I do accept my part of the responsibility in what he said last year about New World. But I don't think he was wrong for saying it. I think he was wrong for apologizing about it, because no apology necessary. New World said we're not introducing pay-to-win things, progression things at launch. We will never introduce things that are pay-to-win, except we're putting level boosts and crafting boosts in. Well, what do you mean you're not going to put stuff in that's pay-to-win then? Well, that stuff is pay-to-win. So, with that said though, he shouldn't be shit-talking other companies. You ever get worried of getting burned out doing these streams waiting for ashes? Well, as you know, 46 Nation, because you're in my guild, you're in my clan, I was playing World of Warships. I had a really good time doing that. You guys aren't going to get to see me dressed up like a sailor or an admiral because we didn't get the other 19 people for the marketing tier and we only have 1 day left. I don't have time to do another stream to embarrass myself. Sorry. But I had fun with World of Warships. There's another game I'm going to be playing next week as long as the marketing campaign is all on the up and up. If the marketing campaign's not on the up and up, I won't cover it. I am going to start, as you saw, like Monday I did 3 hours of Ashes, and then I did 2 hours of World of Warships. I'm going to start doing more and more of that stuff. I'm going to do more and more mix it up, blend it up shows. And then nothing says I have to show Ashes of Creation in order to be able to answer Ashes of Creation. I can do there's a lot of things I can do and still be covering Ashes of Creation. I can also always switch back to Ashes of Creation anytime I want. Should we be supportive of what we can't change? As this community grows, you think we should take partial responsibility for setting the tone of the community's attitude? Shudder at the thought of League of Legends. Okay, I 100% agree that I am responsible for the voice of my community. You'll notice that there are some things a viewer says I start to read. I read ahead. Hold on. Some things I won't 100% say, and that's fine. But I think that if the rest of the community doesn't want to get off their holy white knight high horse, then they are going to find that I become the temperate voice, because they are so... The white knights in the Ashes of Creation community are so fucking toxic, they make the toxic people look mild. When you browbeat people over the head and say, we're not going to talk about that because we've been talking about it for the last 5 years, then that's the Christopher Walken line from Suicide Kings, where he says, well, say it again, because I didn't hear it that time. I was told the story 1,000 times. Well, I didn't hear it that time. The white knights in the Ashes of Creation community, some of them are detestable. There are some people that should not be allowed to talk in the questions channel because of how they speak to new people. It's absolutely unacceptable how they speak to new players. Now, that's in the questions channel. There is a difference between coming into the questions channel and asking questions and then coming down to the discussion channel and having a bunch of really bad ideas. I was fake as fuck the other day because I tried to be nice and I realized I'm just not cut out to be nice. I am not cut out to waste my time with pleasantries and being nice. Spending an hour of my time explaining why an idea is a bad idea instead of just being like, this is a shit stain of an idea. Why are we even discussing this? Right? But yes, I think the greatest way to be supportive of the community, the greatest way to be supportive of Steven isn't to support blindly. I think the greatest way to be supportive of Steven is to support genuinely, support authentically, right? There are people who literally worship every word the man says. And I'm over here like in every business book I have, and I'm like, is this a fucking good idea? Like, there are people who are like, literally, people have said there's nothing wrong with the monetization model because Steven came up with it. That doesn't mean anything to me. I think the monetization model sucks. I think the monetization model sucks because I believe in the statement, good is the enemy of best, but best is the enemy of better. The monetization model that you had leading up to Alpha 1 was great. But it also, let me just say, right? I'm gonna be the asshole here. I'm gonna get hate mail again. I think that if your alpha was ended in August, and you don't even have a public roadmap that you can share for Alpha 2, and you have combat and redesign and prototyping, I think what you put out wasn't an Alpha 1. I think what you put out was an Alpha 0. I think that Intrepid Studios jumped into the middle of a game of Double Dutch, and they were just trying to not get tangled up in the ropes and fall on their face. And now that they're out of it, they need to realize that they are not in Double Dutch jump rope. Oh my God, am I that old? You guys don't know what jump rope is? I think that Intrepid needs to stop Double Dutch jump rope, where there's 2 jump ropes. Literally, where am I? 2 jump ropes going over like this, and you can't jump. You're on one foot and the other foot. You're basically running in place. So anyway, I think they're in the middle. I think they're in the middle of that. And now, and now they got out of it, and they need to realize, I think that they're afraid. Okay. I think they're afraid to be real. Because I think that the moment they're real, then it falls into the Douglas Adams Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, with God. God gets asked to prove, and God says, I'll prove nothing, because proof denies faith, and without faith I am nothing. I think that's the problem Intrepid Studios genuinely has. I spend a lot of hours defending Intrepid Studios, and I think Intrepid has never really done that. We fucked up. They're going forward like everything is going according to plan, but what plan? You're not sharing the plan. It's like, it's easy for the Lannisters to rule half of the country when only Tywin is making the decisions. But when everybody else is like, but I'm not part of your plan, and I don't know what the plan is, so I think the plan sucks, right? I think that Intrepid isn't anywhere near Alpha 2. And if they're not anywhere near, because you guys remember, I've done the, fuck it, let's just do it. Let's just do it, because there's no way to not talk about the heavy stuff. We got to talk about the heavy stuff. If we want to be real on this show, then we got to talk about the heavy stuff, Ash's stuff, right? So remember, when Alpha 1 was supposed to come out back in the second quarter of 2019, right? In the second quarter of 2019, second quarter of 2019, 2020, 2020, 2021, 2021, 2022. 3 years later, right? This is what was supposed to all be in Alpha 1. Progression to level 20. Haven't seen it, haven't had it, haven't tested it, tasted it, touched it, felt it, smelt it, nothing. Nodes will be fully featured and progress to level 3. No, they weren't fully featured. They weren't fully featured at all. Didn't have types. Include shops, governments, freeholds. Couldn't buy the houses. The initial 50 apartments were there. Freeholds weren't even a twinkle in their daddy's eye. 4 out of 9 races available. No. All 8 base class archetypes available. No. Character creation suite. Technically, yes, but nowhere near to the extreme extent they said we'd have. 25% of the world space implemented. No. Concurrent server population 1,500. No, I don't believe so. And 2 or 3 servers, well, they had more than that. Now, I just want to do a little public math right here. Little public math tells me that Alpha 1 was supposed to have 25% of the world map. Alpha 2 will only have 37.9% of the world map. This is an old world map. This is very old. This is Alpha 1 phase. This is still when they were going to do the phase 2. Why are they setting expectations? Because they are supposed to set expectations. They are supposed... No, it has nothing to do with Steven got a lot of bad info early on. Stop that bullshit right there. The boss doesn't get to say, I got bad info. That's the problem with a rookie being at the management helm of a major project. See, 220 kilometers is 45% of the 480. Don't fucking correct me on my show if you're gonna correct me wrong. If you're gonna fucking correct me, be right. 580 square kilometers, 480 kilometers of Overrealm, and 100 square kilometers of Underrealm. What the fuck? We just forget about the Underrealm today? The Underrealm doesn't count today. 580. 37.9. Gotta build it. Come on. Let's not forget the Underrealm. Let's not forget the Talnar. Let's not forget 1/5 of the world, or yeah, let's not forget it. So let's come on now. The 1/6. Let's not forget almost 1/6 of the world. So, this is my problem. Steven fucked up by hiring not knowing what he needed and not speaking the language. Yeah, that's the thing. There is nothing, a project manager does not need to be the subject matter expert on what you're doing, right? The project manager does not need to know how to jump in and do the job. I know a lot of people think that that's what the project manager needs to do. Words matter. The project manager is a manager. Okay? The project manager is a manager, not of the people, of the project. That's why you have leaders and you have managers and you have project managers. CPI expert does not need to know a damn thing about what goes on in your industry. The CPI expert shouldn't know what goes on in your industry because they're going to come in with bias. I'm going to walk into a game development studio again and I'm going to say, okay, what's your particular problem? Well, I don't know. I just want to make changes. Okay, what changes do you want to make? Well, I don't know. That's why I hired you. Okay. That's why I don't walk into companies to do CPI events anymore. There's a homework packet before you hire me. What is it you are expecting? What problems would you like to solve? I don't give a shit if you send me 10 pages back of problems you want to solve. I will look at you and say, these are going to be one, these are going to be one, I'm going to have to do about 9 projects. You're going to have to pay me a lot of money. But the problem is that you don't hire a CPI expert and expect them to magically fix your company. That's not what they do. You don't hire a project manager. If I'm going to make a video game, I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to offer Faye if I have the funding to do it, an infinite amount of funding, the very first person I'm hiring is Faye. And I'm bringing Faye on at about $500,000 a year. And Faye's whole job description is going to be the BS meter. I'm going to bring on a bunch of fucking programmers, bunch of video game people, and then I'm going to be like, hey, you're taking a meeting today. You're taking a meeting on these topics. I'm not even going to waste my fucking time being in the meeting because I'm not going to know. I'm not going to know shit about what's true or shit about what's false. That's what I pay you for. Right? That's what I pay you for. You're full of shit, go away. Yeah, exactly. It's like I told you guys. I got a job. I didn't get a job. I got an assignment to oversee a piece of software. I don't know fuck all about I don't know fuck all about programming, guys. Now, I do want to tell you, I don't know fuck all about programming. I have a brother and 2 nephews who are computer programmers. Those are my phone a friends. I walk in on day 1 and I let everybody explain everything to me, and one guy gives me a rule. And I got my book. I got my rules book, and this guy tells me, okay, he says, I'm gonna tell you something. We have a hard and fast rule. I stopped. I said, is it a hard rule or a fast rule? Because there are no hard and fast rules. He's like, it's a hard rule. I said, okay, wrote it down, top of a page. Hard rules from this guy. Number 1, he tells me we never do this. We never, underlined, do this. 3 weeks later, that sumbitch in a meeting said to me, we're gonna do this. And I said, hold up. Reached into my bag, pulled the book out, and I said, 3 weeks ago when I started here, you said we never do that. He said, well, we have to do it now. You can't do it because you told me we never do that. And he's kind of looking at me, it's like, everyone else is dismissed. Everyone else leaves the room. I look at him, I said, so, you're fired. Now get your job back. What do you mean we never and now we have to? Which one of your statements was a lie to me? One of your statements was a lie. So you lied to your boss. Which one of these statements was a lie? Worked it out with him. Guy kept his job. Never gave me fucking bullshit again. It was just like, when I got my job in petroleum, people started giving me a whole bunch of bullshit statements. And I just put my hand up and I said, I want to let you know that you are completely bullshitting me right now. And I don't know why you're trying to take advantage of the fact that you think I only have 1 day on the job and 1 day of experience in petroleum at this level. But you're bullshitting me and I don't like it. We're going to talk about this later after lunch. I'm going to go have lunch. I'm going to go have a chicken sandwich. I'm going to calm down a little bit. Walked out the door, made a phone call, called my father. My father's got 45 years of experience in petroleum. Said to my dad, thank you for all the lessons at the dinner table, all the shit I never wanted to know about refining and transportation and storage and quality control and testing. I've got this fucking Neo level, I know Kung Fu of petroleum in the back of my head. So, I personally say the project manager with an IT background would have an easier time unless they hire a right hand. No, why? Why do I? Dark Paladin, that's why so many people fail. That's why so many people fail at project management. The reason why you fail at project management is my job as the project manager is not to fucking do the work. My job as the project manager is to make sure the project gets done. My allegiance is to the project, not to the people doing the project. That's why there's people. That's why, ready? Here, let me give it to you this way so that you understand. In a project, right? You have this. And in the project, you have the organization, right? And this can be whatever definition you want. And then inside of the organization, there is, hold on, let me back up a second. I'm gonna do this just a little neater. So this is the organization, and it can be whatever level you want, right? And then in here, this is the project, right? And the way this actually works, right, is that the project manager exists out here. The project manager doesn't exist inside of the bubble, because if the project manager is inside of the bubble, then the project manager is trying to simultaneously run the project and run the people. And that should never be, because the project manager doesn't report to anybody here. The project manager reports to the voice of the customer, specifically the customer. In this organization, you have many things. You have the leader, you have team leads, right? And then down here, you have the cogs, the nuts and bolts, right? You have the people who make it happen, right? Let me explain. This person up here should only ever be talking to this person, or if this person authorizes it, these people. This person should never, ever be talking to the nuts and bolts people. You need to know the lingo, or you need to have someone whispering in your ear who knows the lingo and who you trust with your external soul. I mean, you can do that if you feel it necessary. I don't feel that necessary. The reason why I don't feel that necessary is because I've got the project. I talk to the leader. I talk to the team leads. And all I'm doing is saying, yes, this aligns, or no, this doesn't align. Because all I'm doing is managing the process that they said they were going to do. I'm not coming in and imposing an external set of constraints. The leader and the team leads were involved with lining out the project. Now I'm just holding them accountable to their own standards. I do agree it is easier if you at least understand what the hell they're talking about. But at the end of the day, you don't need to explain shit to me. Hey, task number 17.1 is red. 17.2 is red. 17.3 is red. Well, the thing you have to understand is, stop. I'm the project manager. I ain't got to understand shit. You're red, you're red, you're red. I warned you when you were 4 days before yellow. I warned you before you were 4 days before red. I don't report to you. I report to management, and I report to God. You're late. That's what management is going to find out. You're late. Maybe you are management. So I'm going to walk around in a big circle and I'm going to say, hey, this project's late and it's that guy's fault. But at the end of the day, it's not as the project manager, I am not accountable to fix your shit. I am accountable to manage the shit. Now, I'm the one who has to go over to the customer and say, we're late. Well, why? Technical difficulties. But you should never be telling the customer why you're late, unless it's something the customer can fix. Because telling the customer exactly what the problem is going to invite the customer into trying to fix the problem. Do you want the customer coming into your organization? No. So how do you stop that? Because everybody knows we're not going to be late. Everybody knows we're not going to be late. But you guys know programmers are the worst. Programmers are the worst. And everybody on my show that's a programmer has agreed with me. 49% of programmers are one way, 49% are another way, and 2% are the last way. 49% of programmers, I can do that in 2 days. 2 days later, you find out it's really going to take them 2 weeks. 49% of programmers, I'm going to need 2 weeks on that. And really, the person could have done it in 2 days. They're just really bad at moving around their priorities. And then the other 2%. It's going to take me 2 days. Holy shit, it took 2 days. I'm going to need 2 weeks and I'm going to have to shuffle all my other projects. Holy shit, they had to shuffle all their other projects and it took them 2 weeks. 2% of programmers can actually hit their target. The rest, they're either cocksure and confident and cocky and they miss, or they're underconfident, they're really good and they can't hit. That's how it works. Here's why I always believe in under promise, over deliver, but be realistic. How long is it going to take you to do this? Okay. This task is going to take me 4 days to do. However, I have 5 other priorities that are all hot. So here's my list of things to do. Please reprioritize them. Personally, always add a certain buffer. No, don't add a buffer. Don't add a buffer. You don't add the buffer, because if you have to add a buffer, all the buffer means is you need the buffer. I don't do the you need to understand. I do the these are the roadblocks I need help to overcome, or roadblocks that have been addressed but have progressed or progress stalled. Yes, I agree with that statement. We're late. Why? Because we don't have the data you promised us and we can't propagate the database until you come up with it. That's a customer issue. Yes, I agree that's a customer issue. However, you wouldn't be late. You wouldn't be late in that point if with a good project manager, because the good project manager gets to a point, and then when the customer is on the clock, the project manager can't be on the clock at the same time. So to go back to what Faye is talking about, if there's a situation where the team gets to 73% complete, and then it has to go to the customer, and then the customer has to come back, then that should be split into 2. Yeah, I've got whatever I have. I've got a couple of minutes left, and then we'll pop over there. I got to take a quick break. Got to put on the campaign jacket, and yeah, we got 5 minutes until this match. I like to just let him go. So if this is a project, and what Faye's talking about is, then this project is part 1 and part 2. And this project is 1 to 73%, no later than, we have to deliver no later than the 19 Jan 2022. So by close of business today, we have to deliver part 1 of the project to the customer. Then the clock stops, right? Then the clock stops. And then this becomes, the deliverable on this is 29 days after VOC, voice customer, delivers. You can never be late if you're waiting on the customer, because the project should have been split into 2 points. And the customer needs to know that. Hey, I'm going to deliver to you no later than close of business on 19 January what you need. And then when you get that, you need to deliver back to us deliverables. But while you're on the clock, I'm not on the clock. And if I'm not on the clock, my team isn't burning clock. You're never going to turn around and make me late because you're holding. And you know what? A lot of people find that really refreshing. A lot of people are ready to go and give you information because they realize that they're not using, you're not letting them burn your clock. Now, of course, everybody who knows government contracts know none of this is applicable to government contracts, because government contracts are a complete nightmare. Actually, what I think I'm going to do right now is I'm going to just start this one early. We should be good, and then we're going to move into Stream Raiders PvP. Awesome conversation today, and I'm glad that we're going to have many things going on. So you guys enjoy. I will be right back. Alrighty, quick little flip here. Put on the campaign coat. Put on the black victory hat. We're gonna do our thing. We are gonna switch into Stream Raiders PvP mode. This is a long show for me, man. Long show. You guys can help make my show shorter. Absolutely help make my show shorter by helping me out here. We need our 45 wins, right? Need our 45 or not our 45 wins. God, that would take forever. 45 wins. Well, it used to be. You used to have to win to get tickets. What we're gonna do is we are gonna do our usual. We're gonna have some fun. We're gonna kick back. We're gonna relax. We're gonna play Stream Raiders in a PvP competitive scene. And if you guys are sitting around doing nothing today, World of Warship sponsored my show a bunch of times. I want to thank them for that. I don't think we're going to get the extra 19 new captains we need, but you guys did help me hit 2 marketing thresholds. So I have about 40% of the money I need to make a 30-track EDM album. You always sit and do nothing. That's why I'm a perfect programmer. Well, if you don't code anything, you can't code any bugs in, right? If you don't code any bugs in, you know, we got rid of all the bugs by getting rid of all the software. So that's always a fair point. People, what are people doing? Oh, it must be the event. Yep. Because the new event kicked over. Dude, stream decks are on the in real life loot. I could definitely use a second stream deck. Definitely, if we win stream decks, I'm keeping one. I definitely could use a second one. Have one stream deck for stream control and one stream deck for education control. So definitely could see that. Keep in mind, guys, no busters in PvP. I ban buster drops. I ban the busters. If I call for busters, I'll let you know. Yeah. I learned a simple trick to fix all the bugs. You just call them features. Yeah, did you go to the Dilbert school of, you go to the Dilbert school or the Wally? I guess that was Wally's thing. They're not bugs, they're features. Alrighty, what do we got here? We got a Mighty Monk level 30. Alrighty. You know what we're gonna do real quick? We're gonna pop over in here. We're gonna go in here. We're gonna go in here. And, oh yeah. There we go. I'm gonna let you guys do your thing here for a minute. Oh, I love Stream Raiders PvP. I do want to let you guys know that I do have 2 of these. I do have 2 of the Logitech 635 headsets. I'm trying to figure out what to do with them. Because we've actually won 6 of those already, plus 2 keyboards. No. 8 of those. We've won 8 of those and 2 keyboards. I sold the keyboards last year and then turned that money into viewer money. I donated the equivalent of gift cards. So basically what I did was I took the money that the gift cards generated, let the company have that, and I 1 for 1 equivalently, me, the person, the human being, donated the gift cards. The gift cards that we won in December, I actually took that money into turning into skins. So we have our we have Sprocket, our happy little kitty up there in the timer box. Is a Warbeast skin. So getting back into Stream Raiders. I don't do Yeah, that's a G635. I don't do stream raiders full time, so we don't make what other captains do, because I'm not like, people aren't like dropping in and being like, oh, you have all these cool skins, but I'm really excited about our artillery skin. I'm really excited about that one. I think it's gonna turn out good. I think it's gonna turn out really, really, really good. With that said, 45 tickets today, folks. So I'd like to do at least as good as we did last time. I'd like about 15 wins. 15, 18 wins. Would make me really happy. Because I can't eat. I can't really eat today until we're done with this. Actually, I need to check with my waifu. Actually, I do need to eat. I had breakfast. The sushi place that we go to on Tuesdays closed, so we went to the other sushi place that the guy owns, and we're never going back to that one. Man, I should have known right when I walked in. Those sushi chefs didn't look good. Didn't really. The brown rice or the fried rice at his new one, or his other one, is amazing, but I'm not going back up there. That's not gonna happen. All right, 61%, 34. What do we got? 2 minutes, 12 seconds left. It's gonna be a slobber knocker, man. We're gonna have people everywhere. Let's get just for the off chance, let's get a couple of 2 ranged up in the front. Drop a range there and a range there. They'll fall in the back with us, but I want to make sure that we don't get a last minute buster on top of us. So yeah, a couple of ranged. Flying rogues work as well. Flying rogues actually work really, really well. Put those up front as well. If that's what you have. Stops balloon busters from popping in. What do we got down here? Is this a lot of chonk? Paladin, tank, heavy centurion. That's a monk. That's a bomber. Yeah, we're gonna deal with this chonk right here. Right here and right now. Everything they already got on. No chonky for you. No chonky for you. We a fan of spicy foods or no? I am a huge fan. I'm a huge fan of spicy food. I have a I have a love of spicy Thai. I love spicy Thai. I love spicy Chinese as well. I love spicy Japanese as well. Japanese don't do spice for heat. They do spice for flavor. But Thai food though, let me tell you, boys and girls, don't mess with the Thai food. If you're gonna try Thai food, you do 1 star, because you never know if it's one American or if it's one Thai. One Thai is like a 4 American. I've had people go in and do yeah, that got in. I don't know why the rogues didn't prioritize the flying unit. But I've had I've watched brand new people go into a Thai place and order a 4-star. And I'm like, are you crazy? They're like, no, why? And I'm like, dude, that's a 4 Thai. And they're like, what's a 4 Thai? I'm like, about a 12 American. They're like, are you serious? I'm like, yeah. You need to you need to be careful with that. I'll tell you, a three Thai is about all I can handle. 3 Thai is about all I can handle. And that's still pretty painful. Chinese place I go to does a Chinese grill, and garlic. Spice food is so good. Zetrix, I'm talking about the dude. I'm saying Thai food specifically. You got to be careful with Thai because Thai will dissolve the lower part of your abdomen and the food will just start coming out of your side and spilling on the floor. I mean, Thai food is delicious, but no, Carolina Reaper, no, that's pain. That's not good. That's pain. Like habaneros or ghost peppers, that's not at the point of good. That's at the point of pain, right? Cajun spice is good. Funny part, spicy food isn't hot. Spicy food, I mean, it depends on what words you're using. Yes, spicy food technically isn't hot. It's spicy. And there's a difference. But like I said, are you doing it for flavor or are you doing it for pain? Spicy food is to enhance the food. Want my spice to make me sweat. Little bit of sweat isn't bad. I mean, little bit of sweat isn't bad, but some people do food in such a weird way. It's not there to be part of the main dish. Yes, I would agree with that. It's 100% for the sweat and the brain numbing. Dude, if you're eating spicy food and it's numbing your brain, you've got problems. That's like, you know, that's not a sign that things are good. That's not a sign that things are good. That's a sign that things are pretty bad. Here, kitty. Here, kitty, kitty, kitty. Look at the kitty. Look at the kitty. Look at the kitty. So, all right, what we got here? Level 19 War Beast. Ooh, I don't like it. Dropping a War Beast on my War Beast. I don't like it when they do that. Okay, so first and foremost, we're not going to build right on top of me because I'm trying to draw out the Balloon Buster. Yeah, they've got a level 30 Buster mixed in with them. Here's what I want. Ready? I want a detachment of archers up there, right? And I'm gonna see how they. I gotta ban somebody already. All right. Yeah, build there. Unfortunately, somebody dropped a Buster in with us. They're banned. I don't particularly care. The big sign on my screen says no Busters. So I don't know what the confusion is. There you go, Bed Dave. Drop in near me. Oh, guys, you dropped. These aren't. We need. What are you guys doing? Long shot archers. Get a musketeer up here. Get a musketeer up with these guys, and then get. Oh yeah, see, that's what I wanted as the counter. 2 melee there. Need a musketeer in with them. Guys, make sure that when you drop into a corner that you're dropping in arranged. You guys dropped in they're gonna walk forward. You need, yeah, don't do that. How will server wipes rinse repeat or take it at slower pace? No, there are no server wipes. All right, they're bringing in a rogue there too, so now we need the 2 melee here. So the whole point is they're going to try to bring rogues in, box them in. So I need melees there. And 2 melee. If we got an artillery for up in that pack too, that would be good. There's 1 melee. If we got an artillery, if anybody hasn't dropped theirs yet, put an artillery in with that. We'll be good. We'll be in good shape. Oh yeah, they got a ton of support, a ton of flag bearers at the back. Oh yeah. These guys are gonna walk off. That's okay though. 40 seconds, okay. But yeah, there's Ancient, there's not gonna be wipes in Alpha 2. There'll be wipes if there's necessary for Yeah, they dropped an artillery. Should be interesting. And that's why these bombers, please keep in mind your terrain. You need to make sure that you can edge over the terrain. Yeah, Swiftfoot Rogue. That's good. Yeah. Looking pretty good. Character wipes. The wiki says there's a character wipe at... Okay. First of all, be careful with the wiki. Be careful with the wiki. The wiki, every fact on the wiki for Ashes of Creation is accurate. Every fact is accurate. But that doesn't mean that every fact is relevant. There are character wipes as necessary. If there's no necessary character wipe, there won't be a necessary character wipe. Server wipes as necessary. As necessary. In fact, I was pretty certain that it said as necessary. There may still be, yeah, there may still be character wipes. There may still be testing wipes. But before we get that far, there's going to be some wipes, I would expect. It doesn't say there are wipes. It says there may be. So keep in mind, even one word matters. Even one word matters in relevance to... Oh, yeah, good. Good. He's gonna get there. That little buster gonna get there. Was completely useless. Good job. Thank you for building as thank you for building as requested. Those guys don't know what to do. We've got one artillery. I'm gonna get... Oh, Sprocket just wants to play! Sprocket just wants to come play. I ran all over the map for 2 kills. Boom. Good job, guys. Starting off good. Starting off strong. Kill 50 enemies. I still don't have more than 2 units at level 5. Okay. PvP. Do this. 12 kills. Do you think that's your record? What did somebody have the one day? Like 47 kills? It was gross. That was in PvE. I think in PvP, somebody on our show still has a record of 28. Oh, by the way, keep me honest. The last man standing rules for PvP are in effect. Last man standing rules. You have got to be the last person standing on our side. Which means, if there's 2 of us and 1 of them, and then 1 of the remaining people die, but there's no more exchange of fire, that's not a last man standing. Because the shots were already in the air. You have to be the last person standing, get the last shot off. If you do that, I'll buy you a skin. If you're wearing a Jahlon skin when that happens, then I will buy you a $10 gift card. Okay, artillery. All right, guys. Again, we're gonna not build on top of me. All right? We're gonna not build on top of me. We're gonna see how he builds, but if you got him in range, right? If you can get him in range from over here, I don't think you can. Oh, I don't think anybody can get him in range over there. Also want a pair of supports behind me. Bring them in so that they don't take the splash damage. Yeah, I didn't think you were going to be able to. Artillery can. If an artillery can go right there. If we have 1 artillery He's got chonk, man. That is some chonk. There we go. Now, give me a tank right there. Need a tank up there. Wolfie, you're gonna die, but that's okay. Give me a tank up there. If he decides to shoot that way, there we go. Sparky, oh, yeah. 191, what's he gonna do? 79, he should have to shoot you twice. We're gonna need some melee. We're gonna need some melee boys. Grand healer, and then let's make sure that we have a flag bearer there. That's good. Nothing else up here. We're good there. Happy to be fathered. No, you're good. Yeah, you're good. I don't know. I don't particularly know why he did that. Can we get a flag bearer and a musketeer up there for that artillery? So a flag bearer and a musketeer over there. I need to deal with this, or this is gonna get jank. I level to max pretty much every reset. Alpha 2 with more content. I'll be happy camper, wipes or no wipes. Yeah, I didn't get to max every time. Because I was doing I had a lot of characters that I did a lot of repetition testing with. If there was a character wipe, could it change how you play? No, because honestly, in Alpha 2, I have so much data gathering to do. I'm not really worried about wipes, to be honest. I'm not worried about wipes. There's so much to do. There's so much to test. And people have to remember, Alpha 2 for Ashes of Creation is not for playing. It's for testing. I want to remind people there are going to be things that get added into the game in Alpha 2 that don't make it to the final cut. Wipes give people a chance to take risks. Yeah, it was like the other day somebody said they're worried about corruption. They're worried about corruption in Alpha 2 because people are just going to become murder hobos. And I said, that's fine. I want them to be murder hobos. I want people to oh, they brought a level 30 Rogan right there. That's gonna be problematic. He's gonna get the business done. Resist 90% of range damage. Yeah, he's gonna hurt. He's gonna hurt the world, but we might be okay. People said the corruption in Alpha 1 is gonna be a problem because people are just gonna be murder hobos. Fine, be murder hobos. Go ahead and do it. And what's gonna end up happening is you're gonna give Intrepid multiple opportunities to tune the corruption system. If people are that dumb, right? If people are that dumb, then have at it. Have at it. So, wipes. I hope they announce it 24 hours a day. What do you mean you hope that wouldn't happen? You already know it's gonna happen. You know for a fact it's gonna happen. Because it already happened. It had happened in Alpha 1. People were absolutely horrendous murder hobos in Alpha 1. To the point where there are accounts that got banned. They'll get bored pretty quickly. No, those level of people don't get bored really quickly because those level of people are like literally little shitbirds. They don't get bored. They don't care about ruining people's time. Unfortunately, we didn't counter that rogue. That one rogue is like basically won the match for him. That was my bad. I'm not in the zone yet, guys. That was my bad. Yeah, they're entertained by the idea of annoying others. That's what the problem becomes. So when people are like, here's the thing that I'll tell you. If you're getting griefed by somebody, the absolute worst thing you can do if you're getting griefed is, number one, yell at them, cry about it. And literally, and I'm going to say what you're doing, if you're talking to the person who's attacking you and griefing you, you're crying about it. You're literally QQ, less QQ, more pew pew. If you feel the need to talk to the person, you're giving them exactly what they want. You're giving them the hit of dopamine. You are giving them what they want. Don't ever talk to them. Don't ever talk to them. If they say derogatory stuff to you, there is nothing you can say, absolutely nothing you can say that's going to make life better for you, right? There's nothing you can say that'll make life better for you. So don't say anything to them. Makes for a good YouTube video if you want about it. Yes, exactly. You control them. No, because if you troll them, you're giving them content, right? If you troll them, you're giving them content. Because if they're able to beat you, right, then how are you trolling them? They know they've beaten you because you've changed your play style. Okay, rogue. Okay, that's fine. Build in our standard box. Standard box formation. They end up crying in chat in the end. For example, BDO, someone tried to PK multiple times, so I dodged and fed them to mobs. Yeah, they ended up crying in chat, and then what you do is you ignore them. You ignore them. If they send you a mail, you ignore it. You don't even give them a GGWP. You don't give them that. You don't acknowledge them at all. The thing is that if you are their target, they are going to be fixated on you for a while. And then if you give them no feedback, if you give them no response, right? If you give them nothing, well played. Good game, well played. If you give them nothing, they eventually go and bother somebody else. They eventually go to get that fix from somebody else. So, I always say good fight at the end. Yeah. See, I've done a short on this. If you say GG easy, you don't know if you're pissing the other person off to a point where they're going to come back and make you pay for it. If you got to say something and you're not trolling, at the end of good PvP, good fight, don't say GG easy. If you say easy, then what you realize is you piss off the wrong person. And like in EVE Online, there's lots of stories where somebody shit talked a little bit too much, and then all of a sudden they found out what happens when you shit talk the wrong person. Good fight. Give him a GF in local. Give him a GF in local. That's always polite to do. Silence is a lack of content. They want content. So we've kind of shifted the marker around here, and I want to make sure if you're being trolled, give them silence, because eventually somebody else, eventually somebody else will engage with them. All right. Does anybody have an artillery? The only thing I want dropped right here. Hold on. What are we at? 4753. What I want is an artillery, and I want 2 melee and 2 melee. Artillery. I wish they had an artillery icon, but they don't. Artillery and 2 melee. If we can get that formed. Did they curse us? A level 5 curse? Oh. Really? That's cute. All right, we've got the artillery. What I want mixed in here now is I want a musketeer, and I want a we got the arty we need. I want a musketeer and a flag bearer in with them. We need the other 2 melee to complete the box. Yeah, was fun is genuine. Yeah, keep in mind that we're only talking about, I'm talking about how to irritate trolls. I'm talking about how to irritate trolls or griefers. Don't say anything. If you give them no feedback, then they know they can't get a rise out of you. If they can't get a rise out of you, it's no longer fun for them. All right, good job, good job, good job. Next thing you know, you got some kid PMing you about your mom. Yeah, and here's what I say all the time. I think I got this from Karthos. I think I got this one from Karthos. I love when kids spend 20 minutes telling me how fat my mom is. And then they spend the next 5 minutes talking about how many times they had sex with her last night. I'm not here to shame your fat kink or anything, but you know. 80 to 77, and we got 50 seconds left. If we've got another, you guys can build in here with, eraser. You guys can build in right there with the rest. Support this group, melee, tanks, whatever you've got for the last drops. Tanks up in there. Some support, you know, some more. Yeah, there you go. I like the retro mage. Some ranged. Nothing like riding the wave. Yeah, you know. I know what you're going there, you dirty pervert. But the truth of the matter is, I don't let what people say doesn't bother me. I'm not gonna like rage because of something you say. If I'm raging, chances are I'm raging because I'm mad at my own performance, or I'm raging at you because you don't know how to shut the fuck up on comms. I will fucking holler at you and that's just training, because it's that military training. If you're talking during operations, I'm gonna yell at you. Because if I yell at you, it's the same reason why the military yells. You yell at one person, never heard it. Yeah, Zetrix, shut the fuck up. Everyone just needs to get what's known as comms discipline. You need to get comms discipline to the point where and you'll know your shot caller's voices. Once a shot caller starts talking, you're not talking. That's one of the reasons why I will most likely, unless Discord does amazing things, I will most likely switch the guild over to TeamSpeak for Ashes. And I say that because I feel we need the level of voice control that goes above what Gilded offers. Because Gilded will have Guild has you can priority speaker on Discord, but it's far and beyond that. You need to have channel commander, God voice, cross whisper. I think you can do some of that with Gilded, but I haven't gone back to Gilded to see exactly where we're at yet. Yeah, you can't do everything in Gilded as you want in TeamSpeak, and that's really the thing. Nothing really beats TeamSpeak. If you're talking about wanting the premier, voice comms, it's TeamSpeak. TeamSpeak is the premier. So Whispers are one of the best parts about TeamSpeak. Yeah, they are. Okay, guys. Do a real quick check. Is our guy live or is our guy... Our guy's got like 3 viewers and he's in the middle of a fight. I don't even think he knows he queued or he got his match. Let's just make sure. Yeah, there's a balloon buster. So as standard, we know that's coming. Don't build off me. We build a secondary formation. And then we build, I wish we could like have default sets where we could just like copy paste. So build in several places on the map. Do put a healer, do put 2 healers behind me though. Zetrix, I don't know why you put a rogue there. That rogue won't trigger the balloon buster. But yeah, just build. He won't trigger a balloon buster. Let's build up here. He does look like he looks like he's got some friends. Looks like Dougie Fresh got some people with him. Let's build up here as well. Guys. Oh, flying rogue. Okay, I see what you're doing. Balloon busters, you have to shoot down. So there's a volatile buster. This guy got kind of screwed with like people's drops. Will guild leaders have to pay for TeamSpeak if they have over 64 consecutive users? Yeah, you got to buy TeamSpeak. The company will buy the TeamSpeak for us. The company will incur that cost. That's one of the nice things about having a company. So yeah, let's build up here. Let's get this built up nice, neat. My wife is getting me a chicken bacon ranch sandwich today, guys. She took my daughters out to lunch. I'm gonna be in tasty sandwich heaven. TeamSpeak is free to download, but you need to pay for your server. TeamSpeak is, you don't get a free server. There's a lot of places that you can get a free server, but a lot of those places, what they do is they set you up to have a free server, and then every couple of months those companies go out of business, and one of the last things they do is they send you an email. They say, we're going out of business, but this hosting company has offered to pick you up at a low rate. That hosting company is really them. Discord versus TeamSpeak. TeamSpeak for serious PvPers. Discord is fine for LOL I'm so random casuals. But TeamSpeak is better than Discord because of channel commander, cross whisper, because there's things that not everybody has to hear, and the way you can set it up is scouts are in a channel, scouts are in a whisper with all the raid leaders, and then the raid leaders are in the same whisper group as the overall campaign manager, and then each of the raid leaders are in a channel with only their raid, and then if you have a further level of if you have another level, like if there's, say, what did we say? If there's six raids, if there's 6 raids in a castle siege, plus the hold on. So you have my hands. You have 6 raids. So I would split that up into one group of 3, one group of 3, and then the leftover people are scouts, right? You would this guy would be able to talk to all 3 of those raids. So each raid would have a commander, and then you'd have a 3-raid commander, a 3-raid commander, then you'd have the campaign commander at the top. Because sometimes you have shot callers that do too much talking. Oh, your rogue got killed as it walked past the balloon buster. That buster doesn't want anything to do with my captain. That buster's just like, no. That buster's just like, no, that's cool. I'm gonna go do my own thing. We can walk to that artillery. We're still in pretty good shape. Yeah, we're in good shape. Oh yeah, who are you? No, Veil Miss Warden, go and kill those guys. Go and kill those guys. Kill those guys. Ooh, that's gonna hurt. Oh, but the War Beast won't be able to kill you. Get him, kill him. Good. Wrapped it up. So. Good stuff. Good stuff. I like it. I'm in love with it. I like it. I love it. I want some more of it. I want wins. Nothing but dubs. Want nothing but W's today. But no, TeamSpeak is much neater and cleaner. I mean, keep in mind I also come from no busters. No busters. No busters. That's why it says no busters. Keep in mind that I come from EVE Online where having several hundred people, several thousand people in comms at the same time was common. And so there's a lot going on, and you most of the time in EVE, nobody can talk in the major campaign channels. The rank and file people don't even have talk permission. And I know some people get mad. They're like, I wouldn't play a game if I didn't have permission to talk. And I'd say, you don't need permission to talk. To be completely honest, there is nothing you need to say if you're a rank and file EVE member. If you're not a Dictor pilot, a Scout pilot, a Sino pilot, if you're not one of those people, you are literally a lock the broadcasted target and hit your buttons. That's all you are there for. Your DPS, you just shoot what I tell you. Yeah, that's pretty much exactly what it is. Okay, we want to block off right here, but we want to put a flag bearer right there for now to see what happens. We don't want to block off here. We want to put a couple of tanks, right? We're going to put a couple of melee. We're going to put a couple of healers, that flag bearer, and then we're going to have our archers there. We're going to see what happens. What node do I think I'm going to settle in? Right now it looks like I will settle in into a divine or a scientific. But we don't have nearly enough information for me to be making decisions like that. I think having 2 software is annoying. And with Gilded newly adding cross whisper to chats, I think Gilded is going to be the go-to. Again, because Ashes is so far away, I think Gilded has a chance to get caught up. I also think that Discord has a chance to get caught up if they get off their ass. What's a divine node? Xander, if you go to Ashes 101 and you go to the world description, you're going to find all of my world description for nodes. But no, divine nodes, the long story short of them is leadership of a divine node is determined by who does the most service quests. So didn't TeamSpeak have a virus on one of their releases a while and they didn't fix it or roll back that version for way too long? I don't recall that being TeamSpeak. It might, maybe, because there were years that I didn't have TeamSpeak. People in my guilds understood I couldn't have, due to some weird stuff that I don't really want to go too far into. I couldn't have communication software on my home computer. Everything that I had for my home computer had to be approved, which was annoying. And then I was like, nope, I'm not dealing with that anymore. But I don't want to go into too many details on that, only because it's embarrassing for the government. And that's not my job to do. They do a good enough job embarrassing themselves. So look at those. Hi, Sprocket. Sprocket, you're gonna get tired, bro. Slow down. Stop running. Sprocket. Sprocket. He's not listening. That was a plugin for TS. Yeah, there are a lot of really cool things for TeamSpeak that people do. Also, there are did you guys, I'm going to ask a question. Did any of you notice the changes to the show today? Did any of you see them? Or were you like mollified there were changes, or did you guys just not say anything? I'm just interested to know if you guys saw the changes. You saw the verticalness. That's one change, yes. By the way, for those of you that were interested in what I was saying earlier about the Umbrella Corporation, there's the Umbrella Corps. So the borders seem a little less different. That's one hell of a setup. Thanks. It took me a while to build this setup. Some of that right screen must be closer to center. No, the right Zetrix, the right screen is laid out the way it is. It's deliberately over further because of the damage to my neck. My neck is permanently pulled this way of how my fusion is. So when I'm like this, I don't have any pain. But I have this right one deliberately over so that I deliberately do this, so that I deliberately stretch my neck. Uh-oh. We are going to get shafazzled. We are getting shafazzled here. The balloon buster is going to come and eat our lunch. So, yeah, what a crack. Yeah. My C2, C3 is fused. You'll notice I don't use my hands to crack my neck. I know exactly how much pressure I can put on my neck before I hurt it. There's no point in me going to a chiropractor to get a simple pop. Oh, 2 balloon busters? That's a bad day. That's a bad day. Yeah, oh yeah, we're done. We're done, Ski. Yeah, we're done. We're finished. Yeah, we're done. We're done, Ski. Those 2 got in there. I built us wrong there. So I accept the blame there. Just a total bad build. I should have been out front. I gotta remember that sometimes there's some units I'm better at captaining with than others, and sometimes I make mistakes, and that was a mistake. Jay's setup looks like the last Starfighter cockpit for Death Blossom run. Yeah. I went vertical with the monitors so that I have more monitor space. Because I have these 3 are wides. So since these 3 are wides, I don't really have vertical space. And as you guys saw on Monday's show, I was fucking around on Monday trying to make things work. Well, one of the things I'm stupid. I'm like, well, I need to have wide stuff. We'll put it on the top monitor. I've also noticed my neck pain and my shoulder pain has been immensely better this week. All right, didn't we just lose to this guy? Yes, we just lost to this guy. So we need to be smarter. We need to be smarter. This map gives us a little bit better of an advantage. Yeah, this is the reflection of the world boss travel. How do I become eligible for your guild in Ashes of Creation? Right now, you don't. Okay, he's gonna drop that. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna build out from this corner. We're gonna build out from this corner. Banner in the top left area? No, not right yet, because we don't know what they're building out to. So I want to go no further than about right there. So yeah, the wishbone is a wall. So the dog bone is going to funnel them. They're going to get funneled either around this dog bone or into this little, they're going to come straight down. Let's make sure we get a flag bearer. We got a musketeer there. So that's good. I'll end up walking in the range of that one. So let's make sure we get a flag bearer there, and I'll walk up into that. Let's make sure that we have a flag bearer over there with a tank. We don't want rogues to come down. They've got an artillery over there. Put a rogue right here. That rogue should... Oh, good job. Good place. Good place. Let's get a healer up there, right there on that corner, far enough away from the splash, still be able to walk up and heal him. Put a rogue right there. Bring that rogue. It should go around the dog bone. Any elaboration on not accepting guild members yet, or just waiting to see who's still around when the game launches? So we don't have any game to play right now. Once there is a game for us to play, then we'll start doing that. But if I started dealing with who's in the guild and who's not in the guild already, I would be wasting time, effort, energy, and resources managing a guild that doesn't exist. When we go into Fractured, it's real simple. We go into Fractured and pretty much everybody gets accepted. When we go into the next game, if we're going to play the next game any level of competitively, then we'll let everybody in. Like, we went into Elyon, and Elyon was just trash tier. So we let everybody in, and most people walked right back out of the game when we found out all the nonsense that they were doing. There's no point in me wasting a bunch of time. Okay, so what do we got going on here? A wild barbarian? Okay. Put a couple of ranged there with that main group so that wild barbarian doesn't come up and just start slapping people. I have that. But yeah, I would love for something to come out that we could game together with. I would love that. Any sneaky rogues? No, they don't. They're not really vulnerable to a sneaky rogue. They don't have anywhere that we could get there. Let's make sure that we get the tank and the melee with that little group though for last minute rogue drops, because we have a lot of there we go. Because we have a lot of ranged. They might try to bring in a sneaky rogue. In fact, give me one more melee. Give me a melee tucked in right next to me. Oh no, we're full. Yep, there they go. They're gonna bring in that Dark Paladins. No fucking busters, Dark Paladins, unless that was on 100%. I didn't see it. It better have been on 99%. No busters. No fucking busters. No busters. Because that's a bad... Busters at 99%. So if you're at 99%, that's okay. But that's not a really good buster place. But no, that's fine. If you're at 99%, That's a good drop if it was N99. If it was N99, we're good. Let's see what happens here. You're going to take out the Wild Barbarian, so that'll be good. That'll be good. You got stopped. Oh, damn it, that rogue. Damn it. Those rogues got in there and just decimated things. You should put a sign up about busters? Yeah. He was right. Dark Paladin was right because he dropped a buster at 99%. The buster wasn't in the most amazing spot, but it was fine because he dropped it at 99%. And that's when you drop it. You drop it at 99%. Because then what you do is you get a buster on the map for 1%. They had 2 artilleries. Yeah, they had 2 artilleries. Good that we're not facing that particular captain again. That's one thing I don't like in Stream Raiders. Sometimes you'll end up facing the same captain over and over and over again. Heavy Paladin, level 30. All right. So we're gonna go melee chunk. Let's make sure we get our heals, our support, our flag bearers with us. Let's see how that goes. What's Tuna doing? Tuna's doing good. So melee, if somebody's got a war beast next to us, that'll be good. There we go. There we go. Let's see what else we got. Heavy Paladin. Make sure we got yeah, heals, monk, flag bearer. I don't see a flag bearer. Make sure we got a flag bearer with us. What else we got? Yeah, what are you over here? What are you doing? Raging Warrior? Raging Warrior, hidden tuna? Okay. Armored over here. We wanna pull. He's gonna build there. We want to pull them up there. His captain is in a good spot to balloon buster. Yes, so are we. So are we. That's the problem. Yep, good call. Extra heals. Oh, we need music. We need trance, man. I need to pick up the pace. I need to pick up the beats. Pick up the beats. Yep. Good. Good. Give me a couple of blitzers over here. Get out of here. Give me a couple of blitzing rogues from this side. Finally found a software to use my KVM with my setup. The laptop though, Synergy just didn't work well enough due to my monitor. Yeah, that is one thing. Synergy does get kind of crazy with you depending on monitor orientation. I will say that. I have a license to Synergy, but right now I can't use it. Okay, so they have a buster in the back. We need long range archers. Long range archers on the other side of this tree farm. So when that buster gets into place, they're going to try to bring a... Oh, they're going to... Yeah. Long range archers. Long range archers. There. Because I think they're going to bring in a balloon buster as well. Guys, what I want is I want a balloon buster. I want one balloon buster right there. And I want one rogue right there. Balloon buster and rogue. I think we're going to get balloon buster to the face. So we're going to counter that. But yeah, I want long range archers. There's the rogue. Give me a balloon buster behind it. There we go. Won't help if the archers target the armor. You're right, it won't, but I'm worried about this one later game. I'm really setting this up for later game. I don't know why they put it. Yeah, I'm worried that they have a rogue there. That's a good call though. Do we have a flying rogue that can go right there? Flying rogue right there that will hopefully shoot the balloon buster. Oh, that balloon buster. Well, he can't haste either. Flying rogue if we can get it. 70%. This is crazy. This is Looney Tunes, man. Let me see the whole map. Berserker coming in behind. What the fuck is all this? What the fuck are all you doing over there? Fucking having a party? Yeah, there's the buster. There's the buster. Does anybody have an artillery left? Can we get an artillery dropped in right there? If anybody has one. Got about 1:08 left. One artillery. This just is ripe for somebody with an artillery to just gaggle kills. That's a bomber. I didn't want a bomber there. Artillery. Anybody got one artillery? There's an artillery. Yeah. Good cover in the back. Good stuff in the back. A melee in... Oh, too late. All right, let's see how this works. That was intense. But we're not out of the woods yet. Oh, we are. Yeah. At 8. What am I doing? There we go. There we go. No. Where is there? I was like, you better not make me do it again. Yeah, the only person we've lost to today is X Ragnarok. All 3 losses today have been to the same person. So no more of him. No more of him. Stay away from me. The hell away. Get the hell away from me. Some of your colleagues use multiplicity. You've not heard it yet. That's a cool avatar. That's a cool icon. I like that. So tried Mouse Without Borders. It's a Microsoft Garage application, free, but it only works on Windows machines. All right. I don't like this map. I do not like this map. I do not like them Sam eats yams. Do you think players having a secret pocket with 1 or 2 slots upon death, whatever items you have in there won't drop except if you are corrupted? No. I think that's a horrible idea. If you don't want to drop items, don't go out into the world with items in your backpack. No. Not in the slightest. Because then all I would do is I would simply do, yeah, gatherers would do that, and I would simply assign all of the boss loot to be carried by those people. I would just split the boss loot up among all my officers to carry 1 or 2 pieces of boss loot each. And then I know that we can never lose boss loot. People need to not be afraid of dying. People need to not be afraid of dying in Ashes of Creation. Okay, what are we doing here? They're gonna come with... Yep. People need to don't be scared. You're gonna die. But you don't drop your gear unless you're corrupted. So don't be scared. Okay, what do we got here? We're gonna do... a tank. That was a weird rogue drop. Flag bearer. Heals. Archers. But yeah, imagine gatherers using it. Yeah, people need to not be scared. You're gonna die, and it's okay. Death is only the beginning. People need to not worry about dropping stuff. It's like you only drop a percentage, so why are you scared? So the software I use cost money, but it had a lot more features. But you got a license from a friend who shared the cost with. Nice. I apologize, guys. I generally try not to be on my phone during work hours, except if it's my kids, and it's after work hours, so there's some people who are looking to touch base with me, and they're like, "You haven't answered." I'm like, "I know, I'm streaming, but you only stream till the top of the hour, the top of last hour, yeah." All right, what do we got here? They got an artillery up there. Give me a beefy boy tank right there. Give me actually a beefy boy tank right behind him as well. I want their artillery to have no choice but to not shoot at us. So give me a tank there and a tank there, or that artillery is gonna seriously ruin our day. We got pinning archers. No, not there. Give me a pinning archer. Not there. Give me a pinning archer back there that can hit that artillery. Sneckers. The fuck, man? Do you see the goddamn fucking giant fucking sign on my screen that says no busters in PvP? Do you fucking see that sign? Do you not see the fucking sign that says no busters in PvP? That wasn't a 99% drop. So what the fuck are you, this buster is fucking useless. This buster is, besides the fact, this buster is fucking useless. All right, guys, come on. Needed a pinning archer to chip away at their artillery while these two big boys get shot. Come on. The buster's gonna save the game. That buster's gonna die. Do busters deal friendly fire? No. But that buster's gonna die because it's gonna walk around and it's gonna get killed. It might take out 1 unit if we're lucky. If we're lucky. Oh. Oh, Snickers. And you still have TTV in your name, Snickers. Your name's Snickers now. Two more days till you can name change again. So, It's funny, man. There is this kid on YouTube that blew up his YouTube audience. Absolutely crushed it. He went from getting like 100 views on a video to getting like 4 million views on a video. All these content creators are sharing the links to his video and all the review videos about the kid. And I've said, yeah, the kid is the kid is doing it right. But the problem is that there's a lot of YouTubers making comparable content. There is something in YouTube known as the algorithm, and it takes one time for your video to go to the right place. And then if you follow up on it, like on my Jahlon on channel, my Jahlon on channel has less than 100 or less than 200 subscribers. Nope. On my Jahlon on channel, less than 200 subscribers, but I have a video with over 7,000 views because I did a video and it got picked up. The trick there is, I didn't follow up on it because my Jahlon on channel is really for me to leave advice to my kids. Like, what would dad say about that? It's not meant to be a monetized, make me money, follow the algorithm channel. Unfortunately, the PGN Music channel had a video on it that did 20,000 views. I didn't have any other music ready to follow up, and by the time I did follow up, the next album didn't do as well. That's the nature of YouTube. I want to remind anybody here who's a YouTuber or a content creator, don't try to copy somebody else's secret sauce. So don't try to copy somebody else's secret sauce. Just simply make your own 23 flavor combinations. Make your own 23 combination flavor in Dr. P. I recall Healers always being 30 minutes. Good game back. I recall Healers always being, I recall the blue units always being 30 minutes. Maybe I'm wrong. So we're doing good, guys. 6-3. I'll take 6-3. 6-3 gets us to what? 6-3 gets us to 1/3 done. 1/3 done. Awesome. That's what I like. I like winning the tournament. I like winning. But you know what? I hate losing more than I like winning. So, was blue 15? Oh, that might have been it. That might have been it. You could be right. The blue could, yeah, blue could have been 15 a long while ago. We've been playing this game for so many years. We've been playing this game for a long time. So, you know who you could ask? You could ask V-Man. V-Man has all that data. He would know. All right. Barry the Gnome Orc Slayer. Okay. So a couple of things here. We are going to, yeah, we're going to build out there. Let's make sure we have a long-range archer in front of me, a pinning archer. So they're gonna bring a heroic barbarian. Give me 2 archers down there. Kill that barbarian. We don't want to get close to it. Just kill it. Get it off the map. Let's make sure we get our standard heals. I'm a ranged. Captain is ranged. Let's make sure we get a musketeer in with the captain. But yeah, you guys should ping V-Man. V-Man's trying to get back into streaming. So as a community, we're going to support V-Man when we can. I appreciate anybody who turns around and says, I made a mistake. Oh, good call. Anybody who says I made a mistake and then is trying to fix that mistake. I'll tell you guys, I have some of the biggest and the dumbest oofs ever as a streamer. Give me a rogue down here. Rogue's gonna run the distance, but give me a rogue down there. Where the heck is V-Man? V-Man took a break from streaming because he had to have the fall. He had to have the stumble and he had to have the fall. And he's had it now. And now he's got to work out from that. Yeah, there we go. So I mean you're a top hat streamer. Look at you. V-Man had to have the stumble and had to have the fall. I say people have to have the stumble and have to have the fall because it is a natural part of you being on your path to Twitch partner. I think I missed. No, I got him. You have to have that stumble and that fall. And he had it, and now he's working on trying to build back up. Basically, what I'll say is this. When you're trying to become a Twitch partner, when you're trying to become successful on stream, you're gonna have a couple of stumbles and a couple of falls. Very rarely does anybody go straight from starting to affiliate to partner at all. If you do, the problem is your fall happens when you're a partner. When you already made partner and you have the fall, that can be the recipe for disaster. Because when you're already in the butter zone and you fail, sometimes you fail and there's no recovery. Sometimes you fail and there is no recovering from that fail. It's always good to get your fail out of the way while you're still on. It's always good to get your fall off while you're on your way up. What about the bottom? What do you mean? Oh, when you're running. Oh, the bottom. Yeah, I'm not worried. This bottom contingent is screwed anyway. But see what they did is this is called building to contest. They built to contest us, and I'm not worried about it. What I am worried about is that person's banned dropping a buster. Tired of people dropping busters. This is the one thing I will say. I very rarely have anything negative to say about Captain's TV. They're a great group of people, amazing people, right? They're not even in the channel. That's the problem. They're not even in the stream. With that said, right? Captain's TV is going to lose the initiative because somebody's going to come out. Somebody's going to come out and they're going to make something close enough to Stream Captain's that it runs forward. No, it's not the same person. The person on the first map I banned. So this is it's the same buster but a different person. Somebody's going to come out with something similar to Stream Captains but without the frustrating pieces, and then that's going to be what happens. Stream Captains will have innovated, and then they will lose the initiative to somebody who listens to all the complaints. Because if somebody listens to all the complaints and moves over 70% of your streamers, because with a little bit of this, you do an advertising campaign, you do an affiliate campaign, you do something different than the skins. If you can come up with that recipe, then Stream Captain suddenly turns around and they're like, where's all our customers? what ban does. Ban, ironically, bans them from being able to drop any units on my maps. Once they're banned on my map, they can't. Once they're banned from my my stream, they're not banned from my show as a viewer, but once they're banned, they can't drop any units ever again. Oh, I got the business done. They can't even see you as a captain anymore. Yeah, so 7-3 for 10 and 17. Boyos. Boyos, we are doing our job. That's what I call my cats. I call my 2 male cats. Boyos. They look at me. Dad, you're crazy. You like that little PGN pop-up thing? The PGN music thing that tells you the next track playing? That's pretty slick, ain't it? Yeah, unfortunately my ban list doesn't give them to me in order. No, that wasn't the same guy. The first guy was Draconis 1533. That was Polar Chemist that I just banned in the last one. It does give them to me in order. So I mean, they were completely different names. And if somebody wants to make multiple accounts to troll me, that's fine. That's absolutely fine. It means that, you know, I'm living inside your head rent free. Sadly, I can't sublease the space. So I'll drop in busters this match. I will kill you. Alrighty. Where is everything? Where are all the things in my life? Okay. Moo Malau. So this is one thing I do tell people. You definitely shouldn't have your you definitely should not have your character, your icon for your brand be a Pokemon. And I say that because you don't want to build brand recognition to an icon that you can't use. And I imagine probably in the next 4 to 5 years, my fellow content creators, in the next 4 to 5 years, you're going to start seeing more and more brands going to Twitch and banhammering people. You're going to see more and more brands will go to Twitch and YouTube and start hammering the shit out of people that are using their IP as their logos. The thing about a brand is it does, or a logo. A logo does not have to be the most amazing thing ever. But what a logo does need to do is it needs to be recognizable, right? It needs to be a recognizable thing. What are these guys doing? Okay. You're gonna bring the chonk? Or clearly communicate your brand. Yeah. Give me a lot of melee. Lot of melee units that bust that buff other melee. They're going really heavy. Really heavy tank. Give me 2 long-range archers. I want 2 long-range archers up there because I want to we need to be able to do 144 hit points really quickly. So give me 2 long-range archers up there to just chew him up. Maybe actually like that. What is all this? What are these guys doing? I'm gonna deal with that chonk here in a minute. So, not a ton of silver linings to COVID, but watching stream while I work and Irish cream coffee are nice. Nice. Yeah, there you go. So you're gonna do 33 a hit. Yeah, 33 a hit. So 5 hits. So if we get 2 more long shot archers up there, we'll just take care of that. All right, guys, get ready to take care of some shenanes. We got some shenanes we need to take care of. Give me a there we go. That's set up there. Give me a tank there. Give me a tank there. Oh no, because now, yeah, no. It's not gonna work. It's not gonna work, yeah, because he's building off there now. Because now he's got the chunk there, though those guys shouldn't shoot at him. All right. Here's what I want, guys. Here's what I want. No more tanks. Regular busters. Regular busters just all up in there. Regular busters. Let's see. That's when you wait for the Buster's call. You wait for the Buster's call. Wow, he got... Okay, that's taken care of. Luckily, I'm chonky, but man, we are even up here. Oh, we lost this one. We just couldn't. They had too much chunk. They had too much chunk. Wow, those look delicious. I am gonna be right back, guys. I need to take a real quick break. I've been live for 5 hours and 42 minutes. I gotta go get some napkins. I gotta go get some napkins and some real ketchup. I'm gonna take a real quick break. This is a good time for you guys to go refill your drinks, get a beverage. I'm gonna, cause I gotta eat. I can't do the show without eating. I'll die. So I'm gonna be. I usually don't put you guys in a BR back screen. I'll be right back in a couple of minutes, and then I'll just turn my camera off. I'll try to eat and keep going. Alrighty, I am back. Dream Raider matches. Turn the camera off so that I can eat, because there is nothing attractive about an Irish guy trying to eat. Like, you remember that line from Kingdom of Heaven where Balian says to Sabella, "It's been so long since I've watched a woman eat." I don't like watching people eat. If we're just gonna square up the truth on all levels, I don't like watching people eat. Oh, I gotta eat these careful. All right, so we're gonna have to go around the hedge. Gonna have to go around the hedge. They dropped a monk. Let's put some archers. Let's put some archers on the edge of the board. You just pissed off half the ASMR community. I usually will kill my mic between every bite, but I'm having a bacon ranch sandwich and I'm trying not to get it all over my Victorian era clothing. Look at their buster. Yeah. Let's just waste a couple of points. Let's give those archers flag bearers. For getting into the we'll get the Hello Kitty bib. Yeah, right. For getting into my guild, I don't have applications right now. Everybody can join the Discord. When there's an actual game to play, we'll start. That was supposed to be an archer. Good job. So eating grocery store pizza burns right now. Pizza buns. So, yeah, basically when the time comes that there is a game we can play, we'll start building the guild. But right now there's no point. Still having issues with Discord verification. Yeah, unfortunately, for some of the stuff that I do, I have to have verified accounts on my Discord. What you can try, Nat, is you can try getting Google Voice and see if you can authenticate using Google Voice. or you need to figure out why you have your phone number on a different Discord account. So, nothing behind us. They're at 88%. So they have 2 flying rogues. Yeah, but I'm not really that afraid of flying rogues, because they have 2 flying rogues that are, what are they going to do? Walk into an entire battalion of archers? Guys, bombers won't do you any good on this border, because you don't have the range, man. You don't got the hops. You don't got the hops. So, put a couple of tanks down here with healers. Their flying rogues are going to shoot the front flags and die. Yeah, they're going to try to. They're going to try to shoot them. They're probably going to die. And then, hey, good luck to you too. Currently in the, you've been following for 10 months. We've been PvPing since March 2020. Nice. Put archers down there. Yeah, must solve the Fermi paradox before being considered for the guild. That's right. Behind them, put a flag bearer. Put a flag bearer back there, and then put ranged. Those flying rogues should decide to come backwards, and split them up a bunch of different directions. So, what we got left? Oh, we're at 89. Yeah. Hey Jay, I took your advice and started getting rid of those things that are costing me money. One of those things is Amazon Prime, so I won't be able to subscribe anymore. No, that's good. If Amazon Prime is costing you money, get rid of it. If Amazon Prime is costing you a bunch of money every month, and you're not getting the advantage of it, and you're not using Prime Video, and you're not using all the other key features, then absolutely get rid of it. I will never feel bad losing income from my company by helping somebody else save money. Of course, when you want to come back and you want to binge watch the Lord of the Rings TV show, when you get that Prime back, just make sure you resub up for those months that you're watching Lord of the Rings, The Curse of the Rings. Six-hour stream. It's gonna be more like a 8-hour stream, because I gotta get 20. Oh, wait a minute, they didn't reset. What the fuck am I doing? Oh, I gotta put a ping in. The tickets didn't reset. Let me check if they're not resetting the tickets manually, then we might be in good shape, because we'll probably already be done. I'll get 45 one way or the other, but how would you recommend building rapport with me so that when you do create a guild, you're looked on more favorably? Don't try. Don't ever try to build rapport with somebody so they look upon you more favorably. That's just that next level bullshit that I tell people doesn't work on me. I'm the guy giving you all the books on how to win friends and influence people. I'm the guy that's immune to people trying to build friends and influence people. Not into bits or whatever, but I happily enjoy jazz music once you're monetized. Yeah. For those of you that love jazz music, enjoy it. It's up there for free. I'll play some jazz. Let's switch into jazz. I was trying to figure out where my music went. Let me put my camera on. There we go. Let me get my NASA's. There we go. Some NASA's. That was a very good chicken bacon ranch sandwich. Mad shout out to Joe's, man. It's a good sandwich. You guys don't know what Joe's is. None of you live close enough to me to know what Joe's is. The hell was that? It's like a bird dying. How goes the eating? Doing better keeping stuff down? Yeah, I didn't throw up breakfast, which was a nice thing. I am doing a little bit better keeping food down. It sucks, man, because I need to keep X number of calories in me a day, and I got permission to go back to working out, because my body fat percentage is going up, which is not what they want. But the problem is that, it is what it is. Okay, they got a lot of chonk right up here. I don't know if I want to counter that chonk though. Dude, don't get on me. No. So, the problem is in order to get calories, just raw calories, I've been having these little cheesecake cups, which is good because I generally don't get sick from those. But yeah, it's been a rough go at it, man. That's why the show gets interrupted, but I have to eat at regular intervals because I have to leave my body enough time. Like if I can't keep this down, which some of the time, guys, when I leave the room several times in a row, I'm not like, you guys aren't less than my priority, but you're really not supposed to get sick on stream. You're not supposed to bleed on stream. These are just things that they prefer you not to do. So, you recently got YouTube Premium. You still get paid via YouTube? Yes. YouTube Premium does pay me. So, yes. All right. I don't know what we're going to do about this. This is like a mixed bag. Does anybody have a volatile buster? Does anybody have one volatile buster? One volatile buster, one big boy. I want one big boy buster up there. One big guy. Because if you're a volatile, you're already going to be in range of... He'll step forward one step. So yeah, volatile, big boy, big boy buster up there. Take care of that. You're going to bring a rogue across the way? Okay, so they're going to try to bring... They're going to try to bring a balloon buster towards us. Not the smartest plan. Yeah, you've got a flying rogue there already. I love that. That is awesome. I love it. There we go. Yeah, because you're going to take... Oh, you're already in range. Yeah. You're already in range of that. Yeah, good stuff. What do we got down here? Not a lot. Okay. What do we got over here? Good job building on two different fronts, guys. That's smart plays. Dark Paladins, we didn't need your tank there. But I mean, good on you for going there. The thing is that if you notice, he's already in range. if you take one step forward, yeah, one step forward. Oh, he might take one step forward though. 134, 145. Yeah, you might be okay. We might be good there. That's a lot of chunk though. Let's get a row of just beefy melee up there, and let's support a row of beef. We're gonna be fighting on that front. So, oh, we're at 100%. Okay, well then. Thank you, caller. WYMI. Why me, the All Philosophy radio station. I'm your host, Jahlon. First caller. Why does my life suck? Well, because what are you doing to fix your life? What have you read? Have you been doing any professional development reading? If not, I have a whole list of books for you. For all the people that are lacking in motivation, I do recommend the book, The 5-Second Rule by Mel Robbins. Really, really, really good book. I do. Oh, look at that. Buster, right on the edge. So you should hopefully intercept that. Oh, that's kind of weird. That should get popped. But for those of you lacking motivation in your life, I do recommend the 5-Second Rule by Mel Robbins. I truly do. I even did a video on the book. It is, what if you can't read? Well, then you got to start with Hooked on Phonics works for you. But how would you have typed if you can't read? Writing and reading are synonymous or symbiotic. Okay, I see what you're doing there, but it's not gonna work. That hurt a little bit. Due to my extreme dyslexia, reading causes me massive headaches. Okay. So I understand dyslexia is a real deal. It's a real problem. My question for you is what and I'm currently using Google Speech to type. Yeah, it's an audiobook. If people can't read due to dyslexia, I'm not going to shit on you. But I am going to say that there are books in audio format that you need to be doing your development that way. It's just that simple. Okay, find a match and let me go over here. Bug reports. Oh, may not make sure to not drop. But did you? Oh, this is gonna be a big one. That Saint buff makes Archer sillies. Yes, it does. What can you do with bones? With them bones, you open up them bones chests. Yeah, podcasts can be an alternative. Okay, so let's see. I'm sure there's affiliate links for Audible for the same books. Yeah, if you... What the hell? What is this? What is this? Flag bearer, 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 flag bearer. All right. Without going crazy, rogue, 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 rogue. Drop lots of rogues so the rogues can, I mean, if they want to do that, if they want to do it, they can go ahead and do it. We've lost to an all flag battalion. But so just drop the rogues in the places, and then don't get panicky, guys. Let's make sure that we build out a solid core. Let's give me both types of healers and the flag bearer with us. Let me get archers with us. Oh yeah, that artillery. Yeah, that's gonna do the job. Okay, now they're dropping real units. Okay, now they're dropping real stuff. So no more rogues. We're good on rogues. What Threader was talking about is they do that to get you to counter with a lot of rogues, but in this match, these rogues were all 1 and 3%ers. So, what are they building up here? Saint, artillery. Okay, so they have 1 artillery in there already. Give me 2 melee here, 2 melee here, and an artillery with a flag bearer and a musketeer. Oh, musketeer up there. So artillery, a flag bearer, and then build in that box. Make them fight into that box first. Down here, yeah, okay. Down here, we need to complement. We're good there. Good. I'm gonna get. Oh, they went to 73% in a hurry. They have amazing communication to be able to do that basically instantly at the start with no missed drops. Yeah, but that's okay. So we've got the flag bearer. Give me an artillery and a musketeer up here. Just so that I don't think they have enough left to try to counter that. I'm not seeing any shocks. There's the musketeer. I need the artillery there. Boom. I'm trying to think. They have an artillery in there. Give me a They have a buster in the back. They got 2 arties. All right. Give me a tank right there. Give me a tank right there. Hopefully draw that shot away from our oh no, maybe. Give me another tank right here. Give me another tank right there. Hi, Def Cat. Hi, Def Cat. So yeah, another tank there. And then what I really want is I want a big archer corps like behind us. Saint needed. Yeah, we're going to need a Saint if somebody has it. Yeah, if we have a Saint mixed in there. Oh, we've got 2 artillery. Oh yeah, they're going to walk into a wall of artillery. Yeah, if you know what, if you have another Saint that you can drop in there, that might help. We have 1 minute and 19 seconds, and so make sure if you don't have anything else to drop, that you're dropping tanks in, you're dropping support in, or you're dropping ranged in. We're gonna need, Raz has a Saint in, okay. He's already with the captain unit. Okay, good. We got 55 seconds to fill up the bar. Oh, that's good. That's good. Flag bearer, vengeful warrior. Say all these 40 seconds and 6%. This would be a time to drop another fat arty up with the front group if we have it. Someone's got an arty they can drop there on their last rounds. Put a second one up there, try to do some damage. 98%. No, that's good. All right, let's see what happens. Okay, you didn't get a shot off. He got a shot off, but he didn't get a shot off with the right group. 50 to 47. 50 to 47. 33 to 39. Okay, so we're going to get planted. Our artillery are going to walk up. Our archer corps is in place. Yeah, our artillery didn't have to walk forward. Now they do. That's going to cost them precious seconds. Oh no. Good job. Good job, boyos and girls. My cat's out in the hallway throwing a fit. She's not here. Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah, total event wins 10. Almost got the last man standing. Almost. Almost. All right, so... we are 10-4, guys. The problem is that the event's not tracking over tickets. If you want to make sure that you have your... you want to make sure that you got your 45, you have to have 23 wins. I don't know. I don't know if we got 13 wins. I mean, I got nothing to do in the next several hours. Just gonna be like, nose to the grindstone, man. So. Oh, Extra Life. I do want to let you guys know. I have every intention of doing an Extra Life campaign this year. I am going to do 4 Extra Life events this year. What I'm going to do is I'm going to push myself to the extreme to see what I am capable. You know what? I'm gonna go crazy this time. I'm gonna just drop something interesting and just see what happens. I'm gonna do 4 Extra Life events this year. What I'm gonna try to do is I'm gonna try to raise money 4 times this year. We're gonna try to do a couple of interesting, you help me, I help them, we all help each other events. I've got some stuff in mind of how we're gonna do that. But as you'll notice, I have a $5,000 goal set for Extra Life this year. I'd like to raise $5,000 total. All right, we're not falling for this again. We're not falling for this again. You just did this with your flag bearers. That's fine. You bring your flag bearers. You bring your flag bearers. I don't particularly care about you or your flag bearers. Give me a row of melee down here. Give me a roll of melee. Give me healers and support for that row of melee. Right? Give me that. We're not countering all these flag bearers. Let them have them. Let them have them. I'm not worried about it. Let them have them. I want to build. I want to build what we're gonna build. Okay. I want to build what we're gonna build, and then we're gonna do a row. We're gonna do 2 rows of that, and then we're gonna do 1 melee behind us in case they try to bring a rogue in, and we're gonna see if they counter. Flag bearer. That's fine. You do all them flag bearers. You do it. You bring them. We'll worry about them. We can worry about them at the end. This isn't a really good man. Make sure everybody's like helping me out and checking over them flag bearers. Make sure they all are flag bearers. Let's get, if we have vampires, this is a good time to drop. Let's use vamps this round. So these tanks should be vampires or anybody that boosts defenses. Let's make sure we get the healers in with the main unit. Do I see a flag bearer? I do not see a flag bearer in here. Monk. Oh, a flag bearer. Okay. Okay. Good. So vamps can't be healed by, vamps can't be healed by other units. But that's why you do, they're building out the bottom left. Okay. That's fine. They can build there. Good eyes though. Good eyes. Okay, so they're building out an artillery. They're doing artillery again. And that's okay. They're at 64%. Let's get a second detachment built up here. And what I want... Yeah, plasma artillery, that's what they're bringing in. Okay, so the closest shot for him is right there. So give me a tank right there. Everybody else stay on that line. Give me one tank right there. Those might... that might need to be... No, that needs to be another tank right there. Okay. Also, give me a pair of rogues over there. Pair of rogues right there. Give me 1 or 2 rogues. Oh, yeah. Give me like 1 or 2 rogues around the map. If you saw me drop rogue spots, try to fill in those rogue spots. Give me a 3-pack of tanks, and then significantly behind them, long range archers. They have an artillery maxed in there. If you have more vampires are the flavor right now. Vampires only mixed in with these bad boys. Have fun with that. Yeah, and then this is just a mixed bag. This is just a mixed bag of stuff. Archers, paladins, centurions. Yeah, try to fill in the rest down here. Either fill in the 2 spots that we have. Man, artilleries, we are just getting... They got a volatile buster there. Give me a rogue right here. Give me a rogue right next to us. Right there. Need it. Absolutely need it. Need a rogue right there. We are dead in the water without it. Right there. Did somebody drop a buster? Okay. It's like our ranks are reforming up. We got that vampire goodness going on this time along. Oh man, that hurt. We got chonked over there. That artillery, we just got nothing down there to contest it. People dropping busters. I'm gonna say this, and I don't give a fuck if stream raiders or stream captains gets mad or not. I don't give a fuck if the quote gets over to them or not. You're killing your own product. You're killing your own product because you've heard captains be telling you, you've been hearing the captains tell you for well over a year that this, first of all, even having a daily quest that has people drop busters is stupid, okay? But number 2, you've been hearing for a year, the main complaint of captains is that I can't control how busters get dropped, and it uses up such a large percentage so often. You've literally created a way for people to troll your game, and you're not doing anything about it. And if you don't do anything about it, that's fine. You know who's gonna do something about it? Your competitor's gonna do something about it. And your product only works until you have a competitor. AMD and Intel, AMD and Nvidia. The moment somebody comes along and can do this product better, right? then you need to realize is as soon as somebody comes along and does the product better, your product is dead in the water. And I'm not trying to be a naysayer, I'm not trying to be a doombringer. What's going to happen is you're going to find out, you're going to blink one day, and if the person can get a level of funding to pay for the captains, and granted, Stream Raiders has an amazing deal. Every time anybody buys a skin from a captain, the captain gets a percentage. So it's a fun thing. It's a fun thing. But you know what? When you have the same problem week after week after week, what's that today? 4 times today? 4 times today I've had to ban somebody from dropping busters, and they're not, the worst part is they're not even in the chat. So what you're doing is you've created something. I want to be able to set myself on PvP days to not be able to be found randomly. I don't want people to be able to random find me. And I know what Stream Raiders will say is, well, we gave you the option to put a code on your matches so only people you invite can get in. Yeah, okay, you did. But then you want your product to grow as well. So on PvP day, half of the captains, everybody just goes behind their code, goes to their private community. It defeats the point of what the program is designed to do. But it's like the most infuriating thing. Remember, they say that it's not about winning and losing, it's about having fun. I say, well, if that's the case, then why do you keep score? I think the home map should be started as no drop, and then the streamer can unlock the map to unit types. No, because I don't want that level of control. The only thing I think should happen is there should be no busters able to be dropped. The only busters should be able to be dropped when I have, like, up here how it says show player names, there should be just a safety. Allow busters and balloon busters. When I click on that, it allows busters and balloon busters to be dropped. So that way people, because I don't want to micromanage. There are people that have been with me for the whole year and a half we've been playing this game. They can do their thing. They don't need me. They don't need me to they don't need me to micromanage them, and I don't want to micromanage them. I want it to be fun. I want to be able to sit here and banter and laugh and smoke and joke and have a good time. But what really infuriates my good time is when people are dropping busters and you're like, you're an idiot. And it doesn't even get me a viewer because those people aren't watching the stream, they're just in my match. That's why I say if I had the resources, I wouldn't make a direct competitor, but I would definitely make an interesting same genre game. And you would only need a couple of $1 million in backing for advertising. Even if you were coded a PvP stream, I can still drop a buster without your consent if I have the code, still ruining a match. Yeah, that's the other problem. How do you get all of your people the 4-digit code and still be having fun and have it not interrupting? It's just, you know, it's one of those, come on guys, you're pulling an Intel right now. You're pulling an NVIDIA. You got to innovate. You got to innovate and be innovative before the competition can become innovative. It's like, you know who I respect as a content creator? I respect Harris Heller as a content creator. Harris Heller used to be of Alpha Gaming. Now he's of Senpai Records, and Alpha Gaming, and Sam's his editor, and he's got all sorts of things going on. The guy actually said, and he was talking about me. He said, when it comes to DMCA free music, that's not going to be the thing that I can stay with very much longer because I'm getting a lot of competition. And you're right, you are. Now, part of that has to do with, I like jazz. You guys know on my shows when I was using Twitch soundtrack, I like jazz. However, occasionally the music gets picked up by my collar speaker into my mic, and then my VOD gets muted, and then that doesn't do me any good. So I'm like, I'm just going to make my own jazz. I'm going to own the jazz that's on my show. So I own all the jazz that's playing. I'm not trying to be a direct competitor with Senpai Records, but I don't, if I'm going to if I got to do something with the money, then I want to do something with it that fills the need of what I want to do. But Harris Heller turns around and he said, so he's already being innovative for this, not just the next iteration of things he wants to do, but the generation of things he wants to do after that. You know, there's the audio software that I use for leveling out my mic, because you guys know I don't sound like this. If I'm on Discord, I sound differently because I have an EQ. My sound engineer from my community, he took a bunch of his personal time, helped me EQ out my mic. Well, the guy that made that software, the EQ, the Reaper plugins, he made them. Pretty much every streamer in the market started using it, and then he stopped giving it away for free. And now if you want to use the Reaper plugins, you have to buy them. Except he didn't think that through too well, because if you already have the plugin, then you're not. Oh, he counter cursed. That's okay. If you already have the plugin, then you're not. How are you required to buy a plugin because you already own the plugin? You know what I'm saying? So he didn't think that plan too good. That's a balloon buster. That's gonna hurt. I hurt a little bit. Oh, it didn't even hurt a little bit. Vale Miss Warden just like, nah, I'm not feeling that. Not having that in my lifetime. But no, the guy has every right to monetize his software. I'm not saying the guy doesn't have the right to monetize the software. What I'm saying is that he waited too long to monetize the software because now everybody has it, and I won't give out the Reaper plugins because I know full well that the guy has monetized his software suite. I'm not gonna break somebody else's copyright. That's Bush League. I'm not gonna do that. But at the same time, I already have it set up on both of my machines. Why would I ever need to buy it? But I think in the future, if you're a software developer and you can come up with something that helps OBS, if you can help OBS and you can do it with and you can make just a little bit of money on it, not too much. You can make just a little bit of money on it. Yeah, the tickets are fine. The captain, Kermond has already said, I just reset the council, will manually calculate today's ticket numbers. So he'll manually recalculate them. So we already have 27. I'm not worried. I'm not worried at all. It happens. In that regard, I understand that they have to figure out what is the cause of their ticket count not working automatedly, and that's okay. That's okay. That happens. That there are going to be bugs like that happen. Or it's something that it's a manual thing that they do every time. I would hope not, but it might be. Okay, let's make sure not to build right on top of me. Don't build right on top of me. Make sure that let's do one more space. Just in case that they're going to try to bring a buster across. So you guys will walk forward into me. That's okay. I saw that one. I dropped a little later. Make sure that we build off of me a little bit, and then you guys will walk forward. If there's a buster, it's all good. It's going to do a vampire in the front line. That's cool. A martyr tank. Don't know why you put your martyr tank back. Oh, I see what you're doing. You're doing a late game pop. That's okay. Wow, they are bringing a lot of ruckus, man. They are bringing a lot of ruckus. So, start dropping our stuff. Start dropping our stuffs, man. The dishes are done, man. Don't tell mom the babysitter's dead with Christina Applegate. Man, I'm going to throw a bunch of old movies at you because I am old. I am old as dirt. President Biden delivers press conference marking 1 year in office. Has he already been president for a year? Wow. Time flies. Time has flown. All right, what they got in here? They have an arty. All right, they have an arty. Where is their artillery? Oh, there it is. Oh. Rod the Wise arty. All right. So I know what I'm going to do. Lost Boys is still the best vampire movie. Yes, it is. Yeah, Lost Boys is an amazing vampire movie. All right, so let's see. Put a tank above that arty up there. Make it shoot north. And then you put a tank in the back line. Yeah, the problem is that I think we're equidistant, and I want to make sure. Yeah, I think we're close. I think we're close to being the same distance away. Put a tank up top with the 2 healers above it, not in splash damage range. Yeah, there you go. And then that way it will be it should not shoot at us. I also want you put that flag bearer up there. I want to pull some of this stuff here north. I want to pull some of it up. Make sure we're dropping. Don't be holding on to anything. So make sure that we're dropping balloon buster. Okay, I see the balloon buster in there. So I know what I'm gonna do. Oh, son of a bitch. Oh. That was a waste. My bad, guys. I own that mistake. Does anybody have an artillery? If anybody has an artillery, also we need to separate them. Put a flag bearer, not a flag bearer right on top of that, but put a flag bearer back here, and then build out back here. We're gonna need some serious drops in the last minute and 57 seconds. But we want to pull them. We want to split them in 2 directions. That sucks, man. Dropping that. I was gonna step forward. Threather, you might get it. Yeah, you didn't see their front rogue. Yeah, guys, make sure that we're building out the best we can. Let's not leave anything on the table. Let's not leave any percentage on the table. That sucks, man. If I dropped that there, we might have been okay. I might have been able to... Yeah, they got... Can I make maybe a buster next to my musketeer? Yeah. Give me a buster. Give me a buster on top of me. Oh, you know what? Yeah. But since we're almost out of time, buster and balloon buster. A buster, a balloon buster, and a rogue with it. Buster, balloon buster, and rogue on top of me. We got 51 seconds. Let's make this happen. Rogue, buster, balloon buster. Rogue, buster, balloon buster. Come on. Chop, chop. Chop, chop, chop. There's the rogue, there's the buster. Give me a balloon buster. Yeah, Sneckers was ready. Give me a balloon buster right there. Good. Oh, we got a little more. Drop something. Don't use up. Don't waste. Oh, there we go. Okay, let's see how this works. This is gonna be interesting. Oh, we got 2 balloon busters. There we go. Split them. Got them split up. You guys are going to get in there and get some of those archers in that back line. What crushed me? What simply took me out? Like, was that one of those exploding mumbo jumbos? Oh, we might. No, they've still got their arty up. That was close. We almost pushed through, yeah, but they got that arty up. We were close there. That was a close, almost pulled that through. That's... Hold on a second. 1, 2... Somehow my math has gotten all messed up. Hold on. Okay. 11 and 5 for 27. Standalone app works just fine. It works for some people. Works for me. Okay, I messed up my numbers. Yeah, I use that's what I'm on. I'm on the standalone app. I'm on the app right now. I gotta check on people. Check on peoples. Okay. It has a web browser version. Yeah, it has a web browser version. Did we just not... man, why are we seeing the same people over and over and over today? Rod the Wise. I don't want to see Rod the Wise again. I don't want to see the same people over again. It irritates me. I want to see new people. I want to see new and exciting people. New and exciting peoples. Fine. I grabbed the wrong unit. Oh, guys. That was a mistake. Don't build up near me. Don't build up near me. Don't build up at me. Level 30, okay. But yeah, build in the middle. Build a nice little contingent in the middle. See what happens. There we go. I just, you know, kind of do your thing. See what happens. Oh, man, my brain. That's the problem with this, man. I think, guys, I think on days that the Stream Raiders tournament is on when I'm already doing a show, I think I might have to just kick the other show and only do Stream Raiders. Because my brain is starting to melt. My brain is starting to go. My brain is starting to go a little bit. So, alrighty, what do we got? Paladin, Flag Bearer, Centurion. Yeah, well, you know it's coming, right? You know it's coming. They're over there with a heavy Paladin. Okay, what we want to do now is we want to see... Yeah, they got a heavy Centurion hiding behind that heavy Paladin. Give me peeps up here. We're gonna have to go slap box with that group. Go make a little melee wall over there. Go slap box with them. What do we got here? 29, 21, 11, a healer, a paladin, a musketeer. Yeah, so build up here, guys. Build up here. Because they've got 230s on top of each other. That's a smart move. That's a smart play. That's a really smart play. Dude, man, these fries are so good. I'm going to eat them even though they're cold. That's not the fries. That's the other half of the chicken sandwich. Okay, those fries aren't good cold. what do they got over here? Okay, what we want to do is I want to put a tank, 2 melees, flag bearer, and I want to put 2 healer types down there. I want to bring this stuff in multiple directions. So finish off the other healer here. Give me both a healer and a monk. Give me a melee up front. Build out this little section. And then we're going to do one more little offshoot section. What we're trying to do is we don't want them to cluster up. We want them to be walking around. We don't want a big chunk. So we need a flag bearer there. We need a flag bearer there. We need these little side groups built. There we go. Healer, flag bearer, monk. I like it. See there, he's gonna throw a little stuff in there. That's okay. That's okay. You know what we want right here? We want a rogue right there. We want a roguey rogue right there. Give me those 2 flag bearers. I know flag bearers are the unsung heroes, but we need to pull this group in 3 different directions. We need to pull this group in 3 different directions because I'm a dumbass and I put a wild barbarian on the other side of the map. But if these guys aren't grouped up, that wild barbarian's going to do his job. So yeah, flag bearer there. Good. Give me a flag bearer here and build out this group. We've only got 1 minute and 37, so make sure we're dropping. Make sure we're dropping accordingly. We need to get this built. We want them to be Iowa, idiots out walking around. That's not nice, but yes, that's what we want. So yeah, built. Yep, there we go. That's that. Now we need the 2 melee here. Because it doesn't do us any good if we split them up. If we can't kill some of them. They've got a buster in there. Let me get, if we've got a couple of, try it, put an archer there. I don't think it's gonna work. Oh, there we go. That maybe work. Maybe, maybe. But yeah, let's finish out 79. Give me a rogue right here. And a rogue right here. See if we can get in there and do the business. They got a volatile buster up front. Well played. Well played. That's going to just completely do its job. That was very well played. So he's not going to get delayed at all. Yeah, I don't think at 145, I don't think anybody's going to live up here. You might. That's good. That's well played. All right, we might split them up a little bit. Maybe. Let's see. Well, we split them up a little bit. We definitely did split them up a little bit. Unfortunately, we got them fairly well split up. Chop, chop, slide, buddy. Oh, you guys are in behind him. I don't know if we have enough chonk to kill. I don't know if we have enough chonk to kill a heavy paladin. He's had half. War beasts. Yeah, look at that. Bazinga. 12 and 5. 29. Yeah, it wasn't a level 30 barbarian. My captain units aren't level 30 yet. Earn 10 bones. Okay. Yeah. But no, he basically was like, who, what? Boom, you're dead. So we are 12 and 5, guys, for 29 tickets. Doing good. Don't worry about the count on the screen. Kerman changed the count. So I'm sure there's gonna be some people who are freaking out, man. I'm like got nobody. Nobody. You can't use potions in PvP. The only people who can drop epic units in PvP are the captains. The potions are for PvE. Little lo-fi playing in the background. Oh. That's cool. I like that. So, how do you get your own channel skins in this game? You have to be an affiliate or a partner. You have to be a captain, and then you have to be an affiliate or a partner. I got into the game. Wolfish tried to get me into the game for a year. I didn't do it. I kick myself in the ass every day. I didn't start doing Stream Raiders sooner. I thought Stream Raiders was going to interfere with my push to partner. Had I jumped in on the ground level, I probably would have been one of those captains that has the huge followings. So that's my own fault. Okay, what do we got going on here? We got a tank. We've got a Centurion, flag bearer, berserker. Okay. All right. Let's build right in front of them. Build up right in front of them. What do we got over here? Oh, they got boned over here with a cyber buster. Why are people dropping a cyber buster over here for no reason? That's not nice. Put a tank right there. Level 30 Deadeye Archer. Okay. But yeah, build up this little box here. Put a tank there. That tank's taken care of. Give me a rogue right here. They are going a little ham. Getting a little ham bony. Let's see. Obviously we want healer and flag bearer with us. Still need that rogue. Still need the rest of this. What have they decided to do? 23, 10, high. Yep. Mm-hmm. Bloop. Sure, we get a musketeer up there with those guys. Yeah, we're good. Archer's good. You're gonna walk. That's gonna be. I don't know. That's gonna be weird. I don't know what's gonna happen down there. I don't know what's gonna happen. It's just gonna be crazy. It's gonna be crazy nuts. Gonna be crazy nuts all over the place. So, oh guys, it's fun to be doing this. I love just hanging out. My brain doesn't have to be on full ashes mode 24/7. Now that my eyes have had a break, I don't have to be on full ashes mode 24/7. I don't mind being on ashes mode 24/7, but some of this stuff, man, you're just like, sometimes I watch my VODs and I'm like, did we have to say the same thing over and over and over again? What's going on up here? They're building out over here, which is fine. Let me get a tank on this side of me. Let me get some archers back here. Place Buster next to their 30 Paladin. No, because they're covered by archers. See? Archer. Tank. Yeah, they got guys. There's a lot of us, and we're not on the count. We're not keeping up on the count. We're gonna lose on the unit count. So I don't want you guys waiting for a marker. Just drop a rogue right there and get that guy off the map so we don't pull that way. That's a good drop right there. That's smart. Phelan dropping a bomber right there because that bomber... Do they have... Let's support this. Let's put a tank right there. Let's put a tank right there so it soaks up that archer shot. And if we've got another bomber that can go there... Bomber only right there. So tank, bomber. Yep, we're good there. Take care of that. Yep, I like it. Like it. Looking good. Man, they got chonk for days up here. There we go. These guys are gonna have to walk around the corner. They're not gonna be able to. They're gonna just get slapped. If you guys are looking for stuff to place. Did my War Beast actually do something last game? I think so. All right, guys, they brought in a rogue on the other side, so we need melee. We need melee here. We've got 44 seconds on drops. I need melee there. Oh, Grumpy Old Man's just gonna take care of it. They've got a bust. Oh, that's gonna hurt. That's a nice buster. That's a nice buster. I think we're okay though. 59 to 47. I think we're good. Yeah. That buster's a good buster though. Watch this go kablooey. Look at that. Whole chonk. Oh, look at those bombers. Fei Lin pulling that bomber out was amazing. So those guys can't go around the hedge. No. Oh, my time. It's my turn. Oh, I already got messed up. Who messed me up? I didn't see what happened to me. Uh-oh, guys. I think we snatched defeat from the jaws of victory. Yeah, I think we may have snatched defeat from the jaws of victory. I didn't see what happened to me. I didn't see what happened to my unit. If our archers had shot more of their archers, we would have had that. So, earn bones. All right, guys. It was that buster? No, that buster wasn't near my unit. I didn't see. Did they drop another buster down by me? They may have at the last second. That one buster they placed absolutely just torched that front unit. So Sprocket made the front page. Good Sprocket. Sprocket, are you up? Are you ready to play yet? No. Sprocket's got 92 minutes left till Sprocket's ready to play. All right, guys, I'm gonna take a round to yeah, that buster wiped out half of our front group, but I didn't see what happened to me. All right, guys, I'm gonna be in the back with my wonderful Kids Can't Wait invigorating healer. All right, let's see. So they got a level 30 rally warrior. All right, so they're gonna have to remember these are I'm wondering why your Toast message screen, Toast, is not marked as staff. She left before writing this message because the forums update in real time. So the forums updated in real time. So when Toast left, her roles got taken away. Toast left. Yeah, Toast left Intrepid on Friday. Her last day was Friday. She took a job outside of gaming. Why isn't it good? Why? What the fuck, man? Why do people freak out when people leave startup companies? Okay, people leave startup companies all the time. All that means is like she got a job outside. Well, you liking Toast and you being spooked have nothing to do with each other. Okay, Toast had the opportunity to get a job outside of the gaming industry. So people leave normal companies too. However, it's not common. I would say that Intrepid Studios turnover is alarmingly high. However, I don't know the reason for all of the turnover. So, Intrepid Studios turnover is alarmingly high. However, I do know that some people got shit canned. And I don't like when people get fired, but I like when shitty people get shit canned. I know it makes me sound bad, but I've helped a lot of startup businesses get started. In fact, I was about to have another startup business. But the guy, I don't understand what the guy is doing. I mean, I kind of get it, but the guy is panicking and freaking out. But people come into startups and they want to get on the corner of, they want to be the cornerstone of a startup, so they lie about their qualifications. And then when crunch time comes, when oh shit happens, they can't do the job. The problem is there's people who can know they do the job, and there's people who think they can do the job. If you're in a startup and you tell somebody you know you can do the job, you better know you can do the job. And the same thing happened to Steven early on. Yeah, the same thing happened to Steven early on. A lot of people lied to Steven about what they could do or what they couldn't do. See, Steven's too nice of a guy. And I mean that with all sincerity. Steven is way too nice of a guy. Steven is way too nice of a guy. Let's make sure we get some more chonk up front, just so that we can hold that space. But Steven's too nice of a guy. Steven trusted people, but see, remember I said on the path to partner, you got to have your stumbles, your fumbles, your bumbles, and your falls on your faces. In order to go to greatness in anything, you got to have the stumbles, the fumbles, the bumbles, and the falls on your faces. Steven believed people when they said they could do X or they could do Y or they could do Z. He believed them. Turns out his build engineer sucked dick at their job. And I'm sorry, you are horrible at your job. You're eating the whole ass on that one, my friend. Your build engineer was piss horrible. Your website team, Steven shit-canned his whole website team, as he should have. They fucked up the database migration. Let me tell you, as a guy who got special attention in the military after fucking up a database, you either make a change to a database or you migrate a database, but never in the history of fuck never do you migrate and change a database at the same time. You either migrate it and then change it, or you change it and then migrate it. And what Intrepid tried to do was change and migrate their database all at the same time. And I was like, well, that ain't a good fucking idea. And somebody told Steven, yeah, that's a good idea. They did it and they fucked it up. So now you have the old database, you have the new database, and you have to go in there on thousands and thousands of tickets and literally have somebody with two screens. Here's the new database, here's the old database, and I gotta make fucking hand jam changes. Backup database first, then change it or migrate it. But backup first is always the Always the answer. Always the answer. Always. And they did that. That is the only thing that Intrepid did, that Intrepid's team did right. They backed up the database. They had a complete, solid, guaranteed copy of the database before they started touching anything, which is exactly what you should have. And in that regard, that was a good thing. In that regard, it was a good thing. Oh, that rogue is going to oh, good shot. In that regard, Intrepid did fine. However, if you're not exquisite at managing your database, right? If you are not on par with managing your database, then all you're doing is you're buying problems down the road. Because as Faye will tell you, as my other network people will tell you, a database that's built as garbage can be used for years and years and years and years and years. And then when it finally reaches a point, it is going to say, well, I'm kind of done working for you now. I'm kind of finished. I'm kind of finished being a database now. Now I want to be a pile of garbage. Now I basically want to die. Right? I want to die. And the database then becomes, oh, well, what the hell are we going to do with it now? So luckily, Intrepid's database is solid now, but there are still occasionally people who log in and they find out all their stuff is missing. And then somebody on the team has to go and check to make sure where is this person's stuff. And it's going to get harder and harder and harder to do that because the database is going to get larger and larger and larger and larger. But unfortunately, you can't expect people. It would be great if every single person had already logged in, checked, verified, made sure their account was right, and that Intrepid wasn't going to have to go back and do things later on, you know. But unfortunately, they don't know for 100% fact everybody with a problem has already gotten their problem resolved. If you fuck your database, then you might as well put a fucking nuclear bomb in the middle of your software and set a random number generator to set it off. Yeah, exactly. Especially when your database is designed to be the interface between your store and your in-game assets. If that doesn't work right? If that doesn't work right, you're screwed. Like, to say it plainly, if that doesn't work right, you're screwed. All right, guys, we're gonna need an artillery here because they're just gonna have a lot of people. So if you got an artillery, shove it in front of me and we'll be good. And then shove an artillery in front of me and make sure that it has a flag bearer with it. Remember, this T-bone is a wall, so they're gonna have to go on either side of it. Let's put a tank here, and let's put a melee with that tank. Melee with the tank. Put a tank here, in case they put anything down here. Look next to me. Oh, there you go. Frozen artillery. So, ow. But no, I'm glad that when that happened at Intrepid, Steven was like, nah, people gotta go. Like, that was good. That was a sign of good leadership. I understand that people are like, you should never fire people for mistakes. But you're not firing people for mistakes. You're firing people for incompetence. You're firing people for you don't have the skill set that you say you do. Have I ever considered working directly for Intrepid, not as a content creator? No, for a couple of reasons. Number one, I would consult for Intrepid. If Steven wanted a CPI event done, I would consult for Intrepid. But here's the problem. I wouldn't take a job at Intrepid. Number one, I don't have the skill sets necessarily that Steven needs on a day-to-day basis. Number 2, I don't live in California. Number 3, I have no desire to live in California. Number 4, the jobs that I can do require me to be in California. So we got that California issue going on. And it wouldn't be a good fit, because imagine a guy that's been ragging on you for 5 years shows up and says, okay, well, now we got to fix all the shit. We got to fix all the shit that I've been talking about for 5 years. That wouldn't be well received. That wouldn't be well received in the slightest. What I do and what I say is for Steven to recognize that what I do and what I say, he needs somebody to be cognizant of what I'm saying and be like, I am tired of Jahlon on his show bad-mouthing my company, bad-mouthing my studio, but guys, I want to be completely honest with you. Tell me where he's wrong. It's like, this is, again, the movie The American President. Pinning Archer, cool. I want to see a rogue right next to that pinning Archer. All right, guys, what I want to see here is I want to see a flag bearer here and a flag bearer there. I want to pull half of this detachment away if we can. Need a rogue there. Yep. Flag bearers there. And then I want to build out a little contingent over here. See if we can't pull them away from that high ground before get the high ground to expire. So if for our last round drops, which we should have plenty of, yeah, there we go. Build a little contingent out right here. No, the thing is, I do this, I don't know what that is supposed to be. Suix. I don't know how I'm supposed to pronounce that. That's a lot of X's. I do a lot of CPI events for companies. Because I have no problem finding 50 things wrong in your company. Walking in the door of pretty much any company, I can find 50 things wrong. Because companies are so concerned about the macro, they forget that the micro becomes the macro. People forget all the time that a dollar may be a dollar, but a dollar is made up of 100 pennies. So if I walk into your company, maybe I don't save you a quarter, but maybe I save you 32 pennies. Well, if I save you 32 pennies, I've saved you more than 25 cents. Little tiny things that companies do all the time that they don't realize are going wrong. And then you go in and you're like, why is this way? And they're like, oh, it's just always been done that way. That's the way we've always done it around here. Oh, he was too far. They were too far away. We still got them. We got them peeled away. They didn't get a chance to get up into that, but those two flag bearers were just a touch far away. 52 to 41. 38 to 26. I wish you guys were shooting the other way. Chew him up. We got an artillery. They got an artillery. 16 to 12. 11 to 3. Good shot. Good show, old boy. But finding things wrong in a company isn't hard to do. Captain May just heard bad. Yeah, they do. Finding things wrong in a company is not hard to do. What's hard to do is finding things wrong in a company and then helping the company solve those problems. That's what's hard to do. It's easy to go in and find. It's easy to do a Genba walk and find a bunch of shit going on in a company that's wrong. What's hard to do is to get everybody back into the conference room and, get them to agree to solve problems. Because just so you know, in every company, everything that's going wrong is somebody's fault. Somebody is responsible for every single thing going wrong. However, most people don't want to hear it. Is that Jabba the Hutt? A heavy Centurion Jabba the Hutt? Yeah. Disney's calling. Disney would like to have a few words with you, stream captains. So. But no, I think Steven will, I think in sometime during this year, you'll see Steven make the great evolution to the next tier of leader. And he's going to say, this is bullshit. I'm tired of this. Because you got to remember, did you see the movie The Saint with Val Kilmer? Where the Russian is like, what are you doing with all of my money? You think it comes so easy? That's going to be Steven. He's going to like realize, he's going to be like, man, I got to put even more money into my company. Like, he's going to be like, no, I don't want to put more money into my company. I want my company to start making me money. So he needs a master candy to evolve. That's right. He needs a master candy. He needs a Thavarian onion, right? All you Final Fantasy players. He needs a Thavarian onion. He needs a rat tail, Final Fantasy players. Okay, they have an artillery. I'm tired of seeing artilleries today. I'm tired of seeing artilleries. Absolutely tired of it. Let's get a tank right here for now. 43 to 90. Alrighty, guys. Alrighty. 43 to 91. Yeah, Rat Tail is from Final Fantasy 1. Yes, it is. All right, so that's too much chonk that I don't want to deal with. I don't want to deal with all this chonk. So that's what we're doing right there. They're full, guys. So they're full. They are full. They are full. Tanks and ranged. Flag bearer down here. Flag bearer there. Pull them that way. Give me 2 rogues, 2 balloon busters, right? 2 rogues and 2 balloon busters. Give me 2 flag bearers underneath them. Got that tank there. I don't think anybody's... Oh, yeah. Give me a tank. Give me a tank right here. A tank right there, because it's actually, that artillery is closer. Yep. So give me a tank right there. Right there. How are we fighting Angel? She has thousands of people playing because she probably just logged on and is just getting started. First match, she only has 24 viewers. I didn't see, oh, it doesn't matter. I can see her whole placement. There's a balloon buster. There's a rogue. I need a tank. There's a balloon buster. I need a tank. Need that tank. Must have it. Gotta have it. That tank has to happen. That tank must happen. I don't care what you put there. There we go. 82% left. Really all I want with 82% left is I just want a row of melee. I just want melee. I want chonky melee down that row. This should split them up. The 2 balloon busters should get in. They're over there. Who will we go to except Steven to actually get reliable answers in Ashes of Creation? Have they gotten that role filled, or is it still empty? What role are you talking about? Toast's replacement was hired. Yes. The trick is what we really want to know is, where is the content creator influence relations specialist? Where is that person? Where is that role? Because that's the person who needs to get onboarded, so the content creators have somebody to go to. Because I'm just gonna say this, and again, I'm a content creator. So of course I'm biased, but you guys, if you're on TikTok, you've seen the TikTok. This is bullshit. We have in the past, there was a content, and this is why Margaret and I are probably never going to be friends. Margaret and I will probably never get drinks at a con, unless we're having a business meeting. You canceled your fucking content creator program. You got rid of your content creator channel right before Alpha 1, no less. And then now you've gone months and months and months and months and months, and you've said, I need to hire a person. I need to hire a person. I need to hire a person. Well, what the fuck do you need? Why do you need to hire a content creation influencer? Because I'm going to tell you, at no other company that I'm doing business with, do I deal with a person whose job title is content creator, content creation specialist, or influencer relations specialist. I don't deal with those people. And as you guys know, right now I'm dealing with a company called wargaming.net, and I did a very lucrative deal with them. Thank you to everybody who signed up, and we got about a day left. If you click that link and you sign up for World of Warships, you might actually make me cosplay like this as a sailor. I know Karthos would love it. A little weird, but the people I deal with are not called influencer relations specialists, right? I don't know why you need that job. I don't know why you need that job position. I also don't know why. I don't know why you feel that doing a content creation coaching class is going to be a good idea. Because I'm going to tell you right now, everybody's going to see it as you're teaching them how to shill for you. BCG, me, Harris Heller, Nutty, Devin Nash, about 10 other people have multitudes of information available online for content creators to learn how to be content creators. I would never trust a content creator who said, well, I went through the McDonald's content influencer relations specialist training course. Great. I don't give a shit about your opinion about McDonald's then. Why? Because you went to a course given by the company for how to be a better content creator. Does nobody see the nepotism there? Does nobody see the bias? All right, what do we got? We got people coming in behind us. I don't like when people walk in behind me. It makes me nervous. It's like you want to do dastardly things to my derriere. So build out a melee pack behind us. What are you? You're a vampire with a balloon buster? You're a vampire with a balloon buster? Okay. Oh, 2 balloon busters? Okay. And haste? Sure. No problem. Three busters up there. Three busters up there, guys, don't build any more around the captain, because those 3 are probably going to get in. So those 3 are probably going to get in to hurt my day. Let's see. Yeah, 3 busters on the top line. I want to try to catch those balloon busters. I don't know if we're going to be able to pop them, but we want to walk the busters towards them because we're going to counter. Yeah, 4 to 6. One more there. You couldn't pay me to watch a streamer that went through a training course. Enjoy streaming to yourself. Yeah, I agree with you. TikTok bomb. Love it. Okay. Some stuff she does is very infuriating, but I can't say personally I would do any better. I would 100% run that ship on the first thing I find, or I will somehow manage to flip the ship. Yeah, but Zetrix, remember, I'm not talking from a perspective of a streamer who doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about in marketing. Remember, my earliest success was marketing, working with companies like DDB Needham. Oh, sorry, they're now DDB Worldwide, or Leo Burnett. Working with like Chicago Magazine, Shoot Magazine, working on advertising campaigns for numerous restaurants, right? It's not like I'm coming in and I'm like, I read one book on marketing and I'm a subject matter expert. I retired from this shit. Before I turned 20 years old, I retired. Like, literal retirement. Like, kick my feet up. The problem is that, as I told you, my family had a catastrophe when I was 19 years old. I took all of my investment money out. I took a huge cut. I took a huge loss on the way I diversified my retirement money because I was only 19 years old. And I said, I'm only 19. I can save my family. Let's do this. So when I say marketing, if you contact me, if you have a small business, you contact me and we talk. I don't even charge you. I like talking marketing. What's with the stream? I put down the Buster icons because there's balloon busters. There's balloon busters north of us. Yeah. Remember all those times Zetrix showed Intrepid how to fix their website? Zetrix has the subject matter expert. If you guys don't know this, Zetrix is my webmaster. He does. Zetrix, you're fucking slacking. Where's my ParadoxGaming.net redesign? Slacker. You got until like September, and then I got to move that over to GoDaddy this year. Get that off of Wix. Look at that. They're bringing in another Buster from the top. They're like doing a Buster face my Buster. What's all this back here? Give me some flying rogues back here, and give me some archers back here. I don't think we have this one because this one's so just convoluted and jacked. But give me that. Yeah, give me archers and flying rogues back here. Try to pop these guys. Yeah, that. If those busters get in, we are fairly well screwed. Paladin rogue. Healer back there if we have it. 98, 100. This is going to be... Where is my info you wanted to share? What? Am I holding the monkey? Oh yeah, those got in. Look at that. Those just sped in. Couldn't even blow up fast enough. I thought you were holding the monkey. I thought you were going to design it after your current semester. Am I holding the monkey? Do I owe you something? We both have monkeys? Okay. I'm currently working on the content creator guide. So that's where my efforts are. Oh my god, that war beast is just chonking me. It's 16 to 12. But unfortunately, oh, sad day. They had too many tanks left. That war beast, man. If I just could have gotten that war beast down before. Oh, wait. We got it. I didn't see it. I did not see. I was blind and I did not see. They didn't have anything left to counter the flying rogues. Excellent. But with that said, man, there is so much. Like, check this out, guys. Check this out. If I get to take my Universal trip this year, and I don't know if I can, but because life is kind of in my way. Okay, so I owe you. Let me get the book out. Okay. So I owe Zetrix the Paradox Gaming Net redesign plan. All right, I got it. It's in the book. It's in the Jack Skellington book. That's my current workbook. So I'll get that to you. But I would actually pay for Steven's ticket and his meals. If he would come down, if he would fly down to Halloween Horror Nights, bring John. I'll pay for John's ticket and John's meals, right? For the whole day. Their drinks, their meals, their tickets to the park. I'll pay for all of that. Ready? If they come down for Halloween Horror Nights and just don't bring phones or tablets, just so we can talk life, the universe, everything, business, marketing, I would do that. They have to fly themselves there. They have to pay for their own resort. I ain't got that kind of baller money. Unfortunately, I don't know if I can slip away this year. My year is kind of, My year is kind of messed up. I can't even tell you guys why. Like, I can't tell you all of the why. I want to tell you the why, but I can't. Oh my god. I dropped a level 28 heavy centurion on this guy. Level 10 barbarian. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I feel bad. When Stream Raiders Esports? That's what we're doing right now. This is PvP. This is me playing against other captains. So that's what we have right now. PvP is their esport. Yeah, exactly. Like, what do you mean? What do you mean when's the esport? That's what we're doing. All right, I'm not sure if I like Sprocket. You guys see, like, I'm looking at Sprocket. I'm not sure if I like Sprocket in that box. Sprocket's pretty hyper. He's a cat, though. It's okay. He's too hyper. He's too high speed. He's too high speed. What is going on? Do. I think I'm supposed to do something. What is this? Why did they make this so convoluted? Oh, standard link, short link. All right. Oh, stop it. Why do you guys do this? There you go. Try Amazon Prime for free for 30 days. That's what they wanted me to do. This widget is just a link to a web page widget for OBS. Which widget? The clock? No, the widget, the browser source is, it's not a widget, it's a browser source. So, Sprocket running in there. I can change which one of my skins is up in that box. So. Cats do like boxes. Yeah, cats love boxes. Did you guys know if you have a cat, and I'm being very serious, if you have a cat, put your, oh god, if you have a cat, get tape, like masking tape, and put a circle on your carpet. Make sure your cat sees it, and your cat will walk into it and just sit down, and nobody knows why. There are so many things. Prime student, 6-month trial. You guys are students, ready? There you go. Prime student, 6-month free trial. There you go. There you go, all you students with an .edu address. There you go. Have that. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. And a Happy New Year. No, bad J. Christmas carols are over. The time for Christmas carols has ended. You must wait. That's what we're gonna do. That's how we're gonna raise money for the network. Starting on November 1st. November 1st, we will have a donation. We will have a donation competition. Whichever side wins either gets Christmas carols that day, or no Christmas carols that day. That's how that's gonna work. You're like, no, Jay, no Christmas carols, please. But this year I plan on getting the same 10 songs we already have done. We already have the same 10 songs that we have done. We're gonna do in jazz and we're gonna do in EDM. So, and then put a cucumber nearby. Yeah, man, so you guys know that my brain works in really weird ways. My brain is jacked up. I had to know why cats jump at cucumbers. I had to know this. The reason why cats jump at cucumbers is because their racial memory makes them think that they're snakes. And so the cat's like, oh, hell no, that's a snake. That's a snake. It's a sneaky snake. If you put a belt on the floor, the cat will launch too. Yep, same thing. That's a snake. I gotta run. Snake. Sneckers. All right. I don't know how this is gonna work. I don't know how this. Oh, his captain is down. You shot him in the face. You are not nice musketeers and archers. As we go ring around the rosy, my unit's still up and I've got healers. Oh no, you guys are gonna ring around the rosy us. Oh no, get block. Good job. No, healer down. I don't think you're gonna live through all this, my friend. I don't think you're gonna live. Oh yeah, you guys know the problem with wearing dark glasses? I can't find my damn pens. I lost my pen. Oh no, I put it probably, yep, put it down there. So that's 16 and 7 for 41. 16. Boom. Bazinga. You guys remember when we first started so many years ago when I was a captain and the cap for tickets was 25? And, the cap for tickets was 25, but we only used to get like 9 to 11 because we only got tickets on the win. And I was like, oh, we're so bad at this. Did I do it again? 16 times 2. Hold on. 16 times 2. Losses. Hold on, I gotta count. Maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Well, it's 16 and 8. So 32, 40. Don't ask me, man. One of these days, see, I never remember to log them in. I wish like I could export like my wins and my losses, but you know, that would require me to like, I get too distracted talking and I like write down the wrong numbers. Like somewhere along the line, I forgot to put a loss in there. I think what I did is I put a loss, 16, 12 and 7. Yeah, I forgot to write down a loss in there somewhere. It's okay. I've got you guys to let me know. Be like, Jay, no, bad math. That would require an API to stream editors. Yeah, but Grumpy Old Man, would that be a public API or a private API? I don't know what APIs are, though. I shouldn't talk about APIs. I think Tuna beat us earlier. I don't like it. Stop eating my chips. API is magic. Yeah, that's right. API is... That's it. How do APIs work? I don't know. They're magic. What do you mean you don't know? I don't know. Why don't you know? I don't know. Apparently you're not... Apparently saying I don't know the answer, but I have smart people in my community that I can ask the answer to. All right, what do you got? A Farsight Bomber level 30. All right. I don't want to fight you. I'm going to make you guys come to me. Apparently you are not a good person if you literally default and say, I don't have an answer, but my community does. By the way, guys, I do want to tell you something, because even I am getting a little sick of the music today. I only have 100 tracks of music, right? I only have 100 tracks of music. So if you guys are tired of hearing the same tracks over and over and over again, what I will tell you is, I'm on Spotify. That YouTube channel I just posted, I need to get 1,000 subscribers on it. If you like the music on it, please do a grassroots share for me. Be like, hey guys, if you like D&D music, if you've got D&D friends, be like, hey, I got Fantasy Tavern music, and go subscribe to his channel. I do have, like I said, the World of Warships campaign going on. I'm just gonna shamelessly shill it out here. If you're not doing anything, make an account, try the game. If you like the game, stay with it. We're Jahlon's Drunken Sailor Monkeys is our clan. If not, you tried the game. If we get 19 more people, I will dress up like a sailor for 2 4-hour shows. It'll also give us even more money. It will actually pay for another 30% of the next album. The next plan is to... I'm halfway through a jazz album. I'm kind of working on a sci-fi album, but I'm about to fire that composer. And then I'm going to give... like a bunch of money to 3 EDM composers and say I want 10 tracks. And we're gonna do like, I'm gonna give them some example tracks like from Doom, and I want high energy. I want to do 200 songs this year. 200 songs this year would be about $12,000. Hopefully our music money starts making money, which it is. Oh, actually, can I check that today? I've been checking. I want to let you guys know if we make any actual money. No, the December numbers aren't in yet. Yeah, the December numbers aren't in. We are growing. We are growing on Spotify. I want to let you guys know that. I do appreciate all the people who do listen on Spotify. I know it's boring. We only have like 100 tracks. So I am trying to get more music up, but I think we're just about to hit 200 followers on Spotify, which is pretty big. I think that's our next thing. Followers, we're at 177, so we're over that 175. Our next one is the 200 mark. We've been listened to 200 to 400 times a day. That's pretty solid for only having 100 songs. Do some Final Fantasy 14 EDM on the boss type music. Their music is just so darn good. Yeah, too darn good. Yeah, the problem, Zetrix, is when you get to that quality of composer, you don't want to know. You do not want me to tell you how much I would be paying for composers of that quality. For 90 minutes of music of that quality, it would have been all of last year's income. Every single penny we made last year would have just about covered 90 minutes of music. Now, maybe I take $5,000. They have a what? A Focus Buster? Yeah, just shoot a PM to Bear McGrary. That's right. All right, guys. We've got about 2 minutes left. Time for me to quarterback this up a little bit. Give me a rogue. Give me a rogue right here and a rogue right there. Give me 2 blitzing rogues on the inside. We're gonna try to pop that buster. Yep. Already there. Already see it. Give me a... What the hell? Give me a tank. Give me a flag bearer. 2 melee. And then some heals. We're going to build up a little contingent right here. To try to slow them down so that we can get into position. We want to walk up our Archer Corps. We want them to stop here. And we want to walk up in. We want to be planted so that they have to walk in wave after wave after wave towards us. I didn't really pay attention this match. We were talking about the music. We might be okay. We might be okay. What'd they drop in last? All right, let's see. Let's see if this works. Go, 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 go. Get the Buster. Took him out. Okay, they are... That's okay. That rogue's gonna walk into a wall of problems. We are gonna be planted. They are gonna be walking into us forever. Yep. We are planted. I don't know if we're gonna be able to chew up that front line though. That is a, yeah, they had a chonky. Looks like we took out a lot of it. Who's gonna, oh no! We wasted 2 rows. Come on, brothers. Come on, chew them up. Oh, they had just too many tanks. They had just too many options for us to shoot at. That was good though, guys. That was good. All right. 17 tickets. Just took my PT test and got a 91 after not taking one since January of 2020. Whoop whoop. Yep. You want to know the funny part, man? I nearly failed my PT test every single time. Every single time. Every time. With a 91 or a 92. In fact, sometimes I nearly failed my PT test with a 94. It irritated me in 2007, 2008 when they changed the Air Force PT test. Because I had damage to my arm, my shoulders don't do this. I guess it would be this. My shoulders don't do this when I go up and down. My one shoulder blade always perpetually sticks down. So when I hit the ground, I have to kind of roll it to get it back into place. Well, then I'm not touching equal. Well, the way I used to do my PT test prior to 2007 was I used to go in and I would weigh in and I'd weigh in fine. Tape in, BMI, 20 points. And then I would run my PT test time and I would get max points. So there I am with an 80. And just because I wanted to not be a shitbag airman, I would knock out my push-ups. I'd knock out 47, 48 push-ups. And then when it came to the sit-ups, I would literally do 1 sit-up and stand up and say I'm done. And they'd say, well, you got 0 points on the component. I'd be like, okay, but I have an 85 or above on my PT test, so what does it matter? Then they changed it so you had to hit the minimum on every component. And I don't mind them putting in you have to hit the minimum on every component. But when the doctor put me in for a permanent waiver on sit-ups, they made me have a surgery. That ruined my arm. All for sit-ups. I'm gonna live with pain for the rest of my life. All for Air Force PT test sit-ups. They hired a doctor to do a review of the Air Force PT test. And the doctor said in 2007, if you make people do a minimum number of sit-ups are not... The body is not designed to do sit-ups. If you guys don't know this, your body is not designed to do sit-ups. The way your body functions, you are not designed to lay on your back with your legs bent and do sit-ups. It is one of those really, really dumb things. This doctor actually said, if you continue to make people do sit-ups, in 10 years, you will be paying like something like 7 out of 10 people that get out of the military will get 20% or more for degenerative disc disease. Well, it's 2017 and the numbers come out and I think the doctor's name was E.B. White. And sure enough, comes out 300, 400% more Air Force people have degenerative disc disease. You can plank now or do reverse leg sit-ups. Okay, but here's what I want to say. It's great that they're trying to do things. What do planks actually do? What do sit-ups actually do? Believe it or not, what do push-ups actually do? Push-ups don't do shit. I want people to know this. Push-ups are there to sculpt and tone your muscles. Push-ups are not there to build abdominal strength, or arm strength. And I don't say upper body strength because push-ups do very little to build upper body strength. They build arm strength. You want to know if somebody's in shape or not? There should be a combat PT test. There should be a combat PT test. Can you do all the things? Can you do all of the things that you need to do? I don't think that they should be worrying about Air Force and Marines, different combat test. Army, different combat test. Navy, different combat test. I don't think they should be worried about Air Force people running 1.5 miles because it's such a bullshit arbitrary number. It's just a bullshit arbitrary number. 1.5 miles. Well, when I was in tech school, it was 2 miles. And then for a while, it was going to be a mile. You know what I think the test should be, if you really want to test? It should be a 3-mile run. It should be a 3-mile run on a controlled track. And it works out real simple. 3-mile run on a controlled track. If you don't hit the 1.5 mile mark by a certain time, they just close the gate and you say the rest of you are just herded here. You failed. You failed. The 3-mile, second gated track. Boom. I think they just don't want people to get fat, okay? Let me hit you with the Triple H shit. What is an automatic fail on the Air Force PT test for waist measurement now? Because I've been out for a while. I don't know if they changed it. So one of my fellow airmen, what is the you busted your max? Is it still 39.5? They got rid of it? So there's no more waist measurement, is what you're telling me. So the single most useful part of the Air Force PT test has been gotten rid of. You know why they got rid of it? You know why they got rid of it? Because in 2016, 2017, a bunch of airmen made a really good point about the upper leadership. If a 39.5 inch waist is an automatic fail, why the fuck do they sell size 44 pants in clothing sales? And you know what? I had an airman at McConnell Air Force Base is the one who stood up and asked the general that. Of all the questions you could ask a general, and he was from our unit, and he was not my airman. Thank God he wasn't my airman. He was not my airman, but he was an airman in my unit. And he stood up and he asked the general that. He said, "General, I have a question about the PT test." And the general said, "Go ahead." He said, and the general was a big guy, right? The general was a chonky. He was a chonky guy. He said, "General, sir, if an automatic fail on the Air Force PT test is a 39.5, then why do we sell 44-inch pants in clothing sales?" And you could clearly tell that the general was at least a 42, if not a 44. Ooh, and that fucking high school shit, and none of my squadron did that because our commander would have killed us. He would have PT'd us until we fucking died. But the general said, "You know what? That's a very good question, and I don't have an answer for you." But you could tell the rest of the time the general was trying to suck it in. General's trying to suck it in, man. Trying to make the gut go into the spine. But it's a great question. If a 39.5 inch waist fails you on your PT test, then why? Then why are you all about that? Hey, good game, man. I'm feeling bad, man. I keep running into you. I keep beating you. I'm sorry. I don't want that to happen. Good game though. I'll give you a good game well played back. There we go. I actually have one of those too. I have one of those. Oh, it's all good. Yeah, I like running into people that, you know, good times with. I love the game. Love having fun. I love dressing like I'm from Victoria era England. For all you know, I'm Jack the Ripper under this. Where is it? I gotta tell. If anybody else drops a buster. Anybody else drops a buster, I got the six barrel pistol for you. At no point during my career was I capable of passing a waist measurement without taking a neck measurement. I'm 2 meters tall and I'm 10% BMI, but I'm bigger around than the Navy regs allowed without the waivers. Here, you want to know something stupid, man? Here's how stupid Air Force regulation was. We had a reservist who was Mr. Illinois and Mr. Indiana. He was Mr. Illinois and Mr. Indiana. Bodybuilding champion. Bodybuilding fucking champion. Champion! Right? And what do they do? Oh, you know what we're gonna do? They turn around and they tell the guy, "You're too fat." And the guy says, "What do you mean I'm too fat?" They said, "You failed your abdominal circumference," right? And he's like, "I max my push-ups. I max my sit-ups. I max my run. I'm 4% body fat on a bad day." And they said, "Yeah, but your abdominal circumference is too big." And he's like, "Okay." Now, while he was trying, he was trying to lose weight, right? He was legitimately bona fide trying to shave inches off his waist. He just couldn't do it. He was just that muscular around the abdomen. The day that he failed his final PT test, he went in for his abdominal circumference, and this was when after BMI had been gotten rid of. He failed the tape. They didn't even let him take the rest of the test. They like, "We know you can pass the rest of the test. You just didn't, you failed the thing." He comes to me, he's like, "So I'm gonna get kicked out of the military." I said, "You're gonna get kicked out?" "Yeah." He's like, "Okay." He's like, "This is bullshit." We go out to a field site, right? And one of the fat body chiefs is tagged to be a patient. And so the chief gets tagged to be a patient. And this guy yells, "Litter, litter, litter." And the other airmen who are fat bodies are coming. He said, "Fuck it, never mind." Literally goes down, picks the chief up on his shoulders, fireman carry style, goes more than 500 yards with him at a clip faster than the fat body airman could catch up to him with the litter. He sets the chief down. He says, "Chief, can you please explain to me how I'm getting kicked out of the military and none of them are?" And the chief said, "Well, they all passed their PT test." Like, this is what's so fucked. You got a guy like me, man. I'm just under 6 foot. I have the arms of a 6 foot guy. I have the arms of like a little bit more than a 6 foot guy because my arms are jacked. My arms are just completely jacked up. My arms are long as shit, right? I have to have somebody measuring the inside circle. I'm like doing push-ups over 2 right triangles, right? To make sure I'm breaking 90. Meanwhile, a guy who's 5'2", with little Danny DeVito arms and a barrel chest, he's literally like floor. He can't even break 90. His chest is on the ground. He can't break 90, but you can't touch the ground. So for him, they had the little circular counter underneath his chest. That son of a bitch did over 100 push-ups in 60 seconds. Because he literally only has to, and I'm not kidding, he has to go like this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He's like, his arms only barely have to move. I'm like, what the fuck is this? This is bullshit. Like, this is fucking bullshit. They'd like you in boxing. Yeah, Val, I boxed. That was something my father insisted on. My father insisted on boxing. Bench also sucks for people with long arms. You know what else sucks for people with long arms? If you have a row machine that you can't adjust for the long arms. Because you're like, you're already back. You're like, I'm all the way back. Row. Like, hey, somebody says to me, hey, you're supposed to, They say you're supposed to be using the seat and the arms at the same time. I say, yeah, don't worry about my exercise. I got this. Like, the fucking chair doesn't move back far enough. You know what? Good for you if your gym has it. The arm bike. Arm bike is good for you. So. Oh. But no, man, I got pissed when an E6 asked me how many push-ups I needed to pass, and he told the E7 that's how many I did after my test. It was 47. Yeah, I actually did 83. Yeah. I had, I'll share an experience with you guys. I was just about to go, I was just about to go on convalescent leave for my arm and have my surgery. And I had to take a PT test, which I didn't agree with. I didn't agree with the way the regs were written. I was due for a surgery, but my profile didn't say I didn't have to test. But I have a scheduled surgery date, and I'm at a base with a surgical center while I'm trying to get my surgeon to change my profile. I'm literally like, fuck it, I'll just take the damn test. They told me I wasn't breaking 90 on my push-ups. Well, in the Air Force, they record all the PT tests. Well, I wasn't in the mood to fucking argue, to be told I wasn't doing my push-ups right. None of that nonsense. I was just like, you know what? I want to see the tape. I was like, please preserve the tape. I want to see the tape. I want my boss to come down here and look at the tape. And this older guy is there, and before we even went out to do the run, I was told I'd failed and blah, blah, blah. This older guy says, I want to see the tape too. And the civilian in charge of the PT testing center said, well, it's none of your business. And the old guy said, well, I'm going to make it my business. I want to see the tape. Because I got done with my push-ups and I stood up and I watched this, because he didn't know who I was. I watched this kid being told his push-ups weren't counted. He never gave up in the 60 seconds. He still was doing push-ups. He never quit. And you're going to tell me he didn't make what he needed? And so the civilian said, well, this is none of your concern. And he said, how about this? How about we just go outside and we run our PT test? We just run our PT test. And then we come in and everybody gets showered and everybody gets changed. And then we'll go ahead and we'll look at this young man's, video. He says, and make sure the video doesn't magically walk off. We go outside. I don't quit on my run. I pass my run. We come in, we shower, we change. I don't see the old man. He ran and he fucking done. Like, I'm like, what the fuck, man? Like, where'd this guy go? Like, fucking ninja and shit. I get back, I shower, I change, I go back, and there's the old man with a whole lot more people there. And I was, whoa, what the fuck's going on? It turns out that the old man, who I thought was like, E8 maybe, the guy I thought was an E8 was because it was a split base. It was that side of the base who oversaw the fitness center. So it was the civilian guy's boss's boss that wanted to know why. And he said, this is this next level bullshit that I keep hearing complaints about. You and I just counted his push-ups differently, and your boss counted them differently, and a different PTL counted them differently, and the PTL that was counting his push-ups has talked to me and said he didn't agree with your count. So we've got issues here. He's like, but all I have to say is that people don't need to be breaking more than 90 on their push-up, and this young man was killing it. And then the guy looks at me and he's like, holy hell, you're a captain? holy hell, you're a colonel? It's like, so he became one of my mentors. In fact, you might have it. I should have it. Let's see. Yeah. Little memories. I have his coin. I ended up getting his coin because I was walking to get a smoothie at the gym, and I saw what looked like a ID in the snow, and I picked it up, and I because it looked like it was an ID, a line badge, an ID and a line badge combo that people wear, and it was, and I recognized the name, so I drove up to his office, and I knocked on the door, kind of poked my head around, and he was freaking out, and I was like, sir, he's like, not now. He's like, sir, he's like, not now. I was like, are you looking for something? He's like, I lost my line badge. I was like, I got you. It's right here. He's like, what? I'm like, I found it in the parking lot of the gym while I was walking. He's like, oh my God, thank you so much. Because anybody that's military, you know what a pain in the dick losing both your ID card and your line badge is. That's a real, for those of you that aren't military, let me explain it like this. Imagine losing your ID, your credit card, your house keys, your car keys, $20,000 all at one time. That's about how bad it is for somebody to lose their cat card and their line badge. Because there's a lot of ass pain that goes into securing the line badge. For the next like 2 months, everybody hates you because everybody's on a heightened sense of alert, making sure nobody's coming into an area with a line badge. Because most of the time you just have to have your line badge on you. Nobody really gets up in your face. But when there's a missing line badge, everybody's got to come in single point of entry. I got to see your line. Do all the branches do the coin system? Yes, all the branches do the coin system. But the other branches of service, the Navy, correct me if I'm wrong, Navy, and I think we talked about this on the show before. The Navy always plays highest ranking coin. But the Navy won't recognize the Air Force people with highest ranking coin because, if I remember this correctly, because the Air Force gives out coins left, right, and center, and the Navy actually, you earn a coin. The Air Force tends to give them out a lot more liberally. I went to Burger King off base, and the lady brings me the food and asks if I know this guy and shows me an officer flight clap with a line badge clipped inside. I took it and said, you can't have this, and then found out where he was and took it to his place. I just don't know how he made it to his car without remembering it didn't have his flight cap. You want to know the answer to that? And I'll tell you what the answer to that is. Air Force military overall, especially Air Force officers, they tend to forget 362903 when they're off base. For the first couple of years I lived here, because I was a headquarters officer, I would be on my afternoon run and I see people getting out of their car off post, walking to their mailbox without their cover on. And I'd walk up, I'd like jog up to them and be like, you know that you're still in uniform, right? And they'd be like, what? I'm like, you know you're still in uniform. They're like, well, who are you? And I was like, well, let's not make it about who I am because we don't want to make it about who I am. You're still in well, I'm at my house. I don't know, just 362903 have an exemption for when you're at your house? Because I don't think it does. Well, I don't know why it matters. Because you're military. You're not a shitbag. Wear your damn fucking cover to your door. It's not hard. You look like a fucking Oompa Loompa without your fucking cover on. So yeah, I officers fucking piss me off. They like, especially pilots. So. So that's because you're still in uniform. The airmen in my apartment complex do it all the damn time and annoys me. Yeah, because you wouldn't another buster. You wouldn't do it. You know, you wouldn't have the audacity to do it anywhere else. So why is it suddenly okay? Like 362903 doesn't say that you can I got it. 362903 doesn't say that you can take your cover off when you're at your house. If you wanted to say that, then you put in the modification to AFI request, and you get them. You get them to make that change, right? But that's that shit that I'm talking about that just always irritates me. Like, you are on duty 24/7, 365. If you're in uniform, you're in uniform. It's like when I see people sitting at the bar, right? When I see people sitting at the bar drinking, and I'm like, the fuck is this? And then people tell me, no, 362903 says they can go to the bar now. And I'm like, what? What does it say? They're like, yeah, they can go to the bar now. I'm like, what? I'm like, I'm not even looking it up, because if I look it up, I'll probably throw stuff across the room. I really will. I will throw stuff across the room. Okay, guys, that's 45, but I'm gonna hang out for a little while longer. That's 17 and 11. Somebody check my math. 17 and 11. But no, you put your hands in your pockets now. You know, I don't understand why they issue you gloves. If your hands are cold, put your hands in your gloves. Put your little digits in your little glovies, and you won't be cold. But that, and you know what? You know what it is? It's because they're having a hard time getting more and more people more and more people going up the food chain, and they're having a hard time replacing the people at the bottom because they changed the retirement. They changed the pension system, which was one of the dumbest things I've ever seen, but I understand why they did it. I absolutely understand why they did it. They simply couldn't afford to keep paying. They simply could not afford to keep paying pensions out at the rate that they were being accumulated. So, you don't want to take away the GI Bill. You don't want to take away the health insurance. You don't want to take away a lot of the bits and pieces. But at the end of the day, man, there is no way that they could continue to support the military. Was just too big. And remember, like I said, people are living longer. That's not a bad thing, but it's a bad thing when you give a guy at 37 his pension, right? Got my pension at 37 due to my injury. I will collect my pension every year, forever, every month, every month, forever. So, you know, you're talking about, you'll hit 20 at 51, so they won't have to pay me nearly as much as someone who joined at 18. Yeah, but so think about that. Let me do the math real quick. Let's just say I live to 90. Okay, that means that they would have paid me my pension for 53 years. That's a long time. And then especially with these people double dipping or triple dipping the pensions, Pension, healthcare, big money. But you know, grumpy old man, you know why I'm tired of people saying the money about the healthcare? Because if the VA didn't suck dick, right? Keep in mind, we have an entire organization known as the Veterans Affairs Healthcare System, their only patients are veterans. And yet, they can't figure out how to unfuck anything. You know how you unfuck all that? Here's how you unfuck that. And I mean this. At every military installation, you buy a piece of property. You buy a piece of property right off the base. That's where you put your base, your main base medical facility. You can even put it adjoining to the gate of the base. And then you take care of all that base's military and all the veterans right there. We piss away billions of dollars on the VA system, which I'm not saying is not entitled, but we waste the money. If you just gave every military installation more money to take care of the veterans, we wouldn't need the VA. So, for anyone who needs COVID tests, government is shipping out home tests. Good find, man. Good find. Thank you for that. Good find. Thank you for that. I'm gonna ping this in a couple of places. Good on you, Threather. That is majorly helpful. Good stuff. So. They're sold out everywhere here, and I got friends with family kids that needed them, so this was a cool find. Yeah, absolutely. That was an amazingly cool find. I'm tweeting that out as well. Right now. Actually, I'll send this to a couple of people. Do this right now, otherwise ask me later. I'll forget. So. All right. Perfect. 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 Yeah, that's a good find. Yeah, it's for free per household. Then, what the fuck did they do with all the land from the base closures? Grumpy old man, you want me to tell you a story about base closures that'll make you want to, like, get ready to throw a pencil? So, in my state, there was an Air Force base north of here, middle of the state for vehicle maintenance and a bunch of other AFSCs, real close to the University of Illinois. That base got bracked, and instead of moving everything down to Scott, California bureaucrats got a lot of the stuff moved out to California, because it makes an awful lot of fucking sense to put Air Force people at a Navy base. Anyway, the Air Force paid to have 2 brand new dorms built. And because of the way government to government transfer works, the government cannot make a profit on resource transfers. They cannot make a profit. So the University of Illinois, a private institution, got 2 brand new dorms for $1 each. They got all the land that the base was on, academic buildings, medical facility, all of the stuff that's standardly found on a military base. Right? So, time goes on. The mayor of the town, that the college got this stuff, the town got this stuff. The administration building of the base was nicer than the local town's city hall, because of course it's a base wing command building. So they moved their city hall into the middle of the former base. A lot of things moved onto the base. You know, one day the mayor is driving in and he sees a work crew out there digging up the curbs. The mayor doesn't know anything about it. So the mayor walks over to the crew and says, "Excuse me, why are you digging up our curbs?" And he says, "Oh, all these curbs are due for refurbishment." And the mayor's like, "But who's paying you?" And he's like, "Oh, it's an Air Force contract." He's like, "It's a little weird, man. We drove up and they told us the contract says that we go to this gate, but the gate wasn't here, and we got to the street and we figured everything's just good to go." The thing is that it was a 3-year out contracting funding stream. So the Air Force was still paying for maintenance on a base that wasn't their base anymore. Oh, talk about a fucked up scenario, right? Talk about, yeah, it's right. Oh, it's like I told you guys. Here, let me tell you guys another funny story, because this shit's comical. I got, you guys know I've been having problems with my hearing. I wear a sound collar, but more and more Tamir is yelling at me. Tamir is saying that's too fucking loud, and I'm only 42. So, you know, I shouldn't be having this many hearing problems. 4 archers down here. Get them to walk that way. So I put in, I went to the doctor back in December about my hearing loss. Been waiting. Nothing. Nothing. Finally, I got a call yesterday that I have to go 45 minutes away. And they said due to COVID, due to Omicron, due to Delta, we're just not seeing very many people because we have to clean all the equipment between, and I was like, that's fine. And they said, the problem is that it's been so long since your last hearing exam that you need another hearing exam before you can get hearing aids for insurance reasons. And I said, oh, there must be some mistake. I don't, my insurance doesn't pay for hearing aids. And the lady says, well, what do you mean? I said, just go ahead and set me up with the, go ahead and set me up with the audiologist. Just, I want to get the hearing aids. And she's like, but your insurance doesn't pay for it. She said, you need the test for your insurance. I said, my insurance doesn't pay for it, and TRICARE doesn't pay for it. And I don't feel like waiting 4 years through the VA to get them. Which I wouldn't get them through the VA anyway, because I currently don't have the bullshit rating for my bilateral hearing loss, and to get that rating, I have to reopen my VA file, and fuck all that. She says, well, the problem is that the audiologist is leaving in June, and we wouldn't be able to get you your hearing aids before then. I was like, no, why the fuck didn't you just say that to begin with? Like, why are you calling me for a hearing test when you're not even gonna have an audiologist to review the results? You know why they're doing it? Because I have government health care. So they want the hearing test so that they get the money. They just want this. Yeah, just lead with that, right? Don't give me 50 excuses. It's bad enough I gotta drive. So you know what I did, grumpy old man, and I'm not proud of myself, but I did it. I did it anyway. I'm gonna wait until like 2 weeks before the call out for the appointment. I'm gonna say, so are you guys sure you're not gonna have an audiologist to review my test results before June? No. Let's just go ahead and cancel the appointment. Fucking private hospital people. Like, how are you going to give me a hearing test and then not have an audiologist that can review them? And I swear, man, I swear. Oh, guys, 8 hour and 20-minute show. Bazinga. I love doing the long shows. I get my second wind at the 8 hour mark. Like, kind of drag ass a little bit, and then we hit the 8 hour mark, and I'm like, let's do this. But I am gonna, I'm gonna do, what, are we sure that, yeah, right? Somebody, let's just do this real quick. We got the 17 wins, 1 loss, 2 loss, 3 loss, 4 loss, 5 loss, 6, 7 and 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. So we are 17 and 12. That should take us to over 45 because 17 and 11 got us 45. Put an extra 2 or 3 on it. You know, just put a little pizzazz on it. Good job covering these warriors down here, guys. Good job, good job. I'm gonna be back on Friday, right? I'm gonna be back on Friday. I'm just gonna taunt you guys with the fact that we're not gonna get the other captains we need for the World of Warships campaign, so I'm not gonna have to dress like a sailor. So it would take like 19 of you to follow that link or do some major grassroots stuff to get me to have to dress like a sailor, and that's just it. I'm just gonna taunt you with it. I'm just gonna say, it is what it is, and I'm not gonna be dressing like a sailor. You know, it's just not gonna happen because you guys can't do it. No balls. How about that for some reverse fucking psychology? My community has no balls. 31 out of 50. No balls. No spine. No big girl panties. Man, I miss Betty White already. Yeah, you won't. You won't. You need to get 19 new referrals. You won't. I'll dress like a sailor. No, I won't. Because you won't. Did you guys know that Betty White had a filthy mouth? I love Betty White. But Betty White was amazing. I love Betty White. Like, man. Betty White was the real OG. First of all, have you guys heard? Have you guys heard? Have you guys heard the thing about Betty White and sliced bread? Okay, so check this shit out. Sliced bread was invented in 1928. So a lot of people turn around and have an expression, the greatest thing since sliced bread. But Betty White was born in 1922. So sliced bread is the greatest thing since Betty White. Betty White had once said, when you want somebody to step up, don't tell them to grow some balls, because balls are fragile. Tell them to get a vagina, because those things can take a pounding. And you're just like, oh my. And then you look up pictures of Betty White from when she was younger, and Betty White was a dame. Betty White was like a cha-cha-cha-cha of a dame in her youth. she was a looker, man. She was a looker. So I don't know if you guys have ever done this, but if you look up Betty White, she like, and you got to remember that the photos look different, the era looks different, right? The whole thing, like what was considered attractive, what was considered attractive in the past, isn't like what's attractive now. But I'm telling you, man, I'm telling you. But back then there wasn't Photoshop either. Yeah, and that's when the women were the real deal back then. They were the real bazinga, right? Oh, where did it go? Where'd you go, Betty? Like, that's some non-photoshopped Betty White. That's non-photoshopped Betty White. Okay? Betty White was a dame. Don't you ever come in my show and say a bad word about Betty White. Because I grew up watching her on Golden Girls. So yeah. She was a dame. Forever. She will forever be, you know, not a bad. I don't know why you got to test me, son. I don't know why you got to test me. Timed out for 600 seconds, Sneckers. I told you. Timed out. You're not banned. Timed out for 600 seconds. I don't know why you would have the audacity to say a bad word about Betty White. Greatest thing since Betty White is sliced bread. I'll take away your timeout. Don't you ever fucking do it again. Don't you ever do it again. Slap you people. Rather, I'm so proud of my family, man. I'm proud of my family. My family's about to get it, though. My family all about to get an earful. Gifted out a sub. Appreciate that. My family's all about to get an earful, Threather. Every one of my kids, every one of my take-ins, everybody I just sent the message to, I sent them that link and I said, get your COVID tests. Everybody sends back, I ordered mine. I'm like, well, why the fuck didn't nobody tell me? Like, what, you think just because I'm a recluse? Just because my lifestyle is already called quarantine? Ain't nobody told me. Now, I'm pretty sure I had the COVID. I'm pretty sure I had the COVID. Yeah, we're good. Musketeer's already back there. And there goes all your Christmas presents. Yeah. I'm pretty sure I had the COVID. I'm pretty sure I had that. I either had the COVID or I had the flu. But either way, I felt like trash. I'll tell you, when I got my COVID shot, I'll tell you this much, real fucking talk. I got my second COVID shot, and I was like, if this is the shot, I do not want this shit. I've had swine flu, I've had bird flu, I've had scarlet fever, I've had, you know, all the other good stuff, pneumonia, bronchitis, pleurisy. I literally, my body didn't know if it was on fire or cold. I was shaking. I had to go to the chiropractor, and I called my chiropractor and I said, look, I look like shit. I do not have COVID. I got my shot. And I literally went in and my chiropractor had to pop my back. By the way, I'm not crystal people, the people that actually have 4,000 contact hours of manipulating the body. I said, man, my whole, like, she had to pop my back, basically, like, uncurl me. Like, I was like, this sucks. Never again. But then they were like, you need to get a booster at 6 months. And I was like, I don't know if I want to do that. So, put down some orders need for a quest. Okay. There you go. You've gifted 58. It grows so fast. Yep. I appreciate you. You like single-handedly are paying for... You are single-handedly paying for a good chunk of the next EDM album. So that is the next project for the year. The next music project is the EDM album. So gonna try to do 30 tracks. Gonna try to make Just a Man happy a little bit. Try to get some. I'm gonna try to get a little some Doom style tracks. I'm gonna try to start working with. We gotta get like money. Money needs to be money needs to be being made here. But again, I don't want like Sneckers is crazy. Reaches in to his pocket. I just want you guys to do the passive things. If you're gonna buy something big on Amazon, let me know. If you're gonna, you know, since Prime comes from Amazon who's on Twitch, you get the full 5 or just $2.50. I cannot tell you. I cannot tell you that because that would be talking about my contract, and I'm not allowed to do that. So I just need other people might be able to answer that for you, but because I'm a Twitch partner and I have a contract, I am not allowed to discuss my my distribution. I'm not allowed to discuss my split. I can't click on that link, Dark Paladins. Post that in the either ping me on Discord because I can't listen to somebody else's YouTube while I'm streaming. So, hold on. With that said, I'm wondering if on Twitch you can send links by default or if it's forbidden. I believe links are able to be sent by default. I think you have to disable links. For the most part, I keep everything on my channel set so that we can do so that we can do academic stuff. It doesn't make for a really good show if I have to keep, yeah, usually people turn them off because they're trolls. However, you guys know that the way I handle my show is I just ban the trolls. Like I was telling a content creator, yesterday, somebody who asked me for advice, what I said was, if you get people on your channel, like he's a 1 to 2 viewer guy, and, you're a 1 to 2 viewer streamer and you suddenly get 20 people and then you and they all start making fun of you, just ban them. And I tell streamers all the time, oh, by the way, you were asking what to do with your bones earlier. Come into the store, buy the bone chests. You can buy skins if you want them. I always buy the bone chests because they give you gold, they give you scrolls, they give you the goodness. But no, if you wouldn't tolerate behavior in your house, why are you going to tolerate that same behavior on your stream? I don't, as you guys have seen, I have a tolerance for what's acceptable on my stream. I have a tolerance for what's not. If somebody does something that's not acceptable, that's it. This is no 3 strikes and you're out. There are no Miranda warnings. You fuck around on my show to a level that makes you unacceptable. You are just gone. You are just gonna be gone. What I'm gonna do right now is, I always like to make somebody feel good when I stream. We're gonna raid that guy who was pretty chill, came over, talked to us earlier. Just cause I'm leaving out of Stream Raiders. So we're gonna go raid that guy that popped over here earlier because that was pretty cool. That was cash money of him. Go be nice. Don't be mean. I will see you guys on Friday for Ashes of Creation.
I say, Sprocket, we've reached the end of another video. Time to thank the sponsors. Yes, that will do, that will do. Shall we pop off?